Ka mai o te whare.
E te atua kaharawa, ka tuku whakamomati atu mātou mō ngā karakia ko waihotia mai ki runga ia mātou. Ko wahi o mātou pānga whai ora katoa ki te taha, ka mihi mātou ki te kingi me te iunio atu, me te arihitanga i roti o mātou whakaaroarohanga. Kia mohio ai, kia whakaiti ai tā mātou whakahaere i ngā take o te whare nei. Mo te oranga, te maungarongo, me te aroha o Aotearoa. Āmeni.
A petition has been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Mayor Weston Curtin requesting that the House urge the government to act quickly to save the Chateau Tongariro Hotel.
That petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 3 papers.
Outcome of the Prime Minister's consultation with the Intelligence and Security Committee on the reappointment of the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security. Ministry of Transport Long-Term Insights Briefing 2025. Government Superannuation Fund Authority Statement of Performance Expectations 2025 to 26.
7 Select Committee reports have been delivered. Those papers stand published under the authority of the House. 7 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Education and Workforce Committee on the briefing on the multi-agency approach to injury prevention and rehabilitation. Report of the Environment Committee on the report of the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, Going with the Grain, Changing Land Uses to Fit a Changing Landscape. Reports of the Petitions Committee on the briefing on the petition of Holly Brooker, the petition of Eugene Greendrake, the petition of Ponsonby Chambers, another petition of Ponsonby Chambers, and the petition of Te Pāti Māori.
Those bills, the briefings and the report are set down for consideration. No bills have been introduced. Members, I have received a letter from Rauri Waititi seeking to debate Understanding Order 399, the omission of profiles for Māori ward candidates from local body election voting packs in some areas. While this is a matter of concern and an appalling omission, the provisions of Standing Orders 399 are not met. There is no ministerial responsibility for the operational activities or decision-making of local authorities. Speaker's ruling 1831. The application is declined. The House comes to oral question. The first name of the Honourable Marama Davidson.
E te pika, ki te pirimia, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Reo Māori e te pika. He aha ngā mahi a tōna kāwanatanga, hei tautoko I te kaupapa o tēnei wiki o te reo, ake, kia manawaroa ai, kia arotau ai, kia toitu ai te reo Māori.
Sorry, can I...
Just Prime Minister, I'm sure the interpretation is taking a while to come through. It's important we get the question to the Prime Minister correctly. The Prime Minister will just take a minute to hear the question through his earpiece, which is playing up a bit.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah, sorry. Well, I mean, firstly, this is a government that is spending a huge amount of money, $142 million with the 4 Māori language entities. It's a government that I'm very proud of is spending money on teaching resources in Te Reo, and I'm very proud of that.
Reo Māori anō. Kōrere. E mā harahara ana ia I te whakatūpato a te taurawhiri I te reo Māori ki ngā panonitanga a tōna kāwanatanga o te ture matauranga, ara ka undermine the status of te reo Māori as a taonga and as an official language of Aotearoa, a ki te kore, he aha e kore ai.
Well, I totally disagree. This is a government that is spending money on resources to make sure that they are available in Te Reo and English.
E whakai ana ia ki te taurawhiri I te reo Māori, ara ko te hāpainga ake o te reo ingarihi ki runga ake I te reo Māori, hei reo kawe kōrero matua mō ngā hinonga tūmatanui, e hara i te hinonga Māori, he whakawhaiti kē i te kitea o te reo, he whakawhaiti hoki i te whaiwahi ona hei reo o ia rā.
We want to be able to have, I understand the question correctly, we want to be able to make sure that our government agencies are navigable by all New Zealanders, and as a result having their names in both English and te reo. If you're a fluent English speaker, of which 95% of New Zealanders is their first language under the census from the last census, they can navigate their government in English, and if you're a fluent te reo speaker, you can navigate your government in te reo.
Kei te māharahara rānei ia, ka whaiti kē atu te āheinga ki te whakaako, ki te tautoko hoki i te reo Māori nā runga e ngā poronga pūtea e marohitia nei, he pūtea mā ngā kaiako rauemi o te reo Matatini me te reo Māori, mā te kotahi rau, whitu tekau mā whā, tūranga mahi.
No, I'm very proud of the resources being made available in te reo and English, as I've said before. I'm more proud of the fact that we're teaching our kids structured literacy, structured numeracy, encouraging them to get to school so they actually have a great future, Māori or non-Māori.
I whakaro rānei ia, he hāpai tāna mahi i te reo Māori i te whakaurunga a tōna kāwanatanga i te pere mātāpuna tiriti o Waitangi me te whakaari anō i tētahi whakamārama he o te reo Māori hei whakaiwi kore i a te wiki te iwi Māori mōtika.
The Treaty Principles Bill has been discussed and resolved.
Question number 2, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Supplementary. Why does he claim to have the cost of living under control when administered inflation, the component of inflation government can most directly influence, hit 10.8% last month, the steepest rise in at least 35 years?
Well, I'm very proud of this government's focus on reducing inflation. This is a government that has put inflation back under 3% again. There are items like rates running at 12.5%. That's why we support a rates cap. Encourage that member to support it too.
Supplementary question. Does he accept that the government's decision to increase transmission charges is driving up power bills? Its decision to increase natural disaster levies is driving up insurance premiums? Its decision to hike civil aviation levies is driving up the price of airfares? And then increased government charges are now one of the biggest contributors to the cost of living pressure that Kiwi families are facing.
In light of the first part of that question, I'd say to the member the energy prices are a function of his administration's banning of oil and gas and the fact that we do not have a supply of gas in this country, which has led to elevated electricity prices. Again, I'd say to that member, think about the position and support reversing the oil and gas ban.
Supplementary question. Did his government's decision to cut funding for public transport, forcing some commuters and families to pay up to 50% more just to get to work or school, increase or decrease the cost of living pressure that Kiwi families currently face?
Well, I can say to the member what is helping those families deal with the cost of living is our expanded role for Family Boost. What is helping those families support them in a cost of living crisis is the tax relief that we've offered them. What is supporting them is actually rental stability. That is a good thing, making sure. And we're also making sure that we give people tax, inflation and interest rate relief, which is what this government is delivering.
Speaking of Family Boost, has he found one single family that has received the full $250 a fortnight that he promised Kiwi families with kids during the last election campaign?
Well, look, I want to thank the member for his question, because I really do appreciate answering this and bringing attention to the fact to all New Zealanders who may be watching this, that family boost rebates have been expanded, the thresholds have been extended, and as a result there is even more money. And actually for the last 13 weeks you can now access and get more support from this government, which is absolutely fantastic. We think actually another 22,000 families will receive some support, and isn't that a great thing?
No one's getting all of it. Supplementary.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that this government is carefully managing its own finances so that New Zealanders face a lower rate of inflation and falling interest rates as a result?
I can, and what I can confirm is that this is a government that won't be looking to increase prices for New Zealanders by increasing the inflation band target as that member proposes.
Oh, who said that?
Well, point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr Speaker, the claim that the Prime Minister's just made is totally and utterly incorrect. And it is an exact example of what you have said the government shouldn't do, which is use patsy questions from the people sitting right beside them in order to attack the opposition, making false claims about the opposition.
The question itself was in order. The answer was most certainly not. And I think the last comment should be withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
Question. Did his government's decision to increase car registration fees by $50 increase or decrease the cost of living pressure that Kiwi families are currently facing?
Well, again, I'll just say to the member, we are proud of the fact that we have lowered inflation. In this government, yes, we have food inflation running at 5%, but that's a lot lower than 12.5% under his government. 2.7% inflation is lower than 7.5% under his government. Interest rates have been cut multiple times. Rents are stable. This is a government that is focused on economic growth. Why? So that we can get New Zealanders getting more money in their back pocket, and that's how they get ahead.
Supplementary question.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that one of the first actions of his government was to stop the petrol tax increases which had been scheduled by the last government?
Okay, that's an out of order question. Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Supplementary question. Mr Speaker, if his government has inflation under control, as he is now claiming, why is the price of food continuing to increase? With butter, statistics released today showing butter's up 32%, milk's up almost $1, and the price of mince is now $22 a kilo, all under his leadership.
Well, I'll just remind the member that when he was Prime Minister, food inflation hit 12.5%. It is 5% today. Yes, we have elevated prices for red meat and for dairy products. That's due to global commodity prices. That's why our farmers are having record years and record levels of farmer confidence in this country. But this is a government that is focused on lowering inflation. And I just say to the member, that's why you've seen us actually fast-track supermarket entrance so that we can actually do everything we can to make it as easy as possible to open up the supermarket sector. But again, the answer is not to increase the inflation target and increase prices for Kiwis, as his finance spokesperson suggested.
Supplementary question.
Supplementary question, the Honourable Nicola Willis.
Has the government increased petrol taxes since being elected?
No.
Supplementary question. Does the government plan to increase petrol taxes by 12 cents a litre?
The government has had no discussions about increasing fuel taxes at this time, but what we are very focused on is lowering inflation, making sure we lower interest rates, we get our economy growing, and we lower unemployment.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Given that the documents the government has tabled in this House indicate that they are intending to increase petrol taxes by 12 cents a litre, will the Prime Minister be required to correct that answer?
If the Prime Minister chooses to correct an answer, then that's his prerogative to do so. If you knew the answer, why ask the question? But anyway, the Right Honourable, the Honourable Shane Jones.
Question to the Prime Minister. Is he proposing to introduce a wealth tax, a capital gains tax, and is he taking any advice as to what impact that might have on the economy?
Well, I don't think taxing more, borrowing more, spending more is the way that we move this economy forward. I think that's what's put us in the almighty mess that we've actually seen. A capital gains tax, a wealth tax, an inheritance tax, a death tax. God knows what's being proposed. I just know that's not the answer.
Question 3, Jenny Marcroft.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wait for a moment. Okay.
My question is to the Minister for Regional Development and asks, what reports has he seen regarding the West Coast?
The Honourable Shane Jones.
Last Friday, Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of being in Reefton down the West Coast, otherwise known as Miningopolis, where previously there were over 59 mines. And I had the pleasure, along with the District Council, the Local Development Corporation, opening new accommodation to cope with the flood of employees that are coming to the West Coast to fulfil a famous saying of this party that I belong to, dig baby dig.
Supplementary. What else can he tell us about economic development on the West Coast?
So much in so little time, Mr. Speaker. We are rekindling the golden age of the coast. Mining is now driving the coast. Not only are people expressing more confidence to invest there, but money is flowing. There is a pipeline of production projects. It will stimulate the economy for many years to come. It's only disappointing that it has taken this long, in particular those who derive their heritage from such industries, abandoning, demonising and tainting such an industry, and I'm glad to be rid of them.
Supplementary. How does this help the regional economy?
Coal, I'll have more to say about that within a week. Oil, gas and metal ore mining, Mr. Speaker, represent a key positive development in terms of those families, those employees who enjoy earnings beyond the median salary of $100,000. We are in a period of the world's trajectory where minerals are more important. New Zealand has a high position of influence in creating not only more jobs, but boosting our minerals production. Not only will it enable finance, engineering. No, we don't need any more Luddite contributions. That'll happen at the final speech at the end of the week. Not only will we see more realistic appreciation of the natural resource sector, you will find, Mr. Speaker, that those in opposition will be pushed to the margins of society because they're only interested in the dole.
Supplementary.
Might take this opportunity to remind ministers that answers should mirror the concise nature of questions. 3962 particularly directs that. Jenny Markroyd.
Why are regional economies important to New Zealand?
Our regional economies are thriving. There is an acceptance that legacy industries, including farming, forestry, mining, fisheries, are doing the heavy lifting. It is very disappointing, Mr. Speaker, that these particular industries have not been of a regional character respected. And as we grow in the regions, I hope to spread that good story by encouraging appropriate levels of mining around our capital city, Wellington.
Question number 4, Cameron Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Economic Growth and asks, what recent announcements has she made on competition?
Mr. Speaker, today alongside Minister Simpson and Minister Seymour, I announced the most significant package of competition law reforms in nearly 20 years. The changes we announced to the Commerce Act are about fostering healthy competition in the economy. Competition empowers consumers with greater choices and ensures efficiency in the use of resources. Competitive markets are good for consumers, good for business, and good for the economy. They drive innovation, productivity, and growth.
Supplementary. What changes are being made to the Commerce Act?
Mr. Speaker, a number. Key changes include stopping unfair tactics like creeping acquisitions and predatory pricing to allow genuine competitors to thrive, introducing clearer merger rules to give businesses certainty while keeping markets fair, establishing a stronger, better structured Commerce Commission to deliver faster, more transparent decisions, streamlining approval for beneficial collaboration, making it easier for businesses to work together where it helps the public, and allowing businesses to make voluntary behavioural undertakings to limit their market power as part of merger applications.
Supplementary.
What do these changes mean for businesses?
Well, Mr Speaker, the changes will give small and medium enterprises in particular more confidence to invest, hire and innovate, knowing they won't be shut out by unfair practices. For larger businesses, the changes mean clear rules and faster decisions so they can pursue growth with certainty. And for the wider economy, they mean a more dynamic, competitive environment that drives productivity, attracts investment and ultimately delivers for Kiwis.
Supplementary. How do these reforms fit within the government's wider economic strategy?
Well, Mr Speaker, these reforms are part of the government's Growing for Growth agenda, which is the work we're doing to shift New Zealand to a faster growth track. Growing the economy requires competitive, dynamic markets that reward innovation and reward investment. So by modernising the Commerce Act, we're making sure New Zealand is an attractive place to do business and consumers are being protected. The initiatives we announced this morning are one part of an ongoing suite of measures that will help lift productivity and therefore contribute to rising incomes, more jobs and a stronger economy.
Question 5, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions in relation to the resignations of the former Reserve Bank Chair and Governor?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, once again, in context, yes.
Supplementary. On what date did the Treasury Secretary inform her of the letter the Board Chair wrote on the 27th of February?
On the 27th of February, I received a text from Ian Rennie informing me that the Reserve Bank Board had written to Adrian Orr about its concerns.
Supplementary. Was she aware or informed about the contents of the letter on the 27th of February?
No, Mr Speaker. The public record shows what I was informed of via the text message from Ian Rennie.
Supplementary. Did she seek any advice from Treasury, the Public Service Commission or Crown Law about her ability to correct the Reserve Bank Chair's statement or the public record about the real reasons the Governor resigned?
Mr Speaker, I relied on the judgment of the Reserve Bank Chair at the time that was as much as he could say, subject to the legal agreements he was a party to.
Supplementary. How can she stand by her statement that, quote, I relied on the judgment of the Reserve Bank Chair that he was saying as much as he could say, unquote, when she knew his words were misleading and she failed to seek advice of what her responsibilities were given the serious nature of the resignation?
Quite simply, Mr Speaker, because I knew that he was subject to an exit agreement, the terms of which I was not aware of. I was also not aware of the specific concerns the bank had raised with Mr Orr. I was not aware of how Mr Orr had responded to those concerns and the legal disputes that may or may not have occurred, and I was not aware of the details of the agreement the bank had entered into with Mr Orr.
Supplementary. Does she agree with Heather Duplessis-Allen that says, quote, it just looks like a giant cover-up, doesn't it, unquote?
Mr Speaker, no, although I have made clear that I'm very disappointed with the way the Reserve Bank has handled this matter, as Neil Quigley's resignation shows.
Exit agreement all along.
Supplementary?
Supplementary.
Yep. Rauri Waititi.
Was the Minister negligent in her oversight of the Reserve Bank resignations, or are these resignations a case of ministerial interference?
No and no.
G. Is the Minister concerned about her government's management of the public service given the number of high-profile senior resignations that have occurred since she took office?
Mr Speaker, I'd simply observe that in some cases resignations would be better for the reputation of organisations than people not resigning, staying on, defying their leadership and saying very racist things.
Supplementary.
Supplementary. Just wait for the House to calm itself.
When will she meet with the priests that drove past the Reserve Bank where the former Reserve Bank Chair and Governor formerly worked, and meet with the protesters of the government's refusal to impose sanctions on Israel for genocide in Gaza?
Great question.
I'm inclined to rule that question out, despite the creativity and trying to bring it into order. Question number 6, Catherine Wedd.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure. What reports has he seen on New Zealand's infrastructure pipeline?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, last month the Infrastructure Commission released a quarterly snapshot on the infrastructure pipeline for the quarter ending 30 June. Shows the value of infrastructure initiatives in the pipeline grew to $237 billion, an increase of $30 billion from the previous quarters. Great news for the construction sector and for growth. The value of initiatives with a confirmed funding source also increased, up by $13.5 billion to over $125 billion. Overall, the pipeline now contains 9,200 projects that are underway or being planned.
Supplementary. Why is the National Infrastructure Pipeline important?
Well, Mr Speaker, the pipeline is important for sending a signal to the market about upcoming activity, and I want to acknowledge the hard work of the previous government in setting up the Commission in a bipartisan way to make sure that we get this very important independent assessment of what is happening. It allows construction firms to plan ahead for major projects. We do need to improve the quality of information in the pipeline. There are some laggard councils who are not participating. It is important that we have as much data from the private and public sector, including local government, in the pipeline as possible. The more accurate and complete it is, the more useful it is for decision makers.
Supplementary. How many infrastructure projects are under construction?
Mr Speaker, the pipeline shows that there are 2,500 infrastructure projects under construction right now, with 483 in procurement that will begin shortly. In the June 2025 quarter, we were building as a country 560 water projects, 600 transport projects, 75 school projects and over 30 health and hospital projects. 280 initiatives under construction are valued at over $25 million each. Many more projects are likely to come to market in the forthcoming weeks and months.
Supplementary. How many infrastructure projects are under construction in Hawke's Bay?
Mr Speaker, I'm very pleased, as I'm sure that member is, to know there are 126 projects currently being delivered in the Hawke's Bay, with around 60 projects in procurement that will begin shortly. And of course, the big mother within those projects under construction is the fantastic Hawke's Bay Expressway.
Supplementary. Is the National Infrastructure Pipeline growing?
Yes, indeed it is, Mr Speaker, and we are looking forward to the September update that will be published towards the end of the year, and indeed more participants in the pipeline so we can get this economy growing and building again.
Question number 7, the Honourable Dr Aotearoa.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. What is the impact of delayed allogenic stem cell transplants on patients with blood cancers? And how is that harm being measured at New Zealand's 3 transplant centres?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Seymour and Winston.
Mr Speaker, I'm advised that for some patients, disease recurs while they are waiting for a transplant, leading to them no longer being suitable for transplant. For some patients, this means additional rounds of chemotherapy while they await their transplant. For others, unfortunately, it means being referred for palliative care. This is deeply concerning for me, and I understand how stressful this is for patients and their families. That is why, in addition to existing investment, Health New Zealand has allocated over $6 million this year to increase capacity, support recruitment and improve the model of care. Health New Zealand is also working closely with clinicians to deliver further investment across all 3 transplant centres this financial year and in future years. I expect Health New Zealand to act with urgency on this. I'm advised that harm is measured and monitored differently across the country, and that Health New Zealand is working to implement a standard national data monitoring system to ensure patients receive timely quality care.
Supplementary. Why hasn't this improved already when it is the very first action listed in the government's health targets implementation plan?
Well, Mr Speaker, there has been an improvement in the number of stem cell transplants that have been done. Between April 24 and March 25, the total number of stem cell transplants in New Zealand rose to 363 from 336 the previous year.
Nationally, 219 patients were waiting for transplant in March 2025, down slightly from 225 in 2024. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that this is not good enough, and that is why I've asked Health New Zealand to work with urgency. This is a problem which has developed over a number of years, including the time that member was the Minister, and it is my expectation that Health New Zealand works urgently with clinicians to increase investment to reduce the waitlist.
Is it correct that failure to implement their very own plan in the first year that it was put down for means patients like Liz Barnes, whose cancer was curable, now has incurable cancer?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said in my previous answer, there has been an increase in the number of transplants being completed. There is still significant more work to be done. That work is underway so that we can reduce that waitlist, and it is my expectation that Health New Zealand works incredibly close with the clinicians on the front line to do just that.
Say that in the first year. Will he commit to appropriate rooms for bone marrow transplants at Wellington Hospital this financial year?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is one of the issues in relation to the capacity at Wellington Hospital is the amount of space. Work is underway to create more room and increase staff as part of regional service planning in Wellington.
Is it acceptable that patients like Tawhai Reti have to go to Australia for treatment because the government excluded blood cancer patients from their cancer medicine initiative?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that member may not be aware, but the $604 million increase in cancer medicines that we provided in Budget 2025 funded 33 new cancer medicines, including 6 for blood cancers. So we're very proud of the investment. We're always aware there is more work to do, but we also had to fill in the hole in the Pharmac budget left behind by the last government.
Does he?
Supplementary question, the Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Minister confirm that the approximately $1.7 billion being spent on medicines through Pharmac by this government is approximately $600 million more than was budgeted when we first came to office?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is correct. We were left behind a fiscal hole in the Pharmac budget, which we've had to fill. Plus, we have funded an additional $600 million for new cancer medicines. There are now thousands of New Zealanders receiving access to cancer medicines and hundreds of thousands of New Zealanders receiving access to treatments which they would otherwise not have had if the other party had been re-elected.
Supplementary, does he stand by the government's promise to blood cancer patients, you are not forgotten, when that is exactly what has happened with respect to their exclusion from the cancer medicines funding?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said in my previous answer, of the $604 million increase in Pharmac's budget that this government delivered, and the 33 new cancer medicines, 6 of them have been for blood cancer medicines. Those cancer medicines would not have been provided if Labor had been re-elected.
Question number 8, the Honourable Marama Davidson.
Ki te pirimia, e tautoko ana ia I ngā...
Wait on. Questions heard in silence.
Tēnā koe e te pika. Ki te pirimia, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Yes.
Ka whakarongo tōna kāwanatanga ki ngā kaitautohe neke I te 10 mano I hikoitia I Tāmaki Makaurau, mō te kāwanatanga kia whakatau mena he motu hake a Paretinia, me te mahi hāmene I te teitei kia I Haraia.
Well, as the member will be aware, we have a long-standing bipartisan position on support for a two-state solution in Israel and Palestine, as was imagined in 1947. It's a very complex issue. There are strongly held views across New Zealand society, probably across this Parliament, and we are carefully considering our position on that statement about recognition. And I would just say to the member, but this is also a government that has imposed sanctions on Israel, and we continually look to see what more we can do as well.
Reo Māori. He aha tāna whakahoki kōrero.
Start again.
He aha tāna whakahoki kōrero ki te honga whakapono nā rātou tēnei tohu I waho I te tari a Nicola Willis nā rātou I ki atu. It is clear New Zealand is not doing all it can to intervene and put pressure on Israel to uphold international law.
A point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
It should be completely evident to you, sir, that the Prime Minister has no responsibility of randoms holding signs up outside a list member's office.
No, but the question was, what would he say? And the assumption is that Prime Ministers do have opinions. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, I disagree completely with the assertion that there have been no sanctions applied to Israel. We have placed travel bans on extremist politicians and senior ministers because of extremist rhetoric that has been used. We have placed travel bans on Israeli extremist settlers in the West Bank, and we have also we're very limited trade. We've had no records of approval under export controls regime since 2003. What I would love to hear from the member is calling out Hamas as a terrorist organisation for October the 7th, where 1,200 innocent Israelis were killed and 251 hostages were taken, and calling for an immediate release of those hostages, as much as we call for Israel to make sure it looks after civilians and it gives unfettered, unhindered access and humanitarian assistance and aid.
Ka whakatau te kāwanatanga I te motu haketanga o Palestina, ki te kore, heha e kore ai.
Well, as the member is aware, and we have been very transparent, we are working our way through a cabinet process to arrive at a final decision about our position on that. Some of our friends around the world have moved forward with recognition, others have not. We will make our own independent decision and work our way through this issue carefully and considering all the different factors and the complexities involved. But I would just say to the member, irrespective of the decision on the recognition of a Palestinian state, what is very important is that Hamas releases hostages, Israel makes sure it protects civilians and allows unhindered humanitarian assistance and aid, and everyone gets to a ceasefire so peace and stability can come out in the Middle East.
Heha te kāwanatanga e kore nei e whakamōhio atu ki ngā tangata o Aotearoa. I te kōwhiringa a te kāwanatanga, me te tūranga e kawe atu a Winston Peters ki te runanga whakakotahi I ngā iwi o te ao.
Well, we will when we have a final cabinet decision.
Ki te whai paenga ngā rauna toru takau mārua a te kāwanatanga I ngā hāmene ohanga kia ruhia, ka whai hoki te kāwanatanga I tētahi rauna ake o ngā hāmene kia I haraia, kei tua atu ngā hāmene ki ngā minita e rua anake.
I think the member is misunderstanding or not understanding what actions have already been taken. We have issued travel bans on 2 extremists and senior ministers in the Netanyahu government. We have called out illegal settlements on the West Bank and likewise put bans around travel associated with extremist Israeli settlers. We have very little trade with Israel ourselves, and importantly, we've made sure with our regime that we haven't sent products to the IDF since 2006, 2003, as far as records go back. So I would just put it to the member that we have had sanctions on Israel. We are consistently calling out actions that we disagree with, but I would ask that member to take a balanced view and actually call out the unacceptable, abhorrent behaviour of Hamas as well.
Question number 9, Dr. Carlos Chong.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Tourism and Hospitality. What recent announcements has she made about boosting major events and tourism across New Zealand?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to announce a next-level boost for major events and tourism with the Prime Minister on Sunday. The $70 million package will increase the government's investment in events and open New Zealand up to a wider range of opportunities, including concerts, which haven't previously been eligible for government funding. Major events are an absolute bonanza for our cities and regions and support local jobs, boost incomes and grow our economy. This investment will allow us to compete with Australia to host big acts and to give international visitors even more reasons to come and explore what New Zealand has to offer.
Supplementary. What does this package mean for events and tourism across regional New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, our boost for major events and tourism is significant for our regions and for our communities. Communities up and down New Zealand benefit hugely from regional events, and our $10 million regional tourism boost campaign will incentivise international visitors to come and see what our regions have on offer. Our first round of regional tourism boost drove large economic opportunities into our regions that don't traditionally see as many visitors. This is good for jobs and lifts incomes across our communities. I'd encourage any MPs from across the House to talk to their local tourism operators and ask how they can get involved. New Zealand is open for business, where we welcome visitors from anywhere at any time.
Yeah,
Supplementary.
Be mindful of Standing Order 396.
Supplementary. What other announcements has she made to encourage major events in New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, our government also wants to boost Eden Park's status as a major events venue, and my colleague, the Honourable Chris Bishop, is starting an investigation to changing the local rules to ensure it's no longer held back from its full potential. Last summer alone, Auckland's economy received a boost of nearly $33.7 million from several big concerts. These events created jobs, supported local businesses and meant more bookings in our restaurants, accommodation and local tourism providers. Our government is keen to see more major events in Auckland, and we need to ensure our venues are fit for purpose. The investigation will look into whether rules around events at Eden Park are negatively impacting economic growth, and Minister Bishop will announce further details in coming weeks.
Standing Order 396 requires concise answers.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received on this announcement?
Mr. Speaker, the feedback's been fantastic, so I'll speak fast to get it in. The Restaurant Association has called this a much-needed injection into New Zealand's economy and a vital boost for hospitality providers. Brent Eccles, an event promoter, has stated New Zealand is now back in the game for showstopper events, and Dunedin Mayor has said that this really puts some flesh on the bones of Dunedin's existing plans to attract events to the city. Tourism Industry Association Chief Executive Rebecca Ingram has said this level of investment puts us back in the game, supporting events of even greater scale and providing reasons for both domestic and international visitors to travel around New Zealand.
Question number 10, Aruna Williams.
Ngā mihi o te wiki o te reo Māori e te manga o te whare. My question is to the Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. What, if anything, in his reforms announced today will bring prices of essentials down now for Kiwi consumers?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, the reforms announced today tackle some of the root causes of high prices by fixing outdated competition law. They stop dominant firms from quietly buying up rivals, crack down on predatory conduct and protect information confidentially that is disclosed to the Commission. Our goal is that Kiwis see more firms competing for their business when they go to buy groceries, fuel, building supplies and other essentials. The Minister was pleased to provide a briefing to the member yesterday and trust she supports these measures. As she well knows, not everything in life is a quick fix, but substantive reforms of this sort do make a difference.
His proposed bill prevent overcharging and excess profits at the expense of consumers and small businesses.
I'm not sure what measures the member is proposing, but if she's got a policy announcement to make on behalf of Labor and it's as good as Barbara Edmonds' one...
Sorry.
Speaker?
You need not make the point about it. That sort of answer is just out of order. Now, the member will take an extra question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why is he willing to punish businesses that lower prices of groceries, airline tickets, building supplies and other essentials while doing nothing about businesses raising prices month on month and year on year?
Mr. Speaker, I utterly reject the substance of that question. The government is doing no such thing.
Well, will any of the inclusions in the announcement today reduce food prices, which are up 5% this year and driving up inflation?
Mr. Speaker, I hope that the member understands the fundamental nature of competition law, which is that if we wish to prevent the sorts of consolidation in sectors and industries that has occurred and allowed, for example, the significant dominance of 2 supermarkets in New Zealand's grocery sector, then we need to ensure that our commerce law keeps up to date with both international and regulatory developments. The changes the government has proposed today will ensure that that sort of market consolidation can't occur in future. As I said in the answer to my primary question, not everything in life is a quick fix, but that doesn't mean that we should ignore the opportunities for substantive reform.
Is it National's fundamental approach to competition that it will be illegal to slash the price of butter, but perfectly okay for it to rise 32% year on year?
Mr. Speaker, no.
Why is he willing to talk tough with market controls to stop businesses lowering prices, but doing nothing about the price of broccoli, which is up 75% in the year, or cabbage, up 85% in the year?
Well, Mr. Speaker, because unlike that member, I don't want to take a leaf out of Willie Jackson's book and propose price fixing. It's been tried in quite a few countries and it doesn't work.
Why is this government putting prices up, adding to the cost of living, from car registrations to increasing prescription costs, instead of taking action to reduce them?
Mr. Speaker, if the member wishes to come and have a briefing about how prices are set by independent businesses, then I'm happy to provide such a briefing, because last time I checked, there is no law in New Zealand that sets the prices for retail products. But if the member has a member's bill she wishes to discuss with me along those lines, I'd be fascinated indeed, and I'll file it with the suggestion on inflation that member Edmonds made last week.
Question 11, Suze Redmayne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just hang on a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Agriculture. What recent reports has she seen on farmer confidence?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Nicola Greig.
Nothing but great news for the primary sector, Mr. Speaker. After the overwhelmingly positive survey from Feds a couple of months back, the latest Rabobank Rural Confidence Survey shows farmer confidence remains at near record highs, with our farmers feeling really good about the next 12 months ahead. The result shows a positive 46% confidence level, with 4 consecutive quarters of elevated sentiment, which proves when a government backs its primary sector, great things can happen.
Supplementary. What did the survey show about farmer sentiment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, now after 6 long years under the Labor government, farmers have a positive outlook.
So start again. Okay? That's just not part of the question and answer regime that we have here.
Mr. Speaker, farmers now have a positive outlook on the agri-economy, with higher commodity prices the major source of optimism, alongside improved access to overseas markets and economies. The survey shows dairy and red meat farmers are particularly optimistic, reflecting record milk and beef prices, alongside historically high lamb returns. Confidence in these sectors is also translating into stronger investment intentions, which is great for our rural communities and towns across this country.
Supplementary. What actions has the government taken to support the primary industry to increase farmer confidence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to doubling the value of New Zealand's exports in the coming 10 years. We're going to do that by removing unnecessary regulation, winding back costly red tape, overhauling the RMA, and we intend to create a system that enables enterprise and recognises food and fibre as a strategic asset.
Supplementary. What are the benefits of increased farmer confidence to the New Zealand economy?
Mr. Speaker, New Zealand's success very much depends on our farmers' success, and these confidence levels show the sector is in a strong position and the government is determined to keep building on that momentum. When farmers are confident, they invest, they employ more people and they contribute to stronger regional economies. For anyone at home listening, including my mum, this government will continue to back our food and fibre sector, giving them the tools and support they need to succeed not just today but well into the future.
I'm sure that Mrs Gregg appreciates the message. Laura McClure, question 12.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Associate Minister of Education, what recent reports has he seen on education?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I have seen a number of reports recently which add up to charter schools building momentum. With a large number of applicants, both of new schools and those wishing to convert existing schools to charter status, but also there have been a number of touching stories of students who had been totally alienated from education now feeling that they can indeed do it. Very much the kind of story that we should all want for New Zealand children.
Supplementary. Is the demand for charter schools growing?
Mr Speaker, well, yes, indeed. And in the words of Nathan Drury, quote, Māori people have always indicated a desire for their kids to have access to education that will enable them. And so we've put our hand up to say we want to be one of those options. Meanwhile, this year, 52 different applicants have approached the Charter School Authorisation Board wishing to begin new charter schools. There have been 8 formal applications from state schools to convert, with another 2 already converted and about a dozen actively considering and in contact with the Charter School Authorisation Board in relation to conversion. And what I'd say to those members opposite who are yapping over there, if you've got a question, get up and ask it.
Supplementary. What feedback has he seen from students about their experience of moving to a charter school?
Mr Speaker, a lot of it, and much of it quite touching. Students that have said, quote, I wasn't really a school person, saying that actually the experience has been life-changing. Students whose attendance was abysmal, in fact, sadly they weren't really attending, now some of the best attending students in the district. I've seen a trades-focused school, Busy Charter in central Auckland, which is supporting students into vocational education through work placements and apprenticeships. These are the kinds of options that New Zealand children have been thirsting for, but for too long the providers and the suppliers of education have had their interests advanced before the interests of students by successive government policies.
Supplementary. What other comments has he seen about charter schools?
Well, Mr Speaker, I've seen quite a number. For example, a little-known broadcaster from a radio station called 1ZB has said Northern College's possible conversion is, quote, driven by the realisation that what they're currently doing doesn't work for their kids, and that's the genesis of charter school thinking. The basic premise is one size does not fit all, and a lot of kids may well benefit from different styles and approaches to learning. What we have demonstrably doesn't work for everyone, and the union's, quote, myopic view that there can only be one way is a very large part of the overall handbrake that has prevented real change and achievement in education. Mr Speaker, it is a little idea that can, and whose idea has come and is making an enormous difference for children's success that all of us in this House should want to celebrate. Ka pai.
That concludes oral questions. I call on the Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave to move a motion without notice or debate on the reappointment of the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security.
Leave sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There appears to be none.
I move that under Section 157 of the Intelligence and Security Act 2017, this House recommend to Her Excellency the Governor-General the reappointment of Brendan John Horsley as the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security for a term expiring on 7 June 2028.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye.
Aye.
The contrary say no. The ayes have it. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
I move that urgency be accorded the introduction and passing through all stages of the Adoption Amendment Bill and the first reading and referral to Select Committee of the Defence Workforce Amendment Bill, the Local Government Auckland Council Transport Governance Amendment Bill, the introduction, first reading and referral to Select Committee of the Retail Payment System Ban on Merchant Surcharges Amendment Bill, the introduction and passing through all stages of the Income Tax Family Boost Amendment Bill and the remaining stages of the Customs, Levies and Other Matters Amendment Bill and the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill. Mr Speaker, the House is going to urgency or proposing to go into urgency this week for several bills. The Adoption Amendment Bill must be passed through all stages to prevent adoptions from proceeding where the safety of children could be at risk and to ensure no new applications are lodged between the bill's introduction and royal assent, as some applications would otherwise take significant time to process once the legislation is enacted. And I hope and trust that all members of the Parliament will agree with the need for urgency in relation to this bill, and I understand other parties have been briefed by the responsible minister as is appropriate. There are three bills going to Select Committee, Mr Speaker: the Defence Workforce Bill, Auckland Transport Governance Bill, Retail Payment Systems. The Government's desire is to get those bills to a committee for further consideration as soon as possible. We're also passing through all stages the Family Boost Amendment Bill, Income Tax Family Boost. It's a short bill, as been flagged by the Government previously, to put more money in the pockets of new families. Takes effect on the 1st of October, so it does need to be passed by that point. It's a tax bill being dealt with through all stages. The Customs, Levies and Other Matters Amendment Bill, Mr Speaker, has to be passed by the end of September to allow the Customs Service to make necessary adjustments before the changes come into force. And the Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill needs to be passed as soon as practicable to allow government departments to set up the systems needed for the new regime. So urgency, I think, is more than justified on these occasions.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The motion is agreed. I understand that it's the Government's intention to introduce three bills.
Adoption Amendment Bill, Introduction. Retail Payment System Ban on Merchant Surcharges Amendment Bill, Introduction. Income Tax Family Boost Amendment Bill, Introduction.
The Retail Payments System Ban on Merchant Surcharges Amendment Bill and the Income Tax Family Boost Amendment Bill are set down for first reading presently. The Adoption Amendment Bill is set down for first reading immediately. I call on the Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present a legislative statement on the Adoption Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. The Honourable Nicole McKee.
I move that the Adoption Amendment Bill now be read a first time. Mr Speaker, every year about 1,000 children and young people are brought to New Zealand after being adopted overseas. Most of these children join loving families who care deeply for them and who provide for their needs. But sadly, our international adoption laws don't have enough protections in place. Because of this, some children and young people adopted from overseas end up facing neglect, abuse or exploitation here in New Zealand. It is difficult to know the scale of this problem, but I am aware that serious harm has happened in some cases. We have heard reports of children and young people being sexually, physically or psychologically abused. They've been exploited for labour, enslaved or trafficked. This
is simply unacceptable. Our existing international adoption settings should not be allowing this to happen. That is why we are introducing the Adoption Amendment Bill. This is the first step towards fixing our international adoption system to make sure it includes adequate safeguards for children and young people adopted overseas. Right now, children adopted by New Zealand citizens or residents may be eligible for citizenship by descent, or they can apply to access immigration pathways. We have discovered that recognition of these adoptions does not always involve safety checks on the adoptive parents, and sometimes the adoptive process itself may not involve thorough safety checks. Mr. Speaker, I am not prepared to risk the safety and well-being of these children because we do not have the legislative arm to do suitable safety and background checks of adoptive parents of overseas children. The amendments in the bill will immediately suspend New Zealand from recognising overseas adoptions for the purpose of citizenship or immigration unless the adoption comes from countries we trust to have strong safeguards in place. The suspension is temporary and will prevent harm coming to more children while we work on an enduring solution to this problem. I plan to introduce lasting reforms before this parliamentary term ends. The amendments in the bill will make two substantive changes. Firstly, as previously stated, the bill will temporarily suspend the recognition for the purposes of New Zealand citizenship and immigration, adoptions made in overseas courts where the adoptive parents are New Zealand citizens and residents. This suspension has some exceptions. The bill includes a list of countries that are exempt from this suspension. This is where we have been able to establish that the arrangements for adoptions include adequate safeguards for the children and the young people involved. I am satisfied that the countries on the exempt list have sufficient safeguards in place to protect children and young people who are being adopted. For example, most of these countries are parties to the Hague Convention on Inter-Country Adoption. These changes mean that while the suspension is in place, only the adoptions made in exempt countries will be recognised while we work on the longer-term solution to our legislative conundrum. Let me be clear. These are adoptions by New Zealand citizens or residents of children residing in other countries adopted under those countries' laws. To allow for a timely change to the list of exempt countries if needed, the bill provides that the list can be amended by the Governor-General through Order in Council upon recommendation from the Minister of Justice. While this is an unusual power, it is necessary so we can swiftly move to revoke a country's exempt status if risks arise in its adoption system. It also allows a country to be added if we become satisfied that their adoption systems include adequate safeguards. Mr. Speaker, the second substantive change in the bill is to the jurisdiction of the New Zealand Family Court. Right now, the court can make adoption orders for applicants and children anywhere in the world. We're going to limit that power so the court generally only makes adoption orders where both the child and adoptive parents live in New Zealand. There will still be exceptions, such as international surrogacy cases or exceptional circumstances. For example, where a child overseas is an orphan and a New Zealand family member is best placed to care for them. Finally, the bill will make consequential amendments to make sure that everything works smoothly. Because these rules are temporary, they are set to expire on 1 July 2027. However, the expiry date can be brought forward if an enduring solution is found earlier. This would be done by way of Order in Council, which would need to be made by the Governor-General. This approach has been taken as the amendments present a significant departure from the current system for international adoption, and I want to ensure that the changes are in place for no longer than is absolutely necessary. However, I anticipate that enduring reform will be made before the expiry date. Mr. Speaker, we are progressing this bill under urgency because we cannot, in good conscience, stand by while children are at risk. We do need to act now. I acknowledge that this change won't be easy news for some families and that they will be disappointed, but keeping children safe is our top priority. It is not acceptable that our adoption laws have been used in ways that harm children adopted from overseas. We must close this legislative enabler. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
This is an important bill, and I'll say straight away that at this stage we are supporting it. It is disappointing that the bill has been introduced and is going to go through all stages, and there hasn't been any collaboration prior to the bill essentially being introduced. No real opportunity. The other thing, I guess, is this bill does appear to be a relatively blunt tool. We know that adoption is misused, and as a consequence of that misuse, there are children and young people who have been exploited, and there are documented cases of that. But this bill will preclude legitimate adoptions from countries that aren't exempt, and it must be said that they are, amongst those are some of our Pacific neighbours, and that will raise real concerns for people who have been embarking on an adoption process because it's the right thing to do in that family situation, and they will tomorrow be barred from doing that. And I also note that this bill is essentially a band-aid, a temporary fix whilst further work is done. And this issue is not new, let's face it. And I'm not going to shy away from the fact that work was being done under previous governments on this. And the fact that we've got this very short-term fix is perhaps a little disappointing. And had it been higher up on the government's priorities, perhaps more resources could have been put into a much more comprehensive and much more nuanced fix. It is urgency. We are going to do this in all stages today, essentially, if we get that far. We will be asking some of those questions at the committee stage, and we do think, and the Minister, I'm sure, will be happy to give fulsome explanations, but the list of exempted countries does not track the Hague Convention countries. There are countries who have acceded to the Hague Convention on a cross-border adoption that are not on that list, and that seems odd. It seems to be saying that we don't accept that those countries will adhere to their international obligations. There are also countries who have not acceded to the Hague Convention who are on the exempt list, and that also seems odd, because it seems to be that there are countries which the Minister assumes will engage in appropriate adoption practices but haven't acceded to the critical international convention which is the cornerstone of that. So there is a lot to be done here. The other thing is this bill, it addresses the proposition that New Zealand recognises the legal acts of foreign states. There is an important international convention, if you like, that we will respect the orders made, legally and properly made in foreign states, whether that be marriage or adoption or civil decisions in courts or criminal convictions in courts. And what this is doing is essentially stepping back from that and saying for these purposes, for immigration and citizenship purposes, we do not recognise adoptions in essentially these listed foreign states. And it may be that it's fully justified. And if we think of, Afghanistan and other countries with tenuous governments, then you can accept that adoptions there may not meet basic civil rights and human rights standards. But in many of those other countries, Georgia springs to mind, in the Caucasus, that is, a country on the brink of EU membership, but not on the exempted list. Why is that? That needs explanation. So this will have a real impact on many New Zealanders, and I think they will be alarmed to find out that plans that they had made about their family and were perhaps almost in train will be stopped today. So there's a lot of work to do.
Dr. Lawrence Shunan.
Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand, to speak on the Adoption Amendment Bill. Now, noting that this bill is coming into the House under urgency for all stages, and this is also the first time that as opposition that we had a chance to look at the bill, there are a couple of things I want to pick up on. Just from the general policy statement, it is understandable that one of the focus of this bill, and I think as we are discussing this bill today through the stages, that we maintain that the safety and well-being of our tamariki is at the focus of this bill when we're discussing it. Because although we are seeing roughly about 1,000 overseas adoptions are recognized in Aotearoa each year under Section 17 of the Act, which is one of the things we are going to be addressing here, we do see safety concerns and exploitations that needs to be addressed. I echo the previous speaker's sentiment that there is a question whether this bill is something that is a blunt tool that's being used, where other things could have been considered in the meantime. A couple of things I want to address, and this is things that I want to signal to the Minister ahead of time that we are going to be asking as part of the committee of the whole House stage, because again, we won't have access to the officials or even allow for public consultations in the meantime. Is this issue in many ways was originally reported in May, and the government has signaled very early on in May that this is something that they're going to be taking seriously. So understanding that there is a process that needs to be done, and we're really keen to hear from the ministers later on, is why then was this bill now being introduced in October, and why then, if the wait from May to October was sufficient, why not allow for even a shortened select committee process, so that way we are able to have a chance to engage with the public and engage with officials on this, and at least hear from both officials as well as key stakeholders in this field. So that's one of the questions I think it's really important to get some clarity on. Also, when we're introducing this, I understand also the need when we're looking at sunset clauses, and in this case, I appreciate the fact that this is an interim measure, and there is something that hopefully will be coming in 2027 or earlier, and it will be by ordering council. But the question remains is, what are some of the transitional processes as we are, in terms of the reassurance for the current things that's going through, as well as potential monitoring. Now that is in Schedule 1 of this bill, just from a cursory reading. But there are definitely more questions to be asked around the monitoring aspect, which I think is really, really important, because we can use this as a transitional measure to stop something from happening, but what about the existing ones that's currently going through the process? And so that's, again, something that we would like to have some clarity on from the Minister. Now, just finally, just want to pick up on, again, a very cursory reading of the departmental disclosure statement. Again, I appreciate and understand what the minister is saying, that this has been brought under urgency because, even though there's been a delay since the cases are first reported, that we don't want to see the potentiality of Tamariki being harmed. But it's also systematic of the way that secret bills, because this is the first time we're seeing it, and also urgent bills that's being introduced in the House, not having the full package that is being expected of a bill like this if we are to have the informed decision and debate and discussion on this. So we are looking at just simply department disclosure statement. I have not yet seen the regulatory impact statement, at least it's not available immediately. There is no evidence that there has been a child impact statement being conducted as part of this as well. So it'll be really good to engage with the minister on this. And also, and I've pointed this out over and over again, the last time we had a secret bill is the board consistency report is still not available on the Ministry of Justice website, despite what it says over here that it should be available on the website. So in my second reading, I'll talk more about the bill, but I think that's where we are at in terms of the first reading.
James Speaker.
Thank you, Mr.
Honourable
Speaker.
James Speaker.
I am speaking on behalf of the Minister of Immigration in support of this bill, which we intend to pass through all stages today. Mr. Speaker, this bill addresses inadequate safeguards in New Zealand's international adoption settings. These settings require immediate legislative change to address the risk of harm to children and to young people and to maintain the integrity of our immigration system. I want to draw the House's attention to a recent case highlighted in the media that underscores the serious gaps in our international adoption regime that we are attempting to address. A 17-year-old girl was granted a dependent child residence visa to live with her adopted family in New Zealand. Officials at Immigration New Zealand had flagged the case as being high risk. They were aware that the adoptive parents had been previously investigated by the police for trafficking. Concerns had been raised about the number of children that they had adopted. Interviews then revealed that the girl would be expected to hand over her earnings to the adoptive family once she started working. And despite these serious concerns, their hands were tied and the visa was approved. Under current legislation, our officials simply have no power to decline. The current system offers no grounds to intervene when an application meets those requirements, even when clear red flags are present. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this is not an isolated case. There have been many other cases of concern where children and young people applying for a visa are at risk of exposure to an unsafe environment within the home of their adoptive parents. Other examples include allowing children to come to New Zealand when the adoptive father has been convicted of a string of offences, including violent offences, or where the adoptive father is known to officials for family harm incidents against his partner. There are also further cases involving multiple adoptions of unrelated children and young people, with adoptive parents with insufficient income or rooms to house the children that they have adopted. These children have since become subject to exploitation, servitude and abuse. These children have been adopted into families in several cases which cannot and have no intention of supporting them and providing them with the life that they deserve. Our current laws do not allow officials to intervene, and we cannot stand by and watch it happen. It is simply not acceptable in 2025 to have a law that enables child trafficking and bringing children to New Zealand to be harmed or neglected. Our adoption legislation is dangerously outdated. The Adoption Act 1955, now 70 years old, was written in a time when international adoption, child trafficking and modern safeguarding standards were not well understood. It does not reflect the contemporary risks or expectations. And as soon as this government was briefed on the scope and scale of the gaps in our current law, which were resulting in children being adopted into households where they were being harmed due to a lack of proper checks on adoptive parents, we set to work urgently. Officials across agencies have worked at pace to stand up an interim solution which this bill provides. We could not sit around and wait for further harm and further work to occur before we took action. With children coming into harm's way, we need to act urgently. Amendments to the Act will enable safer and stronger safeguards for overseas adoptions to prevent non-genuine or exploitative arrangements. This bill demonstrates the government's commitment to the safety of children and young people and to maintain our strong relationships with our Australian and Pacific partners. The decision to proceed under urgency reflects the time-sensitive nature of this issue. Delaying change would risk New Zealand citizens or residents attempting to expedite adoptions in overseas courts, or an influx of visa applications to avoid the new rules, which could put children in harm's way. These amendments are intended to be temporary with a sunset date in order to allow officials to develop a solution for permanent legislative changes in the interim. And while we acknowledge the importance of Select Committee scrutiny, in this case we must act quickly. Acting under urgency now means that the focus can quickly shift to developing that permanent solution for a safe pathway for recognising overseas adoption. That next phase of work on long-term enduring options will go through a Select Committee process. Mr Speaker, we acknowledge that these changes will stop recognition of overseas adoptions that were made with adequate safeguards and were in the best interests of children. We therefore propose to exempt specific countries. Mr Speaker, this is a necessary and a timely piece of legislation. And so on behalf of the Minister of Immigration, I commend the bill to the House and I invite all members to support its swift passage today.
Jamie Arbuckle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support the Adoption Amendment Bill in its first reading. This bill, Mr Speaker, is about protecting the most vulnerable children. For far too long, gaps in our adoption laws have allowed overseas adoptions to be recognised here without the safeguards New Zealanders would expect. That has meant some children have been brought into situations of abuse, neglect and exploitation. This is unacceptable and I commend this bill to the House.
Tēnā koe, Te Pika.
Debbie Ngārewa-Paka.
I also stand on behalf of Te Pāti Māori to make a short call in support of the aim of this bill. We understand that has been prompted because there have been cases where people with convictions for violence or sexual abuse were able to adopt children overseas and bring them into Aotearoa, New Zealand. They've been able to bring them into our country in recognition of the adoption. In some of those cases, they've been able to use that position to offend the children's mana and tapu. They have created serious abuse, neglect, exploitation of these children who are taonga. There are cases that are already approaching or in the courts, and therefore we acknowledge the immediacy of the legal change that this bill will enact. Based on that alone, Te Pāti Māori will support this bill at first reading. I mean, to be honest, we're horrifically shocked that we didn't have stringent laws in place already. Kia ora.
Carl Bates.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Most overseas adoptions into New Zealand are into loving families, but some children have been brought here by people with violent or abusive histories and then neglected, abused or exploited, and this bill is intended on addressing that issue. I commend it to the House.
The Honourable Carmel Cipollone.
Mr Speaker, as has been mentioned already by our Justice spokesperson, Duncan Webb, we will be supporting this bill, but we do have a lot of questions. Our primary concern with respect to this bill is, of course, the well-being and safety of the children. It is making sure that we do have the safeguards in place, that they are protected, that they are not adopted under circumstances where they enter into servitude or they come here and they are abused or they are exploited in some way or another. And there have been far too many cases that we have all seen through the media where that has occurred. However, this has come to us in urgency, and we're going to have a lot of questions that we will be putting to the Minister at committee stages to understand the rationale for some of the decision making behind what really is a temporary piece of legislation. And there may be others in this House, have family members who have adopted from overseas. The instance that I'm calling on is where the country from which they were adopted was also a member or had signed up to the Hague Convention. The Child Protection Services were involved on that side as well as in this country. The oversight and safeguards were there. I've often wondered why countries have chosen not to sign up with the Hague Convention, but that is a matter for them, of course. But it has also led me to have concern for the kids that have been adopted from countries where we don't have those protections and oversight in place. But I've also wondered why we couldn't have those protections and oversights in place, regardless of whether or not they come from a country that signed up to the Hague Convention or not. And I guess that will be something that we can traverse or at least have a discussion on later on. There will be some communities that are really concerned at the pace in which this is coming through. We've heard the rationale for that. But there will be some families who will be highly disappointed because they would have started down the pathway of adoption for family members, usually family members, overseas, and are going to be hit with this suddenly and now all of a sudden unable to continue on that pathway. The Minister has said in her opening remarks that she would hope, or she's looking to have permanent fixes or legislation in place before the end of the term for this government. I would hope that would be the case, because as the months pass by, there will be children in other countries who are awaiting being united with people that are meant to be their new family, and parents here waiting for their children but unable to continue along that trajectory because of the urgency and changes that have been pushed through today. I'm also wanting to know at a later stage from the Minister what consultation has taken place through the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. This is a huge decision to make, and there will be clearly some viewpoints and perhaps some concern expressed by the countries that have not been exempted in this particular list that's in the legislation we've been presented with. And then finally, we are very curious about the list of countries that will be allowed to continue adoption during this interim period. We assumed that they would be countries that were all aligned with the Hague Convention, but that's not the case. In fact, there's some countries on this list that haven't signed up to the Hague Convention. There's some countries left off this list who have signed up with the Hague Convention. And so we're going to want a really good rationale from the Minister to provide us with assurance that there are good reasons for why people have been, or countries have been excluded from this list. I think the Minister knows that there will be countries, communities that are wanting that particular answer and wanting assurance that they haven't been treated unfairly or discriminated against in any way. And so the substance of the answer she provides on that particular topic will be very important to the rest of this debate, particularly in the committee stages. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we do support at this point this legislation. We're a little bit disappointed at the way in which it was brought here. I know that the Minister did reach out to certain members of political parties, but that was fairly recently. And I think this is one of those pieces of legislation that we could have worked in a more bipartisan way if she had reached out earlier. However, that time has passed, and so has the time for my speech.
Speaker.
Paulo Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Adoption Amendment Bill seeks to prevent harm to children and young people who are adopted overseas to be brought to New Zealand to live. I commend this bill to the House.
Beneshi Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as colleagues have said, we will be supporting the bill at this reading. Colleagues across the House will know that I often push back when urgency is accorded to bills, particularly on all stages. I do think there are valid exceptions to that, and for me that is when we see children in a position of potential harm. Which is again why we're supporting it at this stage. But I would echo the comments made in terms of those conversations that haven't happened that could have at the time when this issue has been in the media earlier this year, and also the comment that Dr. Duncan Webb made that this really appears that it could be a blunt tool in terms of addressing the issues in front of us. Acknowledging, as others have, that we have seen some very serious cases, including this year of a 13-year-old girl in April and a 12-year-old boy as well, who were found in absolutely appalling situations. And I think that reality of the fact that once they are here, it can be very difficult when they're unmonitored to be able to ensure that they are kept safe. Just going back to the point about the conversations across the House, I do acknowledge that this is, of course, a temporary pause in many ways. And so I know on this side of the House we would absolutely welcome a longer conversation as those permanent solutions are developed. For the time being, we currently have a system which is split into two, where signatories to the Hague Convention have kind of one passage, and then we have Section 17 under the Citizenship Act, where there is a different passage in terms of adoptions being made. So for the time being, that's going to be split into three, which are those exempted categories, the non-exempted, and the non-exempted with exceptions. And there are indeed a lot of children who will fall into those three categories. So 1,000 overseas adoptions recognised in New Zealand every year. I would also say that it's good to see the government acknowledging the issue of children who are at risk in this space, and also good to see that there has been some movement in thinking on the definition of trafficking, which is a connected issue in this space. There is another in terms of ensuring that we're protecting children against harm, and that is the broader modern slavery framework that we have had conversations across the House about as well. My view is that yes, we do have an obligation to children coming to New Zealand, but we also do have that obligation in terms of our supply chains coming into New Zealand, and that is another area which I hope that the government will be turning its mind to. In terms of the Hague Convention and the reason why I think many countries afford it this place of priority and if you like, trust, is because it is a fairly robust regime, and it requires countries to put in place specific measures, which we've done through domestic legislation as well, that require an entity to oversee and coordinate, which for us is Oranga Tamariki, where a number of checks have to be made in terms of those adoptions happening. Now, interestingly, there are principles like the subsidiarity test, which is a test that says when an adoption happens under the convention, you must first make sure that there isn't family in the home country that the child could be placed with. And there have been some human rights critiques of to what extent the Hague Convention as it stands now reflects an adequate human rights position. That might be something for international discussions going forward, but I certainly acknowledge that the Hague Convention provisions do provide a robust framework for analysis. One of the provisions that I'm particularly drawn to is the one that requires accredited agencies to be used in terms of the adoption process, and for a number of steps to happen with those agencies getting accreditation. The second is the follow-up for the young people. So unlike the Section 17 pathway, under the Hague Convention, the government entity must go back and ensure that that young person is doing well. So I understand the directive. I do look forward to a robust conversation at committee stage, and beyond that, a conversation once that time period has lapsed and we do need to revert to a more longer-term system.
Madam Speaker, we're in the first reading of the Adoption Amendment Bill, a bill which temporarily addresses a very dangerous and an alarming void in our adoption process, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Adoption Amendment Bill, first reading.
This bill is set down for second reading immediately.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Karen Chua.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Adoption Amendment Bill now be read for a second time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. All children have a right to be in safe, loving homes. Any case where that isn't happening and children are being exploited is a tragedy, Madam Speaker. Sadly, the current New Zealand Adoption Act 1955 has not sufficiently kept up and protected children from the global tragedy that is child trafficking and sexual exploitation. I'd like to personally thank at this time the International Child Protection Unit at Oranga Tamariki for stepping up and working incredibly hard on this serious issue with myself and other agencies. Your work in protecting the vulnerable is nothing short of heroic. As staff at Oranga Tamariki, an agency that is often scrutinised, you do not always get the credit that you deserve. And I would like to thank you on behalf of myself and also a grateful nation for the work that you do in the background on complex and challenging issues such as this. Evidence has shown the absence of strong safeguarding measures has resulted in some adopted children being moved from their home countries into harmful home environments, both within New Zealand and other nations via New Zealand, where they are open to being abused, neglected, slavery is an issue, open for sexual assault and physical assault. This is just unacceptable. Our current legal protections currently fail to avert that tragedy, and we just cannot allow this to continue. And this is why we find ourselves here, Madam Speaker, under urgency, urgently resolving the risk of harm to children and young people adopted overseas and sometimes brought to New Zealand and sometimes elsewhere. While most adopted children are thought to be safe and secure in their adoptive family environment, we cannot in good conscience allow any level of child exploitation to occur or any risk for that to occur. I acknowledge that the temporary suspension of Section 17, which recognises adoptions made overseas for the purposes of citizenship and immigration, may be disappointing for some families. But please be aware that we do not make this decision lightly. We make this decision only with the thoughts of the safety of young people in our minds. There are people seeking to be great parents, but whose pathway to adoption may be lengthened by this. We will find an enduring solution as quickly as we possibly can. But preventing the risk of harm to children and young people is what matters most now, Madam Speaker. That is our responsibility, whether they are our child or not. And as a nation, we need to work together to make sure that our children are safe. I put my hand up to enter Parliament, Madam Speaker, on the sole purpose of caring for and protecting children and young people in New Zealand. Whether that harm through adoption is happening in our soil or overseas soil, we have a responsibility to make sure that they are protected from those heinous crimes. Madam Speaker, I am grateful for the hard work across government agencies to make sure that this has happened in a way where we can make sure that no one is rushing for adoptions right now, and we can make sure that our young people are safe. The other area I would just like to point out, Madam Speaker, is I can truly never understand how hard it would have been for some of these officials with absolutely no pathway to interfere, even when they knew that what they were signing off meant that those children may not be safe. So this is also a shout out to those staff who every day have to sign off these adoptions, that we are making sure that they can make sure that young people are safe when they're signing those documents. So, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Kia ora, te mara whakawa. I want to first of all request that the Minister provide to the House the Attorney General's report. And it appears to exist. The disclosure statement refers to it. and says that advice has been prepared, and it would appear to be no reason why this House shouldn't be informed of that. So I would absolutely request that that happen. Having just had some opportunity to read the disclosure statement, which was tabled less than an hour ago, it does raise some concerns. I note that no regulatory impact statement whatsoever has been prepared, and I accept that in cases where matters are pressing, sometimes the process is somewhat truncated, but this is not a bill which has been cobbled together in a couple of weeks. It's a bill that has been months in the making, and I'm very surprised that there's no regulatory impact statement whatsoever. So what we've got to go on in terms of official advice is this disclosure statement, which is pretty thin, and the Attorney General's report if and when we see it. I also note that in terms of this is a very significant bill that is going to affect a number of quite discrete communities. And in terms of developing, if the problem is adoptions being used to exploit young people, and I think that's the problem, then in terms of what is the right solution, the only people who appear to have been consulted on this were the family court judiciary and people in government who will operationalise this bill, whatever that exactly means. But it seems that it's only been an extremely narrow consultation. And so the fix, it appears, is not to address some of the root causes of that exploitation, and it's not to carve out or have some kind of test as to whether or not we recognise an adoption by testing that adoption. It's been this blanket ban. And I also took the opportunity to just look at our international obligations. And look, I'll be quite clear, I'm no expert on international law or the law of adoption. And it's interesting that the disclosure statement says that, we've worked closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade on the proposals on the bill, in particular those that relate to specific countries. But what they don't say in response to the question, is this consistent with our international obligations, is that it is. And I took the opportunity to just run out and print off the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and this is all about the rights of the child. And it's important to note that children have a right to adoption, right? And you can understand that. A child who, for whatever reason, doesn't have one or two parents has a right to have the law recognise that relationship. And in Article 21 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, it says that the state parties, and we're one of them, must recognise that inter-country adoption may be considered as an alternative means of child care if the child can't be placed in an adoptive family. So inter-country adoption is part of the international law framework, and we're peeling that back. So, I'm doing this, I'm saying this because I want the Minister and her officials, who I have no doubt will be watching, to be on notice what we intend to raise so that they can give us the most fulsome answers in committee. So whilst my study has been cursory, it does throw up some issues. The other thing that's noted is that this does significantly limit the jurisdiction of the family court in respect of adoptions. And I suspect, and that's quite unusual, right? Because we've got, whilst the family court is a creature of statute, it's a division of the district court and it gets its power from this House, it's unusual to start curtailing the jurisdiction of the court. And I note that there's kind of a kind of a safety net, and the use, when it says that the family court no longer has jurisdiction to make these orders. I think that's the amendment to section 3, except, and I think it uses the phrase in exceptional circumstances. And then it gives a couple of examples. And I was almost concerned with the examples because they were so extreme. They were basically, one was a child with one parent dead and the other terminally ill. And, with the only remaining kind of relative being a person in New Zealand. And that is truly extraordinary. But I do think in this House, we need to probe what is meant by exceptional circumstances. In my view, the bar of exceptionality should be relatively low, because we've sent a very strong signal to the courts about this. But you've got to remember, the court will be examining the particular case. They are not simply recognising an overseas order. They are making an order, and they can put the interests of the child first. So I'm very cautious about saying to a family court judge, we are taking away your exercise of judgment unless it reaches a threshold way up here. I think we need to, and maybe the Minister might want to think about whether, and this is why we consult on these things, is that the right phrase? Perhaps in that clause the phrase should be clearly in the best interests of the child, because that's actually the guiding light for most of our legislation in the family law sphere. So, because what we could get is a situation where it is clearly in the best interest of the child that the family court judge make the order, but it's not exceptional. So we've got a judge whose hands are tied and must decline to act in the best interest of the child. And that's not a good outcome. So I hope the Minister, it's unfortunate these comments are being made on the hoof, because that's what urgency does. But I hope the Minister and her officials will carefully consider anything that comes up in committee stage. And it is possible to come in and out of committee, and it is possible to not hear all of the stages consecutively in this period of urgency. And it may be that some time for deliberation is needed. And I do want to point out that there's been I've listened to several of these speeches, and some people are saying that the reason is to have immediate protection of children from exploitation, but the Minister in her speech pointed out that the reason for this urgency is to stop any adoptions that are currently underway, that no further adoptions will be recognised. So it's not about an immediate protection, it's about making sure that we don't have a rush to the courtroom for adoption orders, whether that be in New Zealand or in an overseas jurisdiction, to all of a sudden kind of sneak in before the door closes. That's why we're in urgency now. I am deeply concerned that this bill is a low quality bill, because people in with expertise haven't been consulted, lawyers, psychologists, social workers, communities affected, people who have families overseas who are part of leaders of the communities that might know about adoption practices in different countries and cultures, haven't been consulted. And this is going to come as a sharp jolt to some of these communities who have been under the impression that we recognised the decisions of foreign courts and jurisdictions. So there's some of my concerns, but I'm sure there will be more in the next hour or two. Kia ora, Madam Speaker.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa to speak on the second reading of this bill. Now, following from the first reading, I apologize. I didn't indicate our position in the speech itself, that we do support this bill, but we still do have some serious concerns and questions around this bill. And I think to start with, we did hear that there has been very limited consultation around this bill. And I think it's important to understand, and a lot of this, what I will be saying is also pivoting and also signaling to the minister the kind of question that we will be asking the minister during the committee stage, that what we're not seeing is the engagement with the affected communities. Now, this bill does disproportionately impact some communities over others. So I think it is not, it shouldn't be out of question, and it should be within reason for the minister to be able to respond on which key stakeholders have the minister engaged with during the formulation of this bill, or in fact what communities have the relevant agencies communicated with as part of this bill. I want to pick up on a second point that is, and I mentioned I signaled in my first reading that I'll be talking more about the bill itself. I want to kind of start with part one and some of the questions I have around new section 17. Now, I find that to be a peculiar aspect of this bill, in the sense that different child, depending on their country's exemption status, will have different visa or access to citizenship here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. At least that's the response, that's based on the cursory reading of page 4 of this bill. And I think what I really want to focus on here is the fact that if the adoption occurs in a country that is not an exempt country, then the adopted person, i.e. in this case most likely the child, as a result of the adoption, be able to acquire citizenship by descent, nor would they be granted a visa or entry permit under the Immigration Act 2009. So if that is correct, if you are adopting a child from a country that's not in the exempted list in Schedule 1AA-B, even though you have adopted them, that person cannot come to Aotearoa, New Zealand, unless there are other form of immigration visa or temporary visa status that they can apply. I really want to know the rationale around this, and particularly, in light of the conversations that the minister had and what the minister said in their first and second reading, if this is to ensure that there's no, potential harm or exploitation that will happen to the child here in Aotearoa on the land, within the jurisdiction of Aotearoa, I guess that makes sense, but that seems to be a really extreme way of mitigating some of these issues, especially when it sounds like you are allowing the person to be adopted, but they just can't come here. And I think that has serious implications for some of the families, and I'll be keen to hear from the minister on this. The other thing that is interesting that are going on another part of the bill, if you're looking at part 2, and that's around amendments to the family court rules. I will be really interested to know, and I know that consultation has happened with family court, on what sort of, either public awareness, but also in terms of within the function of the family court itself, that we provided as a result of the changes we're seeing this. Particularly, we're looking at providing evidence of the applicant's and child's ordinary place of residence, or otherwise evidence of the circumstances in which the application is made. So if that is the case, it would be interesting to hear from the minister if this is an existing provision or if this is a new provision that has been introduced, and what provision and what would that potentially serve. So while I understand the main purpose of this bill, we're replacing the safety and well-being of the child or any child that is adopted into consideration. There are definitely some of these unanswered questions where I don't know if the bill was drafted in a way that does have the best interest of the child. And potentially it does, and potentially that the minister have considered a lot of these. So we'll be happy to engage with the minister during the committee stage on that. I also want to pick up on what the previous speaker, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb mentioned, and I think in terms of the Hague Convention adoption, overseas adoptions and surrogacy arrangement, and in the broader context of what this bill would mean in terms of our relationship under the Convention of the Rights of the Child, and also in terms of our interaction and I guess consultation within the international community. So there are definitely a number of agencies that I would be interested to check in terms of the minister or the minister or the officials' engagement, and previously we mentioned in terms of some of the communities that are most affected as a result of this bill being particularly around the Pacific community. So what was the level of engagement with the Ministry for Pacific People? What's the level of engagement with Mana Mokopuna, the Child Commission? What is the level of engagement with ANFAT? In particular, in terms of our international relations and standings. Now, I do want to spend the last bit of my time focusing on the fact, and I am incredibly grateful that following on from my first reading speech, that the Bora report is now available on the Ministry of Justice website. And this is a luxury that we didn't have the last time we have a bill, which is the Outer Space and High Altitudes Amendment Bill, where the Bora report wasn't available until the bill passes third reading. Now we do have the Bora report, and I think I do thank the Minister of Justice, or the power that be, and potentially the Minister for nudging the Minister of Justice to upload the Bora report. That it is now available, and also as another tool that we are able to use as part of our committee stage and as part of the discussions that we will be having after the second reading. Again, the fact that we don't have Bora is a really good resource, because we don't have any of the other resources like a regulatory impact statement or a supplementary analysis report, a SAR, or even a child impact statement. But a couple of things I think really I guess surprised me, and again, we would be interested to hear from the Minister during the committee stage, and whether the Minister would consider waiving some of the legal privilege around this. Is I find it fascinating that there are large sections of the Bora report that has been redacted. Now, most of the sections that's redacted under the Official Information Act, Section 6A and Section 6B. And I think it's important for us to consider what those are, the reason for those redaction, and how that features into the broader context of the international relations when we're looking at this bill. So in the Official Information Act, Section 6A, certain information's conclusive reasons for withholding official information, 6A, the information would likely to prejudice the security or defense of New Zealand or the international relations of the government of New Zealand. Or B1, Roman numeral 1, which is something else that has been used as a section to redact certain sections of the Bora report, to prejudice the entrusting of information to the government of New Zealand on the basis of confidence by the government of any other country or any other agency of such government. So I think that is important for us to highlight on what some of those information has been provided in the Bora report would mean when we are discussing the committee stage, and why those specific sections are being redacted. And so it will be really nice for the Minister to highlight that to us in the committee stage. With that, again, we do support, but we have lots of more questions.
Cal Bates.
Madam Speaker, there are more than 80 countries that will be exempt from the suspension, including the US and the UK, which means adoptions from those countries will be able to continue. and so I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Casey Costello.
Madam Speaker, I rise to take this second call on behalf of New Zealand First on the Adoption Amendment Bill. I would acknowledge the hard work of the responsible minister for bringing this bill to the House. It's a difficult process of work. It is a practical and immediate step to prevent further harm to children who are vulnerable, and therefore New Zealand First continues to commend this bill to the House.
The next caller is a split call. I call Debbie Ngāruapaka.
Tēnā koe te pika. We stand again for the second reading and in support of this bill, and now as we listen and have had a bit more time to look at what the information is in front of us, there are some questions that we look forward to asking at the next stage, and that will be around how the government is going to determine which overseas countries have the appropriate safeguards or the sufficient safeguard, and what and how that will be applied. So I guess this is again the principle of what the bill is out to do is critical. We understand that. I guess one of the other things that we'd also like to raise is how. And we see this bill, and it's a bill that's had a bit of a bane for Māori, in the fact that our whāngaitanga, our tikanga, is often captured in this particular bill. So we would like to have seen changes that reflect us. So we know that the timings are not right, given the immediacy that the government says it's addressing. But it did bring to rise how these changes will affect those nations that have whakapapa, that have a strong alliance here in Aotearoa, and that context, and whether the reforms undertaken will be culturally appropriate and adjusted, as those connections are obviously different for some places here in Aotearoa than other nations, other countries. We did wonder and did hear the ministers earlier mihi to the officials and to Oranga Tamariki. But we have a situation now where we have tamariki that have been unmonitored, that have their well-being hasn't been able to become a rise to any of the existing framework that we have. In fact, we understand there's a heavy reliance on our NGOs. I think it's really important to take the expertise of our NGOs in this space, and how and whether those agencies that are stepping up, whether it be Oranga Tamariki, Justice, MB, whoever, are going to be resourced and able to monitor the well-being and the continued well-being of the tamariki and the families concerned. So, and I think the issue that we're trying to address and support here is that lack of child protection framework in Aotearoa. And so we also acknowledge that this is more of a, and I'm trying to think of the right word, it's you're doing something and halting it on the understanding that we're going to be able to have all the necessary mechanisms set up. And I guess as we're suspending things and acknowledging the tension and the anxiety from the good families, and how we are able to make sure that that isn't put on hold, and adopting children, and for us as Māori whāngai, has actually been a really important part of keeping our families and our tamariki protected and safe as well. So we acknowledge that there will be key mechanisms that the Minister will need to assure us are being worked through. In short, we do look forward to listening to the other questions that are coming out in the next phase, and appreciate that the Minister has been open about what it is that this bill is intended to do. Nō reira, kia ora koutou.
Kaharangi Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Children are our most precious taonga, and they must have stable, safe and loving homes. And we have an obligation as lawmakers to ensure all children, no matter where in the world they are, have their rights and mana upheld. There are questions around the implications this bill will have, and the onus is on the Minister to show that the harm prevented is balanced with the harm that this bill will cause. Both having and not having this bill will cause harm because there are littlies with genuine need who will no longer be coming to New Zealand for a safe, loving home. And we need to ensure that this is the right solution. The Green Party will be supporting this bill introduced today under urgency. The bill closes loopholes in our adoption laws that have allowed exploitation and trafficking of young children to occur, and we've heard about some appalling cases. Though we will be supporting this legislation today, I also want to put on record our wider concerns and expectations for the long-term reform that must follow and how the use of the Select Committee would have strengthened this legislation. As the Minister and my colleagues in the House have outlined, this bill addresses two key problems in the Adoption Act 1955. So firstly, that's Section 7 that allows New Zealanders to adopt children from non-Hague Convention countries, and secondly, Section 3, which allows anyone overseas to attempt to use the New Zealand adoption law to adopt a child, regardless of their connection to Aotearoa, enabling people to bypass stricter laws in their own countries. This bill does not permanently resolve those issues, but instead creates that interim solution. It suspends all adoptions enabled under Sections 3 and Section 17 where there are no adequate safeguards. So until either a long-term reform is passed or until the 1st of July 2027 at the latest. Madam Speaker, urgency means this bill has not had the benefit of that Select Committee scrutiny because it was only released at 1 p.m. today and will pass through all stages this afternoon. And we know that the last time that the government put something through was the pay equity bill. So of course we are sceptical as to the actual harm prevented and whether this bill will actually do what it intends to do. Without that Select Committee, we are debating without community input, expert input, and so far no regulatory impact statement or child impact assessment, and a BORA report which is heavily redacted and I'm sure would have helped with answer some of the questions that we have. We have heard from our trusted stakeholders that in the way this bill is currently drafted does have issues like those at ECPAT. In the Ministry for Justice public consultation in 2022, communities from Samoan, Tongan, Tuvaluan and Kiribati told the government that adoption in Aotearoa can be a pathway for children to remain connected to whānau, to access education and to build a better life. Further, Madam Speaker, it must be noted that there has been work already undertaken by Oranga Tamariki with Samoa to arrange bespoke safeguarding, and we must be sure that this bill doesn't undermine that work, noting that there are significant numbers of adoption from Samoa each year, and there will be children with genuine need for a safe, stable and loving home in New Zealand who will be adversely affected by this bill. This is a point I will be raising with the Minister directly in the Committee of the Whole House stage to seek and understand what impact this will have on the current work that is being undertaken. Those voices matter. Young people's voices matter, and reform must not erase them. Secondly, we remain concerned that without comprehensive reform, temporary fixes risk delaying the real work. The Adoption Act is nearly 70 years old, and it reflects outdated ideas about children, family and consent. It must be replaced, not patched over. Thank you.
Paolo Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Adoption Amendment Bill proposes urgent interim amendments to the Adoption Act of 1995 to tighten up New Zealand law on international adoptions and ensure the safety of the children who are adopted overseas to be brought into New Zealand to live. I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Madam Speaker, I want to respond to some of the points that have been made on the other side of the House, and really they just lead me to having more questions for the Minister, which we can traverse more fulsomely in the committee stages. The member, Carl Bates, pointed out that there are more than 80 countries that are exempt, and he said for that reason he supports the bill. The issue that we have is that we haven't yet got the rationale for why some countries are included and why some countries are excluded. I'm our spokesperson for Pacific peoples, and I'm certainly not suggesting that this is targeted to Pacific peoples, because there are a number of countries that are not Pacific regional countries that have been excluded as well. However, on the list of countries that are not exempt for adoption are Samoa, Tuvalu, Kiribati, Vanuatu, the Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, and Nauru, I believe, and those are the only the ones that I could count up at this point. Of course, there are countries that are not exempt from other parts of the world, including, from what I can see, Japan, Venezuela, Ghana, Kenya, and a number of others. But us asking the question is quite a legitimate question to be putting to the House. I do need to make the point that there will be questions asked about this from our Pacific community, and rightly so, because as has been pointed out by other members of this House, culturally, adoption within family, regardless of whether we live in the motherland or not, is quite a normal, everyday thing for us to do. In fact, many of us grew up with uncles and aunties that we knew were just our uncles and aunties, they were our mums and dads, and we weren't just their nieces and nephews, we were their daughters and sons. And so the closeness of whānau and the cultural side to adoption is going to mean there will inevitably be questions raised from our Pacific community about the particular countries here from the Pacific that have been excluded. So I think that it's important with my Pacific People's spokesperson hat that I am asking some of these questions. I do need to put on record, particularly given there's a number of ministers that are involved in the decision that is being made here, that earlier this year in May, on behalf of the Pacific Caucus, our Pacific Caucus Chair, Jennifer Salesa, wrote to the Minister for Foreign Affairs expressing our concerns with what we were seeing with respect to the exploitation and abuse of children who were being adopted. Now, important I put on record that the vast majority of adoptions, and I think the Minister stated this earlier in the House, are safe adoptions. They are children being adopted by whānau who care for them and love them, and they are safe in those circumstances. But we've all seen the media stories. Off the back of that, our Pacific Caucus wrote to the Minister for Foreign Affairs asking a few different questions, and we will want to know during committee stages whether or not some of these things were traversed. But one of the questions was just whether or not the New Zealand government and the government of Samoa had had any conversations about Samoa signing up to the Hague Convention, whether or not the government have any plans to review the systems New Zealand has in place to ensure compliance with our obligations under the Hague Convention on Adoption, specifically in regards to the vetting of individuals wishing to adopt, which touches on an issue raised earlier by the Minister for Children in the House. We also put on record in that letter we wanted to know from the Minister whether the Ministry for Foreign Affairs was working alongside Oranga Tamariki and the Ministry of Justice to support regional adoption safeguards. And we also asked in that letter if the Government of New Zealand is offering diplomatic, legal or technical assistance in this instance to Samoa to consider the Hague Convention and strengthen their own protection measures for children. Now that is just one particular country, but they were questions we put to the Minister for Foreign Affairs because of the concern that we have on this side of the House, and I know that's a shared concern across the House. The response that we got from the Minister for Foreign Affairs was that the Hague Convention is a matter for the Samoan government, although there is an acknowledgement that the New Zealand government officials can talk to them about those things, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade have been working closely with Oranga Tamariki, the Ministry of Justice, the Department of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment and the New Zealand Police to develop approaches to introducing safeguards for children who are the subject of those particular adoption processes. And that officials because we were talking about one particular case from Samoa, officials in New Zealand and Samoa have been cooperating on improving safeguards for adopted children from the point of the adoption in the family court through to their movement to reside permanently in New Zealand. And so with that in mind, we're given a lot of information in that particular letter from the Minister for Foreign Affairs about work that was underway, that discussions were taking place between New Zealand and, in this particular instance, Samoa on safeguards for the protection of children who may be adopted in New Zealand by New Zealand family. But we haven't actually got any feedback about where those conversations have landed. What do those, so Samoa's just one example, but what do other countries want to see New Zealand do? What advice have we received from our officials and from Pacific regional counterparts with regards to how we could strengthen those safeguards? And so I think that's where we feel like we're missing a whole lot of information on this side of the house. We've gone from 0 to 100 effectively with interim legislation being brought to the House in urgency, saying that all adoptions will be paused, but we haven't seen what may be coming on the other side of that pausing, that suspension of adoptions. And we haven't got any feedback on those conversations that have been taking place to ensure the protection and safeguards are in place at a Pacific regional level for children. Now, this doesn't just apply to the Pacific region because obviously adoptions happen with other countries as well. But as I said earlier, I'm really here with my Pacific spokesperson hat, and so do need to turn my mind specifically to the considerations for our Pacific region and those countries that have been excluded from the list of countries here and who will basically have like this full cut with regards to any ability to have adoptions from their countries to New Zealand whilst this is being considered and the new legislation is being drafted. I also want to know from the Minister what are exceptional circumstances going to extend to? I mentioned earlier there will be some families that are highly disappointed because they would have had the process underway already with respect to adopting a family member and now only to be cut off, and there will be a high level of disappointment for family from whence the child comes, but there will be a high level of disappointment here for those awaiting parents who were awaiting their children. Will that be included in the exceptional circumstances that the Minister is considering? Also, another scenario I thought of, quite often family will adopt siblings, but they can't always bring them all over at once. And so they have a staged approach to bringing over the nephews and nieces that they are adopting from elsewhere. And so they may have brought over one or two of the siblings, and there may be others where there was a clear intention that they would come. And I'm wondering from the Minister whether that will be considered in the exceptional circumstances category whilst this interim legislation is in place. And finally, my question, which Minister can't necessarily answer in the second reading, however, I'm giving clear notice of what the questions will be during committee stages, is the precedent. So what do other countries do? Has New Zealand had far more flexible adoption rules than comparable countries like, say, the UK, Canada, Australia, the US? Is it the case that actually those countries that we're excluding here have not been able to adopt their children to family members in those countries because they had a much tighter system with respect to adoption? Or are we going to be are we going to be in a regime which is a lot stricter than what other countries who we would consider to be comparable countries are when it comes to international adoption, in particular with reference to these countries that have been excluded?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're in the second reading of the Adoption Amendment Bill, and just a friendly reminder to the person that just sat down that this is a temporary situation, and there are exceptional circumstances to mitigate some of the factors that she was suggesting. I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Come on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just point out to the member who resumed her seat that we can all read. We know that this is both the second reading and that this is temporary, and yet it is a piece of legislation that has significant ramifications. It is an important piece of legislation. This is a rushed process. We are hearing all stages of this bill through urgency. Usually during a second reading speech, we would be referencing what we've heard during the select committee process, but we are not able to do that today because of urgency, and yet we do have some significant questions on this side of the House. Just going back to the point that I made about this being rushed, the fact that the bill was introduced just before we had the first reading of this bill, the fact that we've just got the Bora vet to be able to look through that, I think my colleagues on this side of the House have made the point, and I agree, that given the Minister knew that this was an issue quite some time back, we would have preferred that the entirety of the bill, that the long-term solution to this issue was actually worked on in the time that we've had, and that we were here today discussing that bill. But that being said, the Minister has outlined that there is serious harm to many children who are adopted into New Zealand as a result of our legislative settings. We have read stories of that harm that has been laid out in the media as well, and that's why we are supporting at this stage the legislation. I do have a couple of questions that I also will signal to the Minister in advance of the committee stage of this bill. My colleague, the Honourable Carmel Sepuloni, has pointed to the list in Schedule 1AAB, and my question around who's in and who's out when it comes to the countries that are captured in this bill, it does seem rather arbitrary, and it's particularly confusing, I guess, because within the explanatory note, within the general policy statement, it does state that the bill does not apply to overseas adoptions within the scope of the Hague Convention on Protection of Children and cooperation in respect of inter-country adoptions, and yet the list seems to kind of be neither here nor there, given that it includes most of the countries that are signatories to the Hague Convention, but not all. And it also, for example, so it includes Tonga, which is exempt under the list, but not a signatory to the Hague Convention. I would have understood that if all of the countries that are signatory to the Hague Convention were automatically exempted, but that doesn't seem to be the case here either. So keen to get a little bit of clarification from the Minister during committee stage on that. But that being said, some of the changes that this bill makes on a temporary basis will reduce the risk of people. So the changes appear to be a temporary suspension of both Sections 3 and Section 17 of the Adoption Act to restrict essentially the family court jurisdiction to domestic adoptions for the time being, and to restrict the recognition of some overseas adoptions under the Act. The other question that I had was around new Section 27E of the bill that empowers the Justice Minister, in consultation with a number of other ministers, to recommend the changes to Schedule 1AAB, which is, of course, the list of exemption countries and exempted countries. It allows the Governor-General to add or remove countries from the list, and I would want to know further down in this process what the criteria for that would be as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Catherine Wedd.
The Adoption Amendment Bill is about tightening up our international adoption laws so we protect our children, we protect our most vulnerable from abuse, from sex trafficking and from exploitation. This is a critical piece of legislation, so I commend it to the House.
Vanushi Walters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I might start where I started on my first reading contribution, which was just a very quick reflection on the use of urgency. And the reason for that is there's been a little bit of banter across the House on that. I think what we've recognised is there can be good reason for the use of urgency. However, when it's used, it would be best practice for there to be some dialogue between the parties as far ahead of time as is possible to ensure that we have really sound legislation that can hold, even if it's temporary. And colleagues have pointed to some of the temporary impacts that this might have children. I'll speak to some later. But I look across at my bench, Madam Speaker, and I wonder whether this is representative of good lawmaking. And so that's the sole reason why we raise that issue. We want to be across all the documents, including the Bora reports. And my urge to government members would be not only for the continued process with this work, but for future bills that if the government does choose to introduce urgency, that there are those cross-party conversations and that the documents are with us so we can all do our best for the people of New Zealand. I wanted to start with a bit of reflection on the process that adoption laws going through in our country, because there is reference in the disclosure statement to work that the Ministry of Justice has done in this space over a number of years. And I recall that Tamati Kofi actually had a members' bill mostly focused on surrogacy provisions, but that members' bill was paused when the Law Commission embarked on a broader piece of work. And the bill is now with the, I think, the Health Select Committee, and it's gone through a few iterations. So the point I'm making is that I think there's a difference between identifying a problem or an issue that I think we should be briefed on and aware of, and issues escalating to the point when we need to take urgent action. So again, just a general observation about the fact that where issues concern children especially, I do think that there's an especially important role for us to work across the House and ensure we get it right at the point of those first red flags. I just wanted to make a comment about what comes next, because there is a question about how much we can do in relation to those countries that are not signatory to the Hague Convention or that are not approved in other ways. And I looked at Section 17 of the Citizenship Act, which has a clear gap in terms of a lack of protection or a lack of reflection of the need for the best interests of the child to be considered, for a lack of the need for the adequacy of potential adoptor parents to be considered, which is why we've ended up with people with serious convictions in that space. The other interesting gap is the issue of identifying a genetic connection between the proposed adoptee and the proposed adoptor. So what has happened in the past is that people have claimed a familial relationship, but there is no requirement in the Act at present in terms of testing for that relationship. So there are certainly things that we can do within the scope of our legislative framework and our protective framework outside the Hague Convention, which I'm sure will come next as well. In terms of the identification of exempt countries, I just have been looking up countries that have been deemed to be non-compliant with the Hague Convention, and I've come up with a report in 2020 on Japan, Austria, Mexico, Turkey, all of whom are on that list, I believe. And so there are absolutely questions that I think we need to talk through in terms of understanding the assessment that's been made in determining that list and whether considerations like independent reports on those countries' compliance has been taken into or not. Dr. Duncan Webb made some excellent points about questions in terms of compliance with the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And again there, I was listening as Carmel Cepoloni made points about some children being adopted earlier, others potentially being left behind for another year. And so there are quite nuanced circumstances which might also need to be considered. But here's the interesting point, Madam Speaker, that they should not be considered as a matter of exemption, but a matter of international human rights, which is something else. So if the child holds those rights, then it shouldn't be necessarily a case of exemption that we're looking to. The other, I guess, issue that I will have some questions around is the decision to create what looks to me to be a Henry VIII power in terms of the Order in Council that allows a change to the list of countries or a revocation of the countries who are currently on the list. And I would question whether that is an appropriate function to be made given the huge implications for children, but also given my glance at the Section 7 Bill of Rights Act report, which I don't want to say hums and ha's, but it kind of hums and ha's about whether certain rights are engaged, including the right to be free from discrimination. And so when you put that alongside a rather extraordinary power, it does conflate that sense that we are creating this rather bold, extraordinary power that could breach a right to be free from being discriminated against as well. So I'll certainly have some questions there. My colleague Lawrence Zunan raised some questions about the recognition of an adoption and separating that from a right to a visa or to citizenship, which I thought was fascinating. And I wondered about the impact for young people who may be inheriting property, for example, and who may have the passage or the passing away of a loved one in New Zealand, and how that would impact what a year would look like. Perhaps unusual circumstances, but in the context of the rights of the child, we must consider all these factors as well. Now, perhaps the Minister has done this in terms of the discretion that's there, so allowing the exception for surrogacy circumstances, but also family court associates or family courts to make an exception. Again, colleagues have pointed to the fact that there's not a lot of guidance in terms of what those exceptions should be, and perhaps concerningly, a rather high bar threshold set by the two examples that have been included in the legislation. Now, we're looking at a 1-year period in which family court associates, even, who were created in the last Parliament in terms of their role, will be expected to provide this quite different sort of decision making, in my view, in terms of assessing this function with a child who's based overseas. So the question is the guidance sufficient? Is the bar too high? And as a practical measure, what steps will be taken to support family court associates to be making this very important decision in terms of young people? Now, the other thing I did want to raise was in terms of transition measures. So it looks to me on my first read that if someone has made an application, that application will still be considered, but a decision in terms of the second deadline, in terms of their rights on citizenship versus a visa would be separate. I haven't quite gotten my head around how that would impact people for the second deadline. So when this initial period is removed, what that would mean for the right to have a visa, whether that would be reinstated for someone who had a live application or whether that would not be. Finally, just a general point about children's rights. So I practiced for a number of years in this area, and one thing that the former Children's Commissioner used to argue for was something akin to what's called the Welsh measure, where when legislation was passing through the House, it was an obligation of parliamentarians to actively consider the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And it was rather world-leading when it was first done, but it's proved to be rather successful. My view is that, of course, we should turn a robust mind and analysis to all of our international human rights framework. However, if we were to highlight one, I do think that children's rights is deserving of something like the Welsh measure. And as we go forward through this process, I would just urge the Minister and government colleagues to sit down and have a robust assessment on whether the future changes, as well as these temporary measures, are compliant with those rights.
Dr. Vanessa Wening.
Tēnā koe e te manga o te whare. Ka taku te pere ki te whare.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Adoption Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage immediately. I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Adoption Amendment Bill.
Members, the House is in committee on the Adoption Amendment Bill. We come first to Part 1, the debate on clauses 3 to 14, amendments to the Adoption Act 1955 and Schedule 1. The question is that Part 1 stand part. The Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members of the House for joining me for the committee of the whole stage of the Adoption Amendment Bill. Members, it is unacceptable that there are children and young people who have been adopted overseas, brought into New Zealand, and then found to be subjected to physical, sexual and psychological abuse. There is neglect and exploitation. It is enabled by our current international adoption settings. We will reform these settings and immediately protect more kids through 2 phases of work. Today we begin Phase 1, a time-limited temporary suspension, followed by Phase 2, a permanent solution that ensures the protection, safety and well-being of those adopted children. Today, in Phase 1, we will temporarily suspend recognition of unsafe overseas adoptions where Section 17 of the Adoption Act has been used, which in turn provides access to immigration and citizenship pathways for the child. An exemption list of countries who have sufficient safeguards in their adoption system has been established. Those countries demonstrate their ability to protect children and young people from harm without reports of concerns from others. What is also essential is that we temporarily limit the power of the family court to make adoption orders where adoptive parents or children do not live in New Zealand. The reason why we need to make this change is because the family court has an extraordinary broad power to grant adoption orders for prospective adoptive parents or children anywhere in the world. It could be used to circumvent the temporary suspension of Section 17 that we are making. It's a potential backdoor, and I want to make sure that it's shut, at least until the permanent fix is established. It is important that the family court retains the ability to grant some adoptions where at least one party does not ordinarily live in New Zealand. A scenario here would be international surrogacy, where the formalisation of parent-child relationships is needed, or where the exceptional circumstances which justify an adoption order being made. I'm confident that today's amendments will prevent harm coming to children and young people adopted overseas into New Zealand, and I look forward to hearing the views and answering the questions of my colleagues across the House as we move through this stage.
The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair, and kia ora to the Minister, and thanks for expressing willingness to engage in some exchange on this. My first question is really, because it's a apparently simple bill, but it's actually quite tricky to read, you know. And so my first question is around the statement in the explanatory note: the bill does not apply to overseas adoptions within the scope of the Hague Convention. That's what the explanatory note says. But then if you go to Section 4, interpretation, Section 2 amended, it then defines a Hague Convention adoption as an adoption to which the Hague Convention applies that took place in a contracting state in respect of which the adopted child was habitually resident overseas and in respect of which the adopted parent is or both adopted parents are habitually resident in New Zealand. So in terms of the recognition of overseas I'm just a little confused. Does it mean that we do or don't recognise adoptions where all of the parties at the time of the adoption were resident overseas? Now, it may be just me. I mean, I'm sure I could work through it eventually, but I haven't had that opportunity, right? So that really is my question, whether when we're talking about overseas adoptions, what we really mean, or another way to express it, is New Zealanders going overseas to adopt, right? Because if that's what we mean, it's a different thing from what most people in ordinary language would say an overseas adoption is, where it's an adoption that happens overseas, where all the parties are overseas parties, because that kind of changes it. If New Zealand citizens are overseas and enter into an adoption, so here's a case. If two New Zealand citizens are overseas and adopt a child, but they are habitually resident overseas, is that child then a citizen or not? Because it's simply not clear to me at the moment whether that would be the case or not. Because we do, it appears we've got the Hague Convention and we could have used that, but we haven't used it. We've actually used this Schedule 1AAB as the critical tool here. So I guess I'll just leave that there, and the Minister might want to respond, or another member might want to take a call, or I can keep going.
Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm just going to focus on Part 1. I'm looking at Clause 4, so Subpart 1, and some of the definitions. And I want to focus on a couple of things around the exempt countries. I know that others may have more questions around this, but just checking that while we are talking about exempt countries, and the Minister mentioned numerous times that the Hague Convention and the Hague Convention adoption is a core feature of determining what countries are exempt and what countries are not exempt. But I'm also interested to know, like for some of the countries I'm seeing here, that there are some of the countries that are part of the Hague Convention but are not listed in the list over here. And I just wanted to check whether a specific process was used to determine some of these countries, and whether there's a rationale on why some of the countries that are part of the Hague Conventions were missed, or even why some of the countries that were part of the UN Convention on the Right of Children were also of the child was also missed out of the appendix or Schedule 1AAB as a result. Now, I guess on a similar line to what the previous speaker was saying, my second question is around the idea of habitually resident. So where the adopted child was habitually residing overseas. Now, it's a very specific distinction, because what we are looking at is residing based as opposed to nationality based. So the reading of that line, which is on the Hague Convention adoption subpart B, with how we're looking at in terms of overseas adoption subpart A, was in accordance with the law of that place and is legally valid. I guess the question is, let's say we have a child whose nationality is from Angola, but the child habitually resides in Portugal. Does the Minister have any information, or through the officials, on what then happens in terms of adoption process of that place, because technically under this legislation, that child being residing in Portugal will meet the requirement, but if the child's nationality is Angola or is not Portuguese, then would that then matter to the law of that particular place when you are looking at adoption? Would the law of that country, i.e. in this example, Portugal, allow for the adoption of an overseas, I guess, parents of a child in Portugal but not Portuguese? So would that be something that is allowed? I guess some of the examples that I will be using as part of the committee stage was just to mainly understand some of the processes around the decisions that have been made and making sure that we have on Hansard some of the ministerial intentions. And I know that the minister in the chair is one of the most thorough ministers when it comes to responding questions. So I would really appreciate the minister's response to that.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the members for your questions. I'm going to try and attempt to answer your questions and maybe give a bit more, because you had asked, some other members had asked questions through the second reading and first reading as well. When I was asked about overseas adoptions and the process undertaken for the exemption list and queries I'll answer now about how did we get to that list and why some are off and some are on. The officials had gone through the list of those that had signed up to the Hague Convention, and so they automatically go on. But then we have to have a look at whether or not certain countries had concerns raised about their adoption processes. And there are a number of them, not a lot, but there are a number of them where other countries have said, we have concerns about how they are doing their adoptions. So we've left them off the list. There's also a number of countries signed up to the Hague Convention who have a self-imposed moratorium on adoptions. And that could be for reasons such as war or some other reason where they don't want to see their children adopted overseas. So they too have been left off the list of exemptions. A comment was made that there are countries who are not signed up to the Hague Convention who are on the list. There is only one country that's signed up to the Hague Convention that's not on the list, or not on the Hague Convention list, sorry. Start that again, reword. There is one country on the exemption list that is not signed up to the Hague Convention, and that is Tonga. And the reason why we have signed them up is because they have a Supreme Court process in place and information sharing agreements with Oranga Tamariki and New Zealand Police to make sure or ensure that the potential adoptive parents are fit to adopt these children and don't have some of the heinous crimes behind them that we have been made aware of. So that's how we got to that list that you currently have of 86 countries. I will also note, in case you ask, why when you look at India, it refers to a certain piece of legislation that we would exempt. That is because India have two pathways for adoption. One is recognised as being robust, and that's the one that we will exempt adoptions from, but the other one has had concerns raised about it. So instead of saying we don't want to exempt India, we are saying we will exempt them if the pathway used is one that we can verify, but we cannot accept the pathway where it's not. So I can answer more questions if I have not fully addressed that for you. Member Duncan Webb also asked about the new definitions, and it is confusing. It is confusing. I've spent a little bit of time myself trying to get it into my head about how this will operate, but effectively the suspension is going to apply to New Zealand citizens living and habitually resident overseas. Now there's a thing here about the wording. I originally had wanted to use those that were ordinarily resident, but actually got told I can't use that word, or I shouldn't use that word, because habitually resident works better, and there is a definition for that in other legislation. So we have used habitually resident. We've also looking to put in a definition of what overseas adoption means to clarify this for those that will get confused. So the overseas adoption means an adoption in a place outside of New Zealand that is made in accordance with the law of that place. So not here in New Zealand, that country overseas. It gives the adoptive parents a greater right than the birth parents to day-to-day care of the child, or would have if the adopted person was a child, and is made either by the order of a court or judicial or public authority in a country specified in the bill or prescribed in regulations, or gives the adoptive parents rights to the adopted person's property equal to or greater than the rights of the birth parents if the adopted person dies without a will. So we're trying to make a definition on what overseas adoption means in an effort to make it clearer. I think I've answered it.
The Honourable Carmel Cipollone.
Mr Chair, my questions follow on from the first and second reading, and some of them I think I covered, traversed in some way, but specifically wanting to know from the Minister, because these are quite serious decisions, well, this is a serious decision to preclude countries from adoption, even if it is just for an interim period of time. Whether or not the New Zealand government has had discussions, particularly with the Pacific countries that are impacted by this legislation, and what the nature of those conversations were. Also want to return to the question that I asked in the second reading, which was around exceptions. For those families that clearly have had adoptions underway in advance to this bill coming to the House, will they be considered for exception, despite the fact they are not on the they're not coming from the exempted list of countries? And as alongside that, wanting to know whether or not the Minister will be including in her exception list those that may have siblings where the intention was clear that they would also be adopted by a family member here in New Zealand. And then my third question is just around the precedent. Because this has come to the House so quickly and we haven't had a chance to do our own research on this, wanting to know what the precedent is in comparable countries for the countries that we have specifically excluded in this legislation, whether or not they are still, or whether or not there's a stringent, strict measures in place where they can't actually adopt in between countries. So I was talking about the US, Canada, Australia, or whether or not this will be much more stringent than what we see in other places, wanting to understand what the international landscape here is for adoption in light of the legislation that we have had brought to us in urgency.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for her questions. In answer to the first one about discussions with Pacific countries, there has been ongoing discussions with Samoa. We have ensured that we have been able to work with them to try and find a solution. It's not been fast, and the reason why is because we've had Samoa have a change of government, try and get their feet under the table. We have been there trying to support them and offer them assistance so that we can help them get onto the exempt list. I had mentioned Tonga had a a Supreme Court ability and information sharing that is really robust, and officials are trying to work with Samoa to work through the issues that they have so that we can open up a pathway again for Samoa to come through. We have not gone out and done extensive consultation with all Pacific countries for a couple of reasons. One is there is over 1,000 children that are adopted into New Zealand using the international adoptions pathway every year. We had concerns that those with those heinous thoughts or intent would then find out what we're doing and start their applications for adoption. And the reason why we didn't want that to happen, in answer to the member's second question about those that are already underway and in a process that are not from exempted countries, they will not be affected. If they have already started their process will continue. There is no intent for this to be retrospective. It's about moving forward. And I understand concerns about the other countries, but I'm going to bring this back to, this is our country and our problem with Section 17. We're actually enabling New Zealanders with residency or citizenship with criminal intent and criminal backgrounds to adopt these children. So I'm stopping and fixing, hopefully, Section 17 to immediately address that and stop that from occurring. And that part of the reason why we wanted to ensure that we make some of these subtle changes to the family court process, which is Section 3, is so that the family court also did not get flooded with applications, because once those applications are underway, they will continue, which is part of the reason for going under urgency. So when looking for precedents in comparable countries, I was actually more focused on what us as our country was enabling and how we fix that. When it comes to the long-term solution and where we land on there, I mean, I don't know what that long-term solution is yet, but my expectation is we will go through a select committee process. We will have those robust discussions, and we should make sure that we have clarity, because our Pacific brethren, we share our whānau backwards and forwards. So we want to make sure that we can continue to do that, but the children are safe.
Vanushi Walters.
Your answers thus far. I am looking at clause 4, so I'm still on the definitions, just trying to understand the scope of overseas adoption for a start. And we have section B, that the last sentence in that section, I'm just trying to understand the intent behind why the words "or would have afforded such right if the adopted person was a young child" are there as well, and whether that is to include 16 to 18-year-olds who might have different rights in respect of their natural parent in a home country, and attached to that just a question about what impact the Minister understands that a pause for a year might have on that older cohort of potential adoptees on the basis of data that we have for previous years. So whether that's likely to impact a particularly sizable group or not. And I must admit, I don't know the rules around cut-offs here, so I haven't checked against the primary legislation to see if there are already restrictions in terms of who counts. The second question was in regards to C2, actually that whole part of section C2. I'm just trying to understand in which scenario you wouldn't have an order of a court, judicial authority or public authority in one of those countries, including a prescribed overseas country, and you would need to rely on that second option, which is where the adoptive parent immediately gets this legal right over the adopted person's property equal to or greater than the right to the property of a natural parent or the person in certain circumstances. I would have thought that C1 would cover precisely where what we needed to cover. The last question is a question, it's not the same question as Lawrence Zunan asked, but it's attached, and it's about the understanding of what we mean by ordinarily resident, which is used in different places in the bill. So just whether that the intention is that there will be one common understanding of what that means for children overseas, but also what that means for New Zealand residents, and one example of that is in clause 6, but if the Minister could speak to that as well.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, I'll get some advice on some of those questions, the later part of those questions that you asked, but for the first one, I'm advised because they might be an adult at the time that they seek to have the adoption recognised in New Zealand. I've also just been made aware to member Carmel Sepuloni of other countries, the comparative. I've just been told that Australia do not automatically allow children adopted overseas by Australians to enter into Australia. And also in relation to habitually resident, I've been told I need to correct myself. We are using habitually resident only in relation to Hague Convention adoptions, and those Hague Convention adoptions that Oranga Tamariki supports will continue. Ordinarily resident is used in the context of the jurisdiction of the family court.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Mr Chair, I guess a couple of things. In the Attorney General's report, I know Lawrence Zinan mentioned this, there are a number of redactions, and one of the redactions is the evidence underpinning the bill, and it's redacted under Section 6A of the Official Information Act, which is defence and security, which seems a little odd because child adoptions, where there's other redactions which I can understand, which are to protect confidentiality with foreign states. And I'm just wondering if, in terms of the evidence, presumably it's evidence about overseas countries, whether the Minister can give further information. And I also see the Cabinet paper is referred to in that document. And of course, we haven't seen the Cabinet paper, another document we haven't seen, and it would have been good to see that. The other point I'd like, and actually I'll go straight to the transitional provisions, which is Section 2A, which then refer to page 12 in my notes, which is going to be in the schedule. Another great PCO innovation to have to run between different parts of the legislation. And you've referred to situations where people in New Zealand have an application and said, that's okay, they've got their foot in the door, they can proceed with that. But my note here is, what about where an applicant for adoption overseas has been made? So will we be treating overseas adoptions? Because as I read the transitional provisions, if you've made an application for adoption in New Zealand, you can see it through and get the rights of citizenship as if the law hadn't been changed. But if you have made an application for adoption overseas, that's only going to be effective if the order is made before this act comes into force. So you've got a mismatch between a adoption within this jurisdiction and an adoption in another jurisdiction. Because, and I guess I just would say, well, is that what you're doing? And if so, is that justifiable? And then, so that's my first question, and I will go to my next one. And you might have seen that there's a couple of amendment papers on the table. And I guess I'm concerned that, and I say this with respect, that you have taken a offender-focused approach here and said, let's crack down on these bad people who are, exploiting children. And I understand that, rather than taking a child-centric approach. And that's why, in terms of, in Clause 6, the extraordinary circumstances test, that's why I put in an amendment paper that says, let's not say there are exceptional circumstances that justify the making of the order. Let's just say it's clearly in the interests of the child to make the order. Now, we would have, had this been in select committee, we would have nutted this out around the table and we would have talked about the words and whether clearly is the right word or just in the interest of the child, or whether that just doesn't work at all and some other formulation is needed, or in fact whether exceptional circumstances is best. But the problem with exceptional circumstances is that it doesn't recognise the centrality of the child. And I do think that if there's an adoption order being made, the real question should be, is this child safe here? Is this situation appropriate and legitimate and, in fact, better than the situation they're currently in? And if we can meet that test and say it's clearly in the interests of the child, then we've kind of met the kaupapa of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And so that's my suggestion. And it may be that the Minister or her officials kind of accept the principle that the child's interests should be paramount, which is straight out of the Care of Children Act, but they think they should be expressed differently. And it may be that you want to cross-reference other legislation. But I do think that the threshold, exceptional circumstances, is both unclear and kind of expressly putting the bar not just high, but very high. That's the whole thing about exceptional. It's very high. And I'm not sure that that's what we want to do. Now, this will create work for judges, and I know the Minister for Courts wouldn't want that to happen, but it's an important point, and I would invite the Minister to consider that.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for his thoughts on this and also presenting amendment papers for what he feels will be in the best interests of the child and doing it under urgency. I do appreciate that and I thank you for that. However, we won't be supporting it and I'll outline the reasons why. When we're looking at exceptional circumstances, it's really important that they are able to be determined on a case-by-case basis and by the judiciary. And if we start putting too much around what is exceptional, we then take away the ability for the judiciary to be able to make those decisions themselves. An exceptional circumstance has to be determined on that case-by-case basis. And the bill itself provides examples of what would indicate exceptional circumstances in a situation, for example, where both parents of a child have passed away and the only family member that's alive is here. So, you know, we're wanting to make sure that it's a deliberately high threshold so that the family court can make the adoption orders when the parents are anywhere in the world or the child is anywhere in the world for those legitimate type adoptions. It'd be unusual for the court to make orders that apply to children who don't live in New Zealand. As New Zealanders, we wouldn't take it quite lightly if overseas jurisdictions were trying to tell us what to do either. So, yeah, just I consider it's entirely appropriate to limit the family court's jurisdiction, but also give them the ability to be able to see or determine themselves what those exceptional circumstances might be. So that's why we are going to I don't intend to support what you have in there, and that is the reason why. Also, you asked about the Bora content being redacted. The changes that we're making do have an impact on foreign affairs, and we've been very mindful that these impacts how they are and who they affect as we start to develop the bill. So it's really important that I don't comment on what's been redacted. It's been redacted for a reason, and therefore I'm just unable to speak to what it is that you can't see.
Honourable Carmel Cipollone.
I asked earlier whether or not children who were on the verge of being adopted, whether or not, if that was on track, they would be considered in exceptional circumstances. Wanting clarity from the Minister, there will be some family who are perhaps going through the process of it being considered by the family court, but it hasn't yet crossed the line. As soon as this passes, if it hasn't crossed the line, does that mean that their case is shut? And that means that they will not have an opportunity to relitigate their adoption case until new legislation is put in place. So that's my first question. My second one is in relation to something that the Minister for Children said earlier, which is quite concerning. Again, it would have been something that we could have fleshed out in more detail at a select committee process, but we haven't had an opportunity to do this. Where she mentioned that even when oranga tamariki were aware that the adoptive parents were a risk, perhaps they had a criminal record, a record of child abuse in some instances, that oranga tamariki could not influence the adoption. So I want to know if that was indeed the case, because that's something for us to all be concerned about, but also wanting to know from that minister, did that also mean that if the adoption went ahead, that Oranga Tamariki were not able to provide some oversight or protection or care for those children?
Mr Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to the member for her questions. In answer to your first question, if there is a process already underway, if the adoption process has been filed in the court, it will not stop. It's going to continue. All of those that are underway or in process will continue. None of those will be stopped. This is about new applications for the immigration and residency pathway using international overseas adoptions. The member also asked about the OT and Oranga Tamariki and their inability to influence. The reality is, when the adoptions are taking place in these overseas countries that are not signed up to Hague Convention or information sharing arrangements, OT have no idea that it's even happened. These children are being adopted in the overseas countries. OT are not aware until the children are applying for citizenship through immigration, and the adoption is being that's the first time they're being told that this individual has adopted these children. So the adoption's already taken place, and that's why we have these exempted countries, the 86 on the list, because they do have approved pathways to ensure that the children are safe when they are adopted, but they also, some of them will have those information sharing agreements like with Tonga and New Zealand, where we can ensure that the right people are adopting these kids.
Dr Duncan Webb.
I'm just going to note before I start that you gave a good explanation of Tonga, but I do note that both Japan and Singapore are not exempt, and it might be useful, both of which highly developed nations with a good rule of law framework, and I'd be interested in an explanation as to why those countries are not exempt. The other thing I'll say here is you're not going to support the amendment paper, so you're going to stick with the exceptional circumstances test. I think it's really important that Parliament make clear what is meant by that. I mean, I would have thought that a court approaching that question would absolutely say, well, we should be addressing that in a way that's consistent with the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act and also consistent with the, international human rights of the child. And I think it's all very nice to have a couple of, and they always do this, PCO, blindingly obvious examples, right? What we need are hard cases where it's a tricky decision. So, I mean, I can imagine a situation where a child is orphaned in an overseas country and is perhaps a Pacific nation, and they've got some family a good number of members in the UK, some members in California, but also a lot of them here in New Zealand, in Auckland, where there's a strong Samoan community and a Pacific community. And, you might say, well, it's not exceptional, but it's pretty clear that the options before this child are best served by being in a place where that child can grow up closest to the community into which it was born. Now, is that exceptional? I think that's a genuinely good question, because it's not there are no other family members, but it is clearly the best option. Or what if there are family members in the home country, but there is evidence that there is abuse going on in that setting? Is that exceptional circumstances? Because if it's not, we're doing a bizarre thing in not essentially rescuing a child from an abusive setting when we could, or a child that is sadly orphaned in a dangerous country, a country where there's conflict, and we know far too many of those. Now, there may be other family members, even in that country, who could look after the child, but you're leaving them in a terrible, tenuous situation. So these are hard cases. And all of those, I think, are cases which could be framed as exceptional. So, I would really invite the Minister to address those particular examples I've given you, but also be quite expansive on what is intended in this bill by exceptional circumstances.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to address the member's first question, which was about specifically Japan and Singapore. What we have done is made sure that those that have signed up to the Hague Convention that don't have issues are on the exempt list. Neither Japan nor Singapore are signed up to the Hague Convention, so that is why they're not on the list. But I think I've traversed that, and I'll make it really clear. We can pick countries left, right and centre, but the exempt list is a list of 86 countries who have shown that they put the well-being of their children first. When it comes to, and I understand as well, the member's frustration about me not standing up here and giving you examples of exceptional circumstance, it is not for me to preempt what a judge may hear and then determine. And if I start making comments on what I think exceptional circumstance could be, I may end up leading a judge to make a decision, and that's not for me. I want them to be able to have the freeway to be able to determine themselves what will be exceptional.
Honourable Duncan Webb.
Invite the Minister then, if she won't respond to what about these examples, and I get it, then will she give kind of considerations, a non-exhaustive list of considerations that she thinks kind of might be relevant to be weighed in the balance, either pro or con in terms of exceptional circumstances, because I do think that we're doing a disservice if we don't give all of the guidance we can to the courts who will be tasked with this job.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just been reminded about thoughts that we need to have about countries in conflict. Often countries where there is conflict, they don't want their children to be adopted, and they may be on the Hague Convention list. During conflict, there can also be additional risks that adoptions are unsafe. There could also be the ability where something or someone needs to be moved quickly. So it's really imperative that we allow our justice system and our judiciary to make the assertions and the decisions of what will ultimately be in the best interest of the child, because that's really what we all want to see.
Venusia Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm around about the same place as my colleagues, so on 1A. But my first question was about Clause 6, 1A, which references international surrogacy arrangements as one of the carve-outs. And the question is really in the context of something I mentioned earlier, which was the broader adoption review, so the bill that's currently with the Health Select Committee. I had a very quick flick through the, I think it was the Law Society submission, which was looking at the definition of surrogacy and whether agreements needed to be signed off in terms of new artificial technology that's been used before a surrogacy agreement was entered into. And so my question is really around whether the Minister is satisfied that the current definitions are suitable, or whether we're taking this interim step and we're really having to manage with the existing definitions that we have until those changes are made in the more substantive longer-term adoption bill. The second one, just touching on something that Dr. Duncan Webb raised in terms of exceptional circumstances, I wonder whether the Minister considers that regardless of not specifying particular things to take into account, the principles of the Hague Convention nonetheless apply. And the reason I ask is because the legislation seems to be using the Hague Convention as a benchmark of accountability. And one of the principles within the convention is that principle of subsidiarity, which I mentioned earlier, and that is the idea that, of course, a child's country of origin must be given due consideration. So whether there would be an expectation that judges and family court associates were turning their minds to that set of principles that the Hague Convention is built on. The final question is around the decision maker themselves. So it's clear it's a drafting decision, and it's a principled decision in terms of including family court associates as those decision makers or not. And I wonder whether the Minister had considered the current powers of the family court associates, and whether as an extraordinary power this kind of sits outside the scope of what we would be asking them to do ordinarily. And given the temporary nature of these changes, whether that should have been restricted to a judge's power, or whether there are time demands, capacity demands that would make sense to include family court associates as well. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr Chair, thank you. Thank you to the member for her questions. I'll reiterate that surrogacy will not be affected through this temporary change that we're making. This bill refers to the existing definition of surrogacy that we have. It's used to exclude the international surrogacy from this suspension. So by using what we currently have means that we can exclude those overseas ones so that they can continue on their pathway without being affected. So I'm satisfied that we do that there. The member mentioned the Hague Convention and the principles of the Hague Convention, and because we refer to the Hague Convention, we're referring to the Hague Convention to enable us to get a list of exempted countries. Otherwise we would have been a blanket no to the world, and we recognise that most adoptions that occur in New Zealand are adoptions where children are going to safe and loving homes. So we don't want to put a big stop on everybody when we can use the convention to tell us and show us that countries are already abiding by what will be in the best interests of a child. So the Hague Convention is being used for that aspect while we do work on that longer term, and I hope my answer satisfies the surrogacy question.
Kahurangi Carter.
Thank you. I just have had a look at the disclosure statement, and I just had a query around Part 1, Clause 4, Section 2. I know that we have been talking about the Hague Convention, but I just have a short call just asking the Minister to clarify. We know that the reason that this bill is coming in, that the Minister has said, is to close the dangerous loophole that allows New Zealanders to adopt who may have criminal convictions, particularly around sexual abuse and child endangerment. So in the departmental disclosure statement on page 3 under Part 1, General Policy Statement, in the paragraph 2, it says, in practice, adoptive parents with criminal convictions and histories of abusing and exploiting children and young people have been able to adopt children and young people overseas and bring them to live in New Zealand. So does that mean that Hague countries don't do that? Because obviously if this is happening in New Zealand, then potentially it is happening in Hague countries as well. So just really interested to understand that, so that we are making sure that we're using a benchmark that actually is fit for purpose when we're looking at these Hague countries. So yeah, just if the Minister could just explain whether do Hague countries already do this, and because it's sort of looking at the reasoning, it seems that New Zealand has been able to not do this, and so that would be great. Thank you.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for her question because it is quite a confusing topic. The Hague Convention is probably what I would call our protector. So it's not that countries with the Hague Convention are doing this, It's if we're signed up to the Hague Convention and the UK is signed up to the Hague Convention, and if we were to do adoptions between our two countries, we have all these checks and balances in place because we've both signed up. But there are some countries that are not signed up, and because they're not signed up and we can't tell them how to do their adoptions, that's where we have the issue. So the Hague Convention has been used for the benefit of these 86 countries because that tells us that they are working appropriately. They are or do have the best interests of the child at heart when they consider the adoptions and then grant them. I mentioned earlier that there are a couple of countries who are signed up to the Hague Convention, but other countries have suggested that there might be an issue with their adoption process, and so we've left them off the list because other countries have identified there could be potential issues. It's part of the reason why we want the ability, and this was mentioned by, I think, Carmel Sepuloni earlier about taking countries on and taking countries off, and should we be doing that? What message does that send to those countries? The intent is not to play whack-a-mole with any country, right? The intent is if another Hague Convention country raises issues about someone else, we'd want to be able to take them off the list. If there is something that occurs that needs immediate fix. Or perhaps we get to a position relatively quickly with Samoa, we want to be able to put them onto the list so that we can reinitiate the adoption pathway for some of these children. So the Hague Convention is helping us to understand who's got it right so that we can focus on those that we think we need to.
Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Very quick question. Noting that in the bill, the Minister has set out that there are around 1,000 overseas adoptions that are recognised in New Zealand each year under Section 17 of the Act. Wanting to still understand who's mostly affected here, of those 1,000 in most recent years, or even the most recent years, where did they come from? So wanting to understand the proportion of those adoptions that came from Pacific countries, Samoa, as granular as the Minister can get, so we can understand the relationship and where these children have been coming from.
Sure.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I'll answer that, and just because I was meant to answer Member Vanushi Walters' question in the last one about the subsidiary. When considering adoption applications, the Family Court will consider it in accordance with the law in our Adoption Act. The judiciary in practice often consider Hague principles when the cases do have an international element. And to the member Carmel Sepuloni, yes, there are about over 1,000 adoptions that come through New Zealand every year, the international adoptions. The majority of them come from our Pacific nations, and around just over 700 of them come from Samoa. The rest are scattered around the Pacific, and they're not the only area though. There are other countries from around the world. I don't want to spend time focusing on those countries. I think it's more important that we fix that legislative enabler that we currently have so that we don't allow those that are not signed up to the Hague Convention to continue until we find at least that fix, that permanent fix, so that we can still continue to adopt our extended whānau from Pacific into New Zealand.
Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one very specific question for the Minister, and that is in regard to one of the countries listed on Schedule 1AAB, and that's India. And the Minister confirmed, as I'm aware as well, that India is a signatory to the Hague Convention, but that the specified piece of legislation under the exemptions list is the Hindu Adoptions and Maintenance Act 1956. And I just wanted to clarify. So this says that India, if the adoption is not made under the Hindu Adoptions and Maintenance list. So the exemption is relating to that piece of legislation, or is it to the other one, which is the Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act 2015, which is India's other piece of legislation that governs adoptions, which is, I understand, a secular piece of legislation compared to the Hindu Adoption Act, which only relates to the adoptive parent being Hindu and the adopted child being Hindu. So can the Minister clarify whether this exemption is only for adoptions under the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 and the rationale, or the difference between the two? I think the Minister mentioned that one is more robust than the other.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank the member for seeking clarification on those two pieces of legislation for India and who will be, what one's exempt and what's not. You quite rightly mentioned that India has two adoption systems, and I'm satisfied that the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act, which is India's Hague Convention implementation framework, provides the adequate safeguards that we're looking for the care and protection of children. But unfortunately, I don't feel that the other system, the Hindu Adoption Maintenance Act, has the same safeguards to adequately protect the children and young people from harm. So that's why, instead of just saying no to India, we're going, actually, this pathway looks pretty good. We can see that care and protection there, so we'll accept those, but I cannot hand on heart accept the other without knowing that the care and protection's in place.
The Honourable Jenny Salisa.
Kia ora, and ngā mihi te wiki o te reo Māori. Happy Māori Language Week, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the call on this, which is a really important bill. And can I first begin by thanking the Minister for all the work that she has put in to this issue, because it is actually a big issue that should be addressed. The fact that the Adoption Amendment Bill is being used by too many people to traffic children, to, in some cases, as it's been described in the media, children are treated like slaves in some of these homes, is actually, it's not a good thing for Aotearoa New Zealand. My question, though, Minister, is with regards to Clause 8, new Section 27E, where it states that before making a recommendation under subsection 1, you must consult with a number of ministers: the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister for Children, Minister for Internal Affairs, and the Minister of Immigration. And then it goes on under Clause 3 of that subsection B that you also have to have regard to the following matters: a country's regulatory regime to ensure that safeguards to prevent harm to adopted persons, and then it lists various other points. My question, though, Minister, is would this new system that's being proposed under this new bill provide multiple loopholes or multiple categories that may create more confusion in the future? That's my first question. My second question, and you have trapezed this and answered this for many other members of Parliament, but I'd like to ask, because there are not that many times that you hear your country of birth, Tonga, being talked about in an overseas parliament in such positive terms. So if I can just go back to Clause 4, subsection 1, which actually lists Tonga as one of the exempt countries in Schedule 1 AAB. And you've explained that it is because of their court system, their Supreme Court system actually has a good way of ensuring that you feel that they actually have the safeguards that is appropriate for New Zealand adoptions. You also gave the numbers that of the 1,000 or so adoptions per year, about 700 of those adoptees are from Samoa. But if I can refer back to something that our Deputy Leader covered when she, I think, gave either her first speech or her second reading speech, where she discussed the fact that a few months ago we had written, our Pacific Caucus actually, we have a few MPs and I chair it for Labour, and
one of these cases came through and I wrote to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and basically asked, what is it that we could do as a country to ensure that we address these issues? And I thank you because you actually came and had a couple of conversations with me to assure me that this work is actually happening behind the scenes. You, of course, didn't tell me what the actual work was, but you just said that it is in part to address one of the questions that we asked, which was, if I can just reiterate, does the government, New Zealand government, have any plans to review our systems to ensure compliance with our own obligations under the Hague Convention on Adoption? Because here's the thing, Minister, the bill that we're discussing right now is under urgency. We actually haven't had the time to really get through and read the details and see exactly how it affects, not just now, but in the future. I can see that you're wanting to ensure that you're future-proofing that adoptions in the future places our children in much safer environment. But my question is, of the 1,000 or so children that have already been adopted, that have already come into Aotearoa, New Zealand, I don't know how many thousands that is over the many, many years, what about them? How are we as a country going to ensure that we don't see these cases coming through the media, because these children are already here? So I really commend you for the work you're doing to future-proof the future, but my question is more, how do we ensure that the children that are already here, that we don't see so many more of them come through the system?
Mr Chair. Thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank that member for her constant work and for bringing this to the attention of government as well. I know that it was brought to the attention of that member's government and successive governments before. It's a privilege to be able to stand here and say we're finally going to be doing something, and it's overdue, and we're determined to try and make sure that the care and protection of those kids is ultimate. It's fantastic what Tonga have done with New Zealand to enable these international adoptions to occur between Tonga and New Zealand, and I commend both New Zealand and Tongan governments for getting to a situation where, under urgency, when we have a bill like this going through, we can exempt Tonga because of the exceptional work that's been done there, and I commend them for that. The member asked me about Clause 8 and when the Governor-General is given advice to either put a country on or amend the exemption list, that there are a lot of different ministers that will be spoken to decide whether or not that country should be exempted or taken off the exemption list. I don't believe that's going to create any loopholes at all. What's become quite apparent to me is different agencies over many years have heard different scenarios or different understandings about what's happening, and it's been very hard to pull everybody together to get a whole holistic view of what is occurring. This has occurred now. It's occurred. And so in order to make sure we don't exempt someone or take somebody off when another agency may have information that we're not aware of, that's why we're going to make sure that they are all involved when we make decisions on who is on the exempt list. So I don't think it will create loopholes. I think it's a really good safety measure. I think that I've answered everything that the member asked. Please ask me again if I have not.
Duncan Webb.
Mr Chair, just want to talk, heavy lifting here is done by Schedule 1 AAB, the list of countries, and whilst this bill, it appears, will be in force only for really a couple of years, and that's good, I think it's good that we can have a much better approach to it. It's still, it's still going to be possible to add to that list or presumably remove. Well, that's one question. Can we remove people from that countries from that list? If it's Parliament's put it there, can the Governor-General by order in Council remove from the list? The other thing, is that I see in Section 8, you've got the basis upon which, the considerations, including an open-ended any other matter the Minister considers relevant, and then a list of people with whom the Minister must consult. And I wonder, and I've got an amendment paper in on this, because I think we should add there the Children's Commissioner. And I say that because ministers are wise and all that sort of thing, but they're not independent, and sometimes they need to be told things they don't want to hear, and ministers tend to agree with each other a little bit too much sometimes. I would be interested as well to know whether the Children's Commissioner was consulted about this bill, because she and her predecessors have been great advocates and great voices for children, and I would have hoped that the Children's Commissioner would have been consulted as to this proposed solution, and I certainly hope as we go forward that her office is closely involved. But in terms of adding another country to the list, I would have thought the Children's Commissioner, with her knowledge of the rights of children and the international framework, would have been a good addition to that list. And the idea of having someone outside of the executive, a watchdog, if you will, at least be consulted. Doesn't have any decision-making rights, but it would be a very useful addition. And I'd be interested if the Minister would consider that amendment.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. In answer to the member's question about the Governor-General being able to remove somebody from the list, or remove a country from the list, or put a country onto the list, yes, the Governor-General will be able to do that by way of order in council upon receiving a recommendation from the Minister of Justice. And this is why we have all of those other agencies or the ministers involved to make sure that if we do add or subtract from that list, that we're doing so with the fullest information that we have and not just one agency's information. The member has placed an amendment paper on the table about the Children's Commissioner. I'm not supportive of having the Children's Commissioner on that list. In some of these situations, the decisions may need to be made very quickly. And if there is time, we expect to consult with others if it's appropriate, but where there may be need for speed, we are not involving the Children's Commissioner. I can also confirm that the Children's Commissioner was not consulted on what we're doing here. However, this has been happening for actually quite a number of years, and there has been extensive consultation papers that were developed in 2021 and 2022 that didn't go anywhere. So there is consultation that has been developed in the past. We are moving at speed here to stop any more children from being exploited, abused or trafficked. We're doing it as a temporary solution, not as a permanent, but we have to say this has got to stop now.
Dr. Lawrence Dunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say thank you to the Minister for your engagement, and I really appreciate your explanations around this. And it has reassured, I think, a lot of us in terms of, and particularly around the Hague Convention. It's been a great learning experience for me. Thank you. From the Minister, as well as the Chair. I have a question around two questions around overseas adoption, and one of them is around the drafting, and the other one is around a particular wording. Before I move on to section 7, so this is still clause 4, section 2 amended. I guess the drafting thing is around under C, Roman numeral 1. There is a list of countries or public authorities, including Commonwealth countries, Austria, Denmark, and etc. Noting that they are not the entirety of the country, there is the capital I, which is a prescribed overseas country. Can I check with the Minister on why those particular countries were explicitly named as opposed to just have a blanket, please refer to Schedule 1AAB, because all of the countries are there. It's more of, I guess, a drafting question, or if there's any specific reasons why it's listed in that particular way. The second question is around Roman numeral 2, capital B, which is around, in terms of adoptive parents, and also in terms of the adopted person's property, or greater than the right to the property of any natural parent of that person. In capital B, it didn't use the term that we have been referring to in terms of habitually resident or of a particular country, but it was specified as a national of the country. And I want to check with the minister on whether the choice of national in that case, and again, I might be answering my own question, so please just tell me if I'm answering my own question, is to do with the property right, and hence that's why national is used as opposed to habitually resident. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In answer to the question, why do we have different rules for Commonwealth countries and some for European countries, the Adoption Act provides a similar process for recognising adoptions for some specified countries, such as Commonwealth countries and the United States of America. So it carries over existing law, but it's not been modernised. Due to the urgent nature of this work, these are continued within the bill. So when we look to do that long-term solution, further work may look at whether or not these distinctions are still going to be needed. But at this stage, that's why we are distinguishing, and I will sit down and find the answer to the second question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is really on Section 27E. It's a different suggestion than my colleague, Dr. Duncan Webb, had, which in my view was actually a good suggestion, given the knowledge of the Children's Commissioner. I had wondered firstly whether the Minister had considered including a required consultation of the Attorney General, just in light of the Section 7 report that we've seen and the issues that do touch on discrimination or non-discrimination, that is a useful check to have before there are changes that are made to the list. The second question is in regards to 27E3B, where there are a number of considerations that are to be taken into account before there are any changes to the list. And under B2, it specifies international adoption of agreements and the country's record of compliance with those agreements. In my view, given the subject matter that we're looking at, it would be prudent to specifically include a reference to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and it would just include a separate sentence at the end of that section on that, and I'm hoping to get you some amendments on both those two proposals, Minister, if you would consider them. I think it will make what is quite an extraordinary power just one that is subject to reasonable yet robust checks in terms of the decision maker in that case turning their minds to the relevant things, but also the relevant risks in terms of the Attorney General check. The final question I had was whether the Minister had considered limiting the powers. So regulatory making powers, of course, not unusual, extremely common, fairly common in terms of adding new criteria, new things to be considered, fairly unusual in terms of repealing or replacing things that were agreed through primary legislation. So whether at any stage there was consideration of the Governor-General being able to do this by order in Council, but only in terms of additions and not removals, or any variation of that, or any further checks in terms of agreeing those orders in Council. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been given a flurry of notes, so hopefully I will be answering all of these questions that have been placed to me. I've been led to, I've just been advised that the Children's Commissioner has issued a press release where she welcomes the changes and said that it is crucial that further work takes a child's rights approach. And of course that's why we're doing this in the first place, is because of the children's rights. Again, we are using habitually residents only in relation to Hague Convention adoptions, and those Hague Convention adoptions that Oranga Tamariki supports will continue. Ordinarily resident is used in the context of the jurisdiction of the family court. So that's why we've gone to the habitually resident. And there is actually a definition of habitually resident, which is also a reason why we're using it. The Attorney General has considered justified limitations and does not consider it necessary to specifically consult. I do note, though, that the Attorney General does put an eye over all legislation, although the question was about the Attorney General being part of the group of ministers. I don't feel that that's necessary at that stage, because that's actually bringing together all the agencies to determine whether or not a country is up to standard or not up to standard. The Attorney General will look at any proposals that we make in law and legislation, hence the Boravet that came out, and my apologies for that being late, but the Attorney General was overseas and was not able to look at it, so that's why it's come up onto the website at late notice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that, Minister. I also just want to acknowledge the fact that I really appreciate the Minister for your statement before about the Bora report and the Bora report being late. Even though it was late, I still very much appreciate the fact that we got it right after first reading. Again, I was referring to a previous bill. We didn't get it until after the third reading, despite we've gone through committee stage. So it's incredibly welcome, and I think it really helped us to have the kind of clarity and transparency. So I want to thank the Minister for that. And I also want to pick up on one thing. I understand the Minister in terms of the definition between habitually resident and ordinary resident. I guess my question was then in overseas adoption C, Roman numeral 2B, the term was neither. It was a national of the country. So I was more wondering why national was used in that particular incident. Moving on to Section 7, so the Section 17 replaced, which is something I have signaled in my second reading that I want to ask the Minister around in terms of the changes to both the citizenship by descent, but also in terms of some of the visa. And I'm going to ask, I guess the first question around that is, what this, I guess, applies that is not a Hague Convention adoption. So I'm assuming this applies to a list of countries that are not in Schedule 1 AAB. So in those cases, then someone from Aotearoa, New Zealand can still adopt, but they just can't come in or receive a visa to come in. I guess I just want to get that like really basic clarification from the Minister, is it doesn't prevent adoption, just preventing arrival. But when we are looking at, I guess that in those sort of situations, what is the Minister's intention around still allowing for that adoption but not for arrival? Is it still looking at in terms of the protection of the child? I guess by not physically being here, it makes sense because then they're not being subject to potential exploitation and etc. But where does that leave their adoption process, and where does that leave that child in the country that they're habitually residing in? So I just want to kind of get an idea from the Minister in terms of that thinking. My next question, and I'm going to sort of, and it's still around this, I want to refer to Schedule 1, Schedule 1.1. That's the transitional savings and related provisions. When we are looking at Clause 4, subclause 2 to 4, of that, and that's to do with, when we are in this in-between stage. Subclause 2 to 4 makes a lot of sense, but there's one part I want to check with the minister is when we are looking at subclause 3 of that, which is when you have an application for a visa that's been made before the first commencement date, but then so the child then, for example, in that transitional phase, will receive a visa to come here, which means that the new Section 17 3B doesn't apply. But because of what we see in Schedule 1AA 4.2, they are not eligible for citizenship by descent. So I just want to check with the minister. In those situations, you have a child being able to come in on a visa, but they have no citizenship pathway, or potentially the only limitation to that child is citizenship by descent, but that child may still have access to, for example, citizenship by grant. Would that be a correct assumption? Those are my 3 questions.
Okay. Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take this opportunity to say that what's also should be up on the Ministry of Justice website now are a couple of flow charts, because it is quite complicated, and I found that these really help to understand where you may be within the adoption process and what it means for you. And I encourage the members to download these from the Ministry of Justice website, because it may just help to understand some of the complication, because we have several different avenues for adoption in New Zealand. You can, or for recognising the adoption, it can be done through citizenship, it can be done through immigration, it can be done through the adoption process itself. And we have so many sections within the adoption law that it makes it quite difficult to be able to answer to specific scenarios when they could incorporate different avenues. So, people will still be able to go overseas and adopt children overseas in those overseas countries, but if they are not on the exempt list, they will not be able to bring those children back here to New Zealand with them. It's the other countries' courts that make the decisions on the adoption, and we often have no idea that it's even occurring. So that's why we're stopping temporarily Section 17, which would allow these children to be brought into New Zealand. It would be worse to bring a child to New Zealand and into an unsafe family than to leave them where they are, in our humble opinion. So also, when it comes to Section 2 definition of the overseas adoption, the Adoption Act in 1955 has that wording, and we carried that over. We're not going in to make changes in the Adoption Act. We're just trying to do this very quick, urgent, temporary fix and utilise what's already there in the legislation.
Dr. Zunan.
Thank you for those clarifications, Minister. I just want to check if the Minister... Thank you for that. I'll go and have a look at the MOJ website. And maybe once I've checked the flow chart, I may have a question coming back in terms of the question I have around Section 7. But just checking. Sorry, I stand corrected. I think the Minister actually answered all of my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, I've just been advised that those flowcharts are not going to be up on the Ministry of Justice website till tomorrow. I've just asked officials if they could get some copies down, hand some to yourself and also to the Labour Party.
Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
A short question. There's been a lot of discussion about habitual residents. And then in Section 11 of the Act, Section 3 is amended and it uses the word domiciled, which is kind of an old fashioned way of being habitually resident. And I'm just wondering whether that's intentional because it's part of another framework, or whether in fact it would be better to say in that setting the child is habitually resident for consistency across the legislation, because domiciled is actually kind of I remember a sort of 1950s term, and has a fair bit of law around it, including being a little bit more than just residence. It's about kind of your centre of gravity, and it's actually quite a hard question to answer, you know, where your family are, where your property interests are, where you pay tax, as well as where you live. And it's actually, I think, quite important in matters of things like cross-border taxation. So I'd be interested for the Minister to explain why we've got habitually resident in some parts of the Act and domiciled in other parts of the Act.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to the member for his question. This is reverting to the original 1955 wording. So we're using habitual residence in the areas that we are utilising or changing tonight, but then when the suspension ends, it'll go back to the original wording, which is domicile.
Mr Chair. Tom Rutherford.
I move that debate on.
I forget that one.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 6.1, new subsection 1a(b) to replace subparagraph 2 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Omarima Napoti Whakaae.
Act New Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Rima Napoti e Whakaae.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 8, new section 27E3A to insert subparagraph V be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumarima Napoti Whakaae.
Act New Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Rima Napoti Whakaae.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that part 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The time has come for me to leave the chair for the dinner break. The House will resume at 7:30.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
mai rai o te whare.
E te atua kaharawa, ka tuku whakamuna tia tu mātou mō nā karakia ko waihotia mai ki runga i a mātou. Ko wahi o mātou pānga whai oro katoa ki te taha, ka mihi mātou ki te kingi me te iuneo atu, me te arihitonga i roti o mātou whakaaroarohanga. Kia mōhio ai, kia whakaiti ai tā mātou whakahaere i ngā take o te whare nei. Mo te oranga, te mangarongo me te aroha o Aotearoa, āmeni.
A petition has been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Mayor Weston Curtin requesting that the House urge the government to act quickly to save the Chateau Tongariro Hotel.
That petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 3 papers.
Outcome of the Prime Minister's consultation with the Intelligence and Security Committee on the reappointment of the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security. Ministry of Transport Long-Term Insights Briefing 2025. Government Superannuation Fund Authority Statement of Performance Expectations 2025 to 26.
7 select committee reports have been delivered. Those papers stand published under the authority of the House. 7 select committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Education and Workforce Committee on the briefing on the multi-agency approach to injury prevention and rehabilitation. Report of the Environment Committee on the report of the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, Going with the Grain, Changing Land Uses to Fit a Changing Landscape. Reports of the Petitions Committee on the briefing on the petition of Holly Brooker, the petition of Eugene Greendrake, the petition of Ponsonby Chambers, another petition of Ponsonby Chambers, and the petition of Te Pāti Māori.
Those bills, the briefings in the report are set down for consideration. No bills have been introduced. Members, I have received a letter from Rauri Waititi seeking to debate Understanding Order 399, the omission of profiles for Māori ward candidates from local body election voting packs in some areas. While this is a matter of concern and an appalling omission, the provisions of Standing Orders 399 are not met. There is no ministerial responsibility for the operational activities or decision-making of local authorities. Speaker's ruling 1831. The application is declined. The House comes to oral question. The first name of the Honourable Marama Davidson.
E te pika, ki te pirimia, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Reo Māori e te pika. He aha ngā mahi a tōna kāwanatanga, hei tautoko I te kaupapa o tēnei wiki o te reo, ake, kia manawaroa ai, kia arotau ai, kia toitu ai te reo Māori.
Sorry, can I just promise, I'm sure the interpretation is taking a while to come through. It's important we get the question to the Prime Minister correctly. The Prime Minister will just take a minute to hear the question through his earpiece, which is playing up a bit.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah, sorry. Well, I mean, firstly, this is a government that is spending a huge amount of money, $142 million with the 4 Māori language entities. It's a government that I'm very proud of is spending money on teaching resources in Te Reo, and I'm very proud of that.
Reo Māori anō. Kōriri. E mā harahara ana ia I te whakatūpato a te taurawhiri I te reo Māori ki ngā panonitanga a tōna kāwanatanga o te ture matauranga, ara ka undermine the status of te reo Māori as a taonga and as an official language of Aotearoa, a ki te kore, he aha e kore ai.
Well, I totally disagree. This is a government that is spending money on resources to make sure that they are available in Te Reo and English.
E whakai ana ia ki te taurawhiri I te reo Māori, ara ko te hāpainga ake o te reo ingarihi ki runga ake I te reo Māori, Hei reo kawe kōrero matua mō ngā hinonga tūmatanui e hara I te hinonga Māori, he whakawhaiti kē I te kitea o te reo, he whakawhaiti hoki I te whaiwahi ōna hei reo o ia rā.
We want to be able to have, I understand the question correctly, we want to be able to make sure that our government agencies are navigable by all New Zealanders, and as a result having their names in both English and te reo. If you're a fluent English speaker, of which 95% of New Zealanders is their first language under the census from the last census, they can navigate their government in English, and if you're a fluent te reo speaker, you can navigate your government in te reo.
Kei te māharahara rānei ia, ka whaiti kē atu te āheinga ki te whakaako, ki te tautoko hoki I te reo Māori nā runga e ngā poronga pūtea e marohitia nei, he pūtea mā ngā kaiako rauemi o te reo Matatini me te reo Māori, mā te kotahi rau, whetū tekau mā whā, tūranga mahi.
No, I'm very proud of the resources being made available in te reo and English, as I've said before. I'm more proud of the fact that we're teaching our kids structured literacy, structured numeracy, encouraging them to get to school so they actually have a great future, Māori or non-Māori.
I whakaro rānei ia, he hāpai tāna mahi I te reo Māori I te whakaurunga a tōna kāwanatanga I te pere mātāpuna tiriti o Waitangi me te whakaari anō I tētahi whakamārama he o te reo Māori hei whakaiwi kore I a te wiki te iwi Māori mōtika.
The Treaty Principles Bill has been discussed and resolved.
Question number 2, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Supplementary. Why does he claim to have the cost of living under control when administered inflation, the component of inflation government can most directly influence, hit 10.8% last month, the steepest rise in at least 35 years?
Well, I'm very proud of this government's focus on reducing inflation. This is a government that has put inflation back under 3% again. There are items like rates running at 12.5%. That's why we support a rates cap. Encourage that member to support it too.
Supplementary question. Does he accept that the government's decision to increase transmission charges is driving up power bills? Its decision to increase natural disaster levies is driving up insurance premiums? Its decision to hike civil aviation levies is driving up the price of airfares? And then increased government charges are now one of the biggest contributors to the cost of living pressure that Kiwi families are facing.
In light of the first part of that question, I'd say to the member the energy prices are a function of his administration's banning of oil and gas and the fact that we do not have a supply of gas in this country, which has led to elevated electricity prices. Again, I'd say to that member, think about the position and support reversing the oil and gas ban.
Supplementary question. Did his government's decision to cut funding for public transport, forcing some commuters and families to pay up to 50% more just to get to work or school, increase or decrease the cost of living pressure that Kiwi families currently face?
Well, I can say to the member what is helping those families deal with the cost of living is our expanded role for family boost. What is helping those families support them in a cost of living crisis is the tax relief that we've offered them. What is supporting them is actually rental stability. That is a good thing, making sure. And we're also making sure that we give people tax, inflation and interest rate relief, which is what this government is delivering.
Speaking of family boost, has he found one single family that has received the full $250 a fortnight that he promised Kiwi families with kids during the last election campaign?
Well, look, I want to thank the member for his question because I really do appreciate answering this and bringing attention to the fact to all New Zealanders who may be watching this, that family boost rebates have been expanded, the thresholds have been extended, And as a result, there is even more money. And actually, for the last 13 weeks, you can now access and get more support from this government, which is absolutely fantastic. We think actually another 22,000 families will receive some support, and isn't that a great thing?
No one's getting all of it. Supplementary.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that this government is carefully managing its own finances so that New Zealanders face a lower rate of inflation and falling interest rates as a result?
I can, and what I can confirm is that this is a government that won't be looking to increase prices for New Zealanders by increasing the inflation band target as that member proposes.
Oh, well, who said that?
Well, point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr Speaker, the claim that the Prime Minister's just made is totally and utterly incorrect. And it is an exact example of what you have said the government shouldn't do, which is use patsy questions from the people sitting right beside them in order to attack the opposition, making false claims about the opposition.
The question itself was in order. The answer was most certainly not. And I think the last comment should be withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
Question. Did his government's decision to increase car registration fees by $50 increase or decrease the cost of living pressure that Kiwi families are currently facing?
Well, again, I'll just say to the member, we are proud of the fact that we have lowered inflation. In this government, yes, we have food inflation running at 5%, but that's a lot lower than 12.5% under his government. 2.7% inflation is lower than 7.5% under his government. Interest rates have been cut multiple times. Rents are stable. This is a government that is focused on economic growth. Why? So that we can get New Zealanders getting more money in their back pocket, and that's how they get ahead.
Supplementary question.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that one of the first actions of his government was to stop the petrol tax increases which had been scheduled by the last government?
Okay, that's an out-of-order question. Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. If his government has inflation under control, as he is now claiming, why is the price of food continuing to increase? With butter, statistics released today showing butter's up 32%, milk's up almost $1, and the price of mince is now $22 a kilo, all under his leadership.
Well, I'll just remind the member that when he was Prime Minister, food inflation hit 12.5%. It is 5% today. Yes, we have elevated prices for red meat and for dairy products. That's due to global commodity prices. That's why our farmers are having record years and record levels of farmer confidence in this country. But this is a government that is focused on lowering inflation. And I just say to the member, that's why you've seen us actually fast-track supermarket entrance so that we can actually do everything we can to make it as easy as possible to open up the supermarket sector. But again, the answer is not to increase the inflation target and increase prices for Kiwis, as his finance spokesperson suggested.
Supplementary question.
Supplementary question, the Honourable Nicola Willis.
Has the government increased petrol taxes since being elected?
No.
Supplementary question. Does the government plan to increase petrol taxes by 12 cents a litre?
The government has had no discussions about increasing fuel taxes at this time, but what we are very focused on is lowering inflation, making sure we lower interest rates, we get our economy growing, and we lower unemployment.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Given that the documents the government has tabled in this House indicate that they are intending to increase petrol taxes by 12 cents a litre, will the Prime Minister be required to correct that answer?
If the Prime Minister chooses to correct an answer, then that's his prerogative to do so. If you knew the answer, why ask the question? But anyway, the Right Honourable, the Honourable Shane Jones.
Question to the Prime Minister. Is he proposing to introduce a wealth tax, a capital gains tax, and has he taken any advice as to what impact that might have on the economy?
Well, I don't think taxing more, borrowing more, spending more is the way that we move this economy forward. I think that's what's put us in the almighty mess that we've actually seen. A capital gains tax, a wealth tax, an inheritance tax, a death tax. God knows what's being proposed. I just know that's not the answer.
Question 3, Jenny Marcroft.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Wait for a moment. Okay.
My question is to the Minister for Regional Development and asks, what reports has he seen regarding the West Coast?
The Honourable Shane Jones.
Last Friday, Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of being in Reefton down the west coast, otherwise known as Miningopolis, where previously there were over 59 mines. And I had the pleasure, along with the District Council, the Local Development Corporation, opening new accommodation to cope with the flood of employees that are coming to the west coast to fulfil a famous saying of this party that I belong to, dig baby dig.
Supplementary. What else can he tell us about economic development on the West Coast?
So much in so little time, Mr. Speaker. We are rekindling the golden age of the coast. Mining is now driving the coast. Not only are people expressing more confidence to invest there, but money is flowing. There is a pipeline of production projects. It will stimulate the economy for many years to come. It's only disappointing that it has taken this long, in particular those who derive their heritage from such industries, abandoning, demonising and tainting such an industry, and I'm glad to be rid of them.
Supplementary. How does this help the regional economy?
Coal, I'll have more to say about that within a week. Oil, gas and metal ore mining, Mr. Speaker, represent a key positive development in terms of those families, those employees who enjoy earnings beyond the median salary of $100,000. We are in a period of the world's trajectory where minerals are more important. New Zealand has a high position of influence in creating not only more jobs, but boosting our minerals production. Not only will it enable finance, engineering. No, we don't need any more Luddite contributions. That'll happen at the final speech at the end of the week. Not only will we see more realistic appreciation of the natural resource sector, you will find, Mr. Speaker, that those in opposition will be pushed to the margins of society because they're only interested in the dole.
Supplementary.
Might take this opportunity to remind ministers that answers should mirror the concise nature of questions. 3962 particularly directs that. Jenny Markroft.
Why are regional economies important to New Zealand?
Our regional economies are thriving. There is an acceptance that legacy industries, including farming, forestry, mining, fisheries, are doing the heavy lifting. It is very disappointing, Mr. Speaker, that these particular industries have not been of a regional character respected. And as we grow in the regions, I hope to spread that good story by encouraging appropriate levels of mining around our capital city, Wellington.
Question number 4, Cameron Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Economic Growth and asks, what recent announcements has she made on competition?
Mr. Speaker, today alongside Minister Simpson and Minister Seymour, I announced the most significant package of competition law reforms in nearly 20 years. The changes we announced to the Commerce Act are about fostering healthy competition in the economy. Competition empowers consumers with greater choices and ensures efficiency in the use of resources. Competitive markets are good for consumers, good for business, and good for the economy. They drive innovation, productivity, and growth.
Supplementary. What changes are being made to the Commerce Act?
Mr. Speaker, a number. Key changes include stopping unfair tactics like creeping acquisitions and predatory pricing to allow genuine competitors to thrive, introducing clearer merger rules to give businesses certainty while keeping markets fair, establishing a stronger, better structured Commerce Commission to deliver faster, more transparent decisions, streamlining approval for beneficial collaboration, making it easier for businesses to work together where it helps the public, and allowing businesses to make voluntary behavioural undertakings to limit their market power as part of merger applications.
Supplementary. What do these changes mean for businesses?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the changes will give small and medium enterprises in particular more confidence to invest, hire and innovate, knowing they won't be shut out by unfair practices. For larger businesses, the changes mean clear rules and faster decisions so they can pursue growth with certainty. And for the wider economy, they mean a more dynamic, competitive environment that drives productivity, attracts investment and ultimately delivers for Kiwis.
Supplementary. How do these reforms fit within the government's wider economic strategy?
Well, Mr Speaker, these reforms are part of the government's Growing for Growth agenda, which is the work we're doing to shift New Zealand to a faster growth track. Growing the economy requires competitive, dynamic markets that reward innovation and reward investment. So by modernising the Commerce Act, we're making sure New Zealand is an attractive place to do business and consumers are being protected. The initiatives we announced this morning are one part of an ongoing suite of measures that will help lift productivity and therefore contribute to rising incomes, more jobs and a stronger economy.
Question 5, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions in relation to the resignations of the former Reserve Bank Chair and Governor?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, once again, in context, yes.
Supplementary. On what date did the Treasury Secretary inform her of the letter the Board Chair wrote on the 27th of February?
On the 27th of February, I received a text from Ian Rennie informing me that the Reserve Bank Board had written to Adrian Orr about its concerns.
Supplementary. Was she aware or informed about the contents of the letter on the 27th of February?
No, Mr Speaker. The public record shows what I was informed of via the text message from Ian Rennie.
Supplementary. Did she seek any advice from Treasury, the Public Service Commission or Crown Law about her ability to correct the Reserve Bank Chair's statement or the public record about the real reasons the Governor resigned?
Mr Speaker, I relied on the judgment of the Reserve Bank Chair at the time that was as much as he could say, subject to the legal agreements he was a party to.
Supplementary. How can she stand by her statement that, quote, I relied on the judgment of the Reserve Bank Chair that he was saying as much as he could say, unquote, when she knew his words were misleading and she failed to seek advice of what her responsibilities were given the serious nature of the resignation?
Quite simply, Mr Speaker, because I knew that he was subject to an exit agreement, the terms of which I was not aware of. I was also not aware of the specific concerns the bank had raised with Mr Orr. I was not aware of how Mr Orr had responded to those concerns and the legal disputes that may or may not have occurred, and I was not aware of the details of the agreement the bank had entered into with Mr Orr.
Supplementary. Does she agree with Heather Duplessis-Allen that says, quote, it just looks like a giant cover-up, doesn't it, unquote?
Mr Speaker, no, although I have made clear that I'm very disappointed with the way the Reserve Bank has handled this matter, as Neil Quigley's resignation shows.
Exit agreement all along.
Supplementary?
Supplementary.
Yep. Rauri Waititi.
Was the Minister negligent in her oversight of the Reserve Bank resignations, or are these resignations a case of ministerial interference?
No and no.
Is the Minister concerned about her government's management of the public service given the number of high-profile senior resignations that have occurred since she took office?
Mr Speaker, I'd simply observe that in some cases resignations would be better for the reputation of organisations than people not resigning, staying on, defying their leadership and saying very racist things.
Supplementary.
Supplementary. Just wait for the House to calm itself.
When will she meet with the priests that drove past the Reserve Bank where the former Reserve Bank Chair and Governor formerly worked, and meet with the protesters of the government's refusal to impose sanctions on Israel for genocide in Gaza?
Great question.
I'm inclined to rule that question out, despite the creativity in trying to bring it into order. Question number 6, Catherine Wedd.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure. What reports has he seen on New Zealand's infrastructure pipeline?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, last month the Infrastructure Commission released a quarterly snapshot on the infrastructure pipeline for the quarter ending 30 June. Shows the value of infrastructure initiatives in the pipeline grew to $237 billion, an increase of $30 billion from the previous quarters. Great news for the construction sector and for growth. The value of initiatives with a confirmed funding source also increased, up by $13.5 billion to over $125 billion. Overall, the pipeline now contains 9,200 projects that are underway or being planned.
Supplementary. Why is the National Infrastructure Pipeline important?
Well, Mr Speaker, the pipeline is important for sending a signal to the market about upcoming activity, and I want to acknowledge the hard work of the previous government in setting up the Commission in a bipartisan way to make sure that we get this very important independent assessment of what is happening. It allows construction firms to plan ahead for major projects. We do need to improve the quality of information in the pipeline. There are some laggard councils who are not participating. It is important that we have as much data from the private and public sector, including local government, in the pipeline as possible. The more accurate and complete it is, the more useful it is for decision makers.
Supplementary. How many infrastructure projects are under construction?
Mr Speaker, the pipeline shows that there are 2,500 infrastructure projects under construction right now, with 483 in procurement that will begin shortly. In the June 2025 quarter, we were building as a country 560 water projects, 600 transport projects, 75 school projects and over 30 health and hospital projects. 280 initiatives under construction are valued at over $25 million each. Many more projects are likely to come to market in the forthcoming weeks and months.
Supplementary. How many infrastructure projects are under construction in Hawke's Bay?
Mr Speaker, I'm very pleased, as I'm sure that member is, to know there are 126 projects currently being delivered in the Hawke's Bay, with around 60 projects in procurement that will begin shortly. And of course, the big mother within those projects under construction is the fantastic Hawke's Bay Expressway.
Supplementary. Is the National Infrastructure Pipeline growing?
Yes, indeed it is, Mr Speaker, and we are looking forward to the September update that will be published towards the end of the year, and indeed more participants in the pipeline so we can get this economy growing and building again.
Question number 7, the Honourable Dr Aotearoa.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. What is the impact of delayed allogenic stem cell transplants on patients with blood cancers? And how is that harm being measured at New Zealand's 3 transplant centres?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Seymour Brown.
Mr Speaker, I'm advised that for some patients, disease recurs while they are waiting for a transplant, leading to them no longer being suitable for transplant. For some patients, this means additional rounds of chemotherapy while they await their transplant. For others, unfortunately, it means being referred for palliative care. This is deeply concerning for me, and I understand how stressful this is for patients and their families. That is why, in addition to existing investment, Health New Zealand has allocated over $6 million this year to increase capacity, support recruitment and improve the model of care. Health New Zealand is also working closely with clinicians to deliver further investment across all 3 transplant centres this financial year and in future years. I expect Health New Zealand to act with urgency on this. I'm advised that harm is measured and monitored differently across the country, and that Health New Zealand is working to implement a standard national data monitoring system to ensure patients receive timely quality care.
Supplementary. Why hasn't this improved already when it is the very first action listed in the government's health targets implementation plan?
Well, Mr Speaker, there has been an improvement in the number of stem cell transplants that have been done. Between April 24 and March 25, the total number of stem cell transplants in New Zealand rose to 363 from 336 the previous year. Nationally, 219 patients were waiting for transplant in March 2025, down slightly from 225 in 2024. I understand, Mr Speaker, that this is not good enough, and that is why I've asked Health New Zealand to work with urgency. This is a problem which has developed over a number of years, including the time that member was the Minister, and it is my expectation that Health New Zealand works urgently with clinicians to increase investment to reduce the wait list.
Is it correct that failure to implement their very own plan in the first year that it was put down for means patients like Liz Barnes, whose cancer was curable, now has incurable cancer?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said in my previous answer, there has been an increase in the number of transplants being completed. There is still significant more work to be done. That work is underway so that we can reduce that wait list, and it is my expectation that Health New Zealand works incredibly close with the clinicians on the front line to do just that.
Say that in the first year. Will he commit to appropriate rooms for bone marrow transplants at Wellington Hospital this financial year?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is one of the issues in relation to the capacity at Wellington Hospital is the amount of space. Work is underway to create more room and increase staff as part of regional service planning in Wellington.
Is it acceptable that patients like Tawhai Reti have to go to Australia for treatment because the government excluded blood cancer patients from their cancer medicine initiative?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that member may not be aware, but the $604 million increase in cancer medicines that we provided in Budget 2025 funded 33 new cancer medicines, including 6 for blood cancers. So we're very proud of the investment. We're always aware there is more work to do, but we also had to fill in the hole in the Farm Act budget left behind by the last government.
Does he?
Supplementary question, the Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Minister confirm that the approximately $1.7 billion being spent on medicines through Farm Act by this government is approximately $600 million more than was budgeted when we first came to office?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is correct. We were left behind a fiscal hole in the Farm Act budget, which we've had to fill. Plus, we have funded an additional $600 million for new cancer medicines. There are now thousands of New Zealanders receiving access to cancer medicines and hundreds of thousands of New Zealanders receiving access to treatments which they would otherwise not have had if the other party had been re-elected.
Supplementary, does he stand by the government's promise to blood cancer patients, you are not forgotten, when that is exactly what has happened with respect to their exclusion from the cancer medicines funding?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said in my previous answer, of the $604 million increase in Farm Act's budget that this government delivered, and the 33 new cancer medicines, 6 of them have been for blood cancer medicines. Those cancer medicines would not have been provided if Labor had been re-elected.
Question number 8, the Honourable Marama Davidson.
Ki te Pirimia, e tautoko ana ia I ngā...
Wait on. Questions heard in silence.
Tēnā koe e te pika. Ki te Pirimia, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Yes.
Ka whakarongo tōna kāwanatanga ki ngā kaitautohe neke I te takau mano I hikoitia I tāmaki makaurau, mō te kāwanatanga kia whakatau mena he motu hake a Paretinia, me te mahi hāmene I te teitei kia I haraia.
Well, as the member will be aware, we have a long-standing bipartisan position on support for a two-state solution in Israel and Palestine, as was imagined in 1947. It's a very complex issue. There are strongly held views across New Zealand society, probably across this Parliament, and we are carefully considering our position on that statement about recognition. And I would just say to the member, but this is also a government that has imposed sanctions on Israel, and we continually look to see what more we can do as well.
Reo Māori.
He aha tāna whakahoki kōrero.
Start again.
He aha tāna whakahoki kōrero ki te honga whakapono nā rātou tēnei tohu I waho I te tari a Nicola Willis nā rātou I ki atu. It is clear New Zealand is not doing all it can to intervene and put pressure on Israel to uphold international law.
A point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
It should be completely evident to you, sir, that the Prime Minister has no responsibility of randoms holding signs up outside a list member's office.
No, but the question was, what would he say? And the assumption is that Prime Ministers do have opinions. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, I disagree completely with the assertion that there have been no sanctions applied to Israel. We have placed travel bans on extremist politicians and senior ministers because of extremist rhetoric that has been used. We have placed travel bans on Israeli extremist settlers in the West Bank, and we have also we're very limited trade. We've had no records of approval under our export controls regime since 2003. What I would love to hear from the member is calling out Hamas as a terrorist organisation for October the 7th, where 1,200 innocent Israelis were killed and 251 hostages were taken, and calling for an immediate release of those hostages, as much as we call for Israel to make sure it looks after civilians and it gives unfettered, unhindered access and humanitarian assistance and aid.
Well done.
Ka whakatau te kāwanatanga I te motu haketanga o Paretinia, ki te kore, heha e kore ai.
Well, as the member is aware, and we have been very transparent, we are working our way through a cabinet process to arrive at a final decision about our position on that. Some of our friends around the world have moved forward with recognition, others have not. We will make our own independent decision and work our way through this issue carefully and considering all the different factors and the complexities involved. But I'd just say to the member, irrespective of the decision on the recognition of a Palestinian state, what is very important is that Hamas releases hostages, Israel makes sure it protects civilians and allows unhindered humanitarian assistance and aid, and everyone gets to a ceasefire so peace and stability can come out in the Middle East.
Heha te kāwanatanga e kore nei e whakamōhio atu ki ngā tangata o Aotearoa. I te kōwhiringa a te kāwanatanga, me te tūranga e kawe atu a Winston Peters ki te runanga whakakotahi I ngā iwi o te ao.
Well, we will when we have a final cabinet decision.
Ki te whai paenga ngā rauna toru takau mārua a te kāwanatanga I ngā hāmene ohanga kia ruhia, ka whai hoki te kāwanatanga I tētahi rauna ake o ngā hāmene kia I haraia, kei tua atu ngā hāmene ki ngā minita e rua anake.
I think the member is misunderstanding or not understanding what actions have already been taken. We have issued travel bans on 2 extremists and senior ministers in the Netanyahu government. We have called out illegal settlements on the West Bank and likewise put bans around travel associated with extremist Israeli settlers. We have very little trade with Israel ourselves, and importantly, we've made sure with our regime that we haven't sent products to the IDF since 2006, 2003, as far as records go back. So I would just put it to the member that we have had sanctions on Israel. We are consistently calling out actions that we disagree with, but I would ask that member to take a balanced view and actually call out the unacceptable, abhorrent behaviour of Hamas as well.
Question number 9, Dr. Carlos Chong.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Tourism and Hospitality. What recent announcements has she made about boosting major events and tourism across New Zealand?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to announce a next-level boost for major events and tourism with the Prime Minister on Sunday. The $70 million package will increase the government's investment in events and open New Zealand up to a wider range of opportunities, including concerts, which haven't previously been eligible for government funding. Major events are an absolute bonanza for our cities and regions and support local jobs, boost incomes and grow our economy. This investment will allow us to compete with Australia to host big acts and to give international visitors even more reasons to come and explore what New Zealand has to offer.
Supplementary. What does this package mean for events and tourism across regional New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, our boost for major events and tourism is significant for our regions and for our communities. Communities up and down New Zealand benefit hugely from regional events, and our $10 million regional tourism boost campaign will incentivise international visitors to come and see what our regions have on offer. Our first round of regional tourism boost drove large economic opportunities into our regions that don't traditionally see as many visitors. This is good for jobs and lifts incomes across our communities. I'd encourage any MPs from across the House to talk to their local tourism operators and ask how they can get involved. New Zealand is open for business, where we welcome visitors from anywhere at any time.
Supplementary.
Be mindful of Standing Order 396.
Supplementary. What other announcements has she made to encourage major events in New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, our government also wants to boost Eden Park's status as a major events venue, and my colleague, the Honourable Chris Bishop, is starting an investigation to changing the local rules to ensure it's no longer held back from its full potential. Last summer alone, Auckland's economy received a boost of nearly $33.7 million from several big concerts. These events created jobs, supported local businesses and meant more bookings in our restaurants, accommodation and local tourism providers. Our government is keen to see more major events in Auckland, and we need to ensure our venues are fit for purpose. The investigation will look into whether rules around events at Eden Park are negatively impacting economic growth, and Minister Bishop will announce further details in coming weeks.
Standing Order 396 requires concise answers.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received on this announcement?
Mr. Speaker, the feedback's been fantastic, so I'll speak fast to get it in. The Restaurant Association has called this a much-needed injection into New Zealand's economy and a vital boost for hospitality providers. Brent Eccles, an event promoter, has stated New Zealand is now back in the game for showstopper events, and Dunedin Mayor has said that this really puts some flesh on the bones of Dunedin's existing plans to attract events to the city. Tourism Industry Association Chief Executive Rebecca Ingram has said this level of investment puts us back in the game, supporting events of even greater scale and providing reasons for both domestic and international visitors to travel around New Zealand.
Question number 10, Arana Williams.
Ngā mihi o te wiki o te reo Māori e te manga o te whare. My question is to the Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. What, if anything, in his reforms announced today will bring prices of essentials down now for Kiwi consumers?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, the reforms announced today tackle some of the root causes of high prices by fixing outdated competition law. They stop dominant firms from quietly buying up rivals, crack down on predatory conduct and protect information confidentially that is disclosed to the Commission. Our goal is that Kiwis see more firms competing for their business when they go to buy groceries, fuel, building supplies and other essentials. The Minister was pleased to provide a briefing to the member yesterday and trust she supports these measures. As she well knows, not everything in life is a quick fix, but substantive reforms of this sort do make a difference.
His proposed bill prevent overcharging and excess profits at the expense of consumers and small businesses.
I'm not sure what measures the member is proposing, but if she's got a policy announcement to make on behalf of Labor and it's as good as Barbara Edmonds' one...
Sorry.
Speaker?
You need not make the point of order. That sort of answer is just out of order. Now, the member will take an extra question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why is he willing to punish businesses that lower prices of groceries, airline tickets, building supplies and other essentials while doing nothing about businesses raising prices month on month and year on year?
Mr. Speaker, I utterly reject the substance of that question. The government is doing no such thing.
Well, will any of the inclusions in the announcement today reduce food prices, which are up 5% this year and driving up inflation?
Mr. Speaker, I hope that the member understands the fundamental nature of competition law, which is that if we wish to prevent the sorts of consolidation in sectors and industries that has occurred and allowed, for example, the significant dominance of 2 supermarkets in New Zealand's grocery sector, then we need to ensure that our commerce law keeps up to date with both international and regulatory developments. The changes the government has proposed today will ensure that that sort of market consolidation can't occur in future. As I said in the answer to my primary question, not everything in life is a quick fix, but that doesn't mean that we should ignore the opportunities for substantive reform.
Is it National's fundamental approach to competition that it will be illegal to slash the price of butter, but perfectly okay for it to rise 32% year on year?
Mr. Speaker, no.
Why is he willing to talk tough with market controls to stop businesses lowering prices, but doing nothing about the price of broccoli, which is up 75% in the year, or cabbage, up 85% in the year?
Well, Mr. Speaker, because unlike that member, I don't want to take a leaf out of Willie Jackson's book and propose price fixing. It's been tried in quite a few countries and it doesn't work.
Why is this government putting prices up, adding to the cost of living, from car registrations to increasing prescription costs, instead of taking action to reduce them?
Mr. Speaker, if the member wishes to come and have a briefing about how prices are set by independent businesses, then I'm happy to provide such a briefing. Because last time I checked, there is no law in New Zealand that sets the prices for retail products. But if the member has a member's bill she wishes to discuss with me along those lines, I'd be fascinated indeed, and I'll file it with the suggestion on inflation that member Edmonds made last week.
Question 11, Suze Redmayne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just hang on a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Agriculture. What recent reports has she seen on farmer confidence?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Nicola Greig.
Nothing but great news for the primary sector, Mr. Speaker. After the overwhelmingly positive survey from Feds a couple of months back, the latest Rabobank Rural Confidence Survey shows farmer confidence remains at near record highs, with our farmers feeling really good about the next 12 months ahead. The result shows a positive 46% confidence level, with 4 consecutive quarters of elevated sentiment, which proves when a government backs its primary sector, great things can happen.
Supplementary. What did the survey show about farmer sentiment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, now after 6 long years under the Labor government, farmers have a positive outlook.
Sorry, start again. Okay, that's just not part of the question and answer regime that we have in here.
Mr. Speaker, farmers now have a positive outlook on the agri-economy, with higher commodity prices the major source of optimism, alongside improved access to overseas markets and economies. The survey shows dairy and red meat farmers are particularly optimistic, reflecting record milk and beef prices, alongside historically high lamb returns. Confidence in these sectors is also translating into stronger investment intentions, which is great for our rural communities and towns across this country.
Supplementary. What actions has the government taken to support the primary industry to increase farmer confidence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to doubling the value of New Zealand's exports in the coming 10 years. We're going to do that by removing unnecessary regulation, winding back costly red tape, overhauling the RMA, and we intend to create a system that enables enterprise and recognises food and fibre as a strategic asset.
Supplementary. What are the benefits of increased farmer confidence to the New Zealand economy?
Mr. Speaker,
New Zealand's success very much depends on our farmers' success, and these confidence levels show the sector is in a strong position and the government is determined to keep building on that momentum. When farmers are confident, they invest, they employ more people and they contribute to stronger regional economies. For anyone at home listening, including my mum, this government will continue to back our food and fibre sector, giving them the tools and support they need to succeed not just today but well into the future.
I'm sure that Mrs Gregg appreciates the message. Laura McClure, question 12.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Associate Minister of Education, what recent reports has he seen on education?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I have seen a number of reports recently which add up to charter schools building momentum. With a large number of applicants, both of new schools and those wishing to convert existing schools to charter status, but also there have been a number of touching stories of students who had been totally alienated from education now feeling that they can indeed do it. Very much the kind of story that we should all want for New Zealand children.
Supplementary. Is the demand for charter schools growing?
Mr Speaker. Well, yes, indeed. And in the words of Nathan Drury, quote, Māori people have always indicated a desire for their kids to have access to education that will enable them. And so we've put our hand up to say we want to be one of those options. Meanwhile, this year, 52 different applicants have approached the Charter School Authorisation Board wishing to begin new charter schools. There have been 8 formal applications from state schools to convert, with another 2 already converted and about a dozen actively considering and in contact with the Charter School Authorisation Board in relation to conversion. And what I'd say to those members opposite who are yapping over there, if you've got a question, get up and ask it.
Supplementary. What feedback has he seen from students about their experience of moving to a charter school?
Mr Speaker, a lot of it, and much of it quite touching. Students that have said, quote, I wasn't really a school person, saying that actually the experience has been life-changing. Students whose attendance was abysmal, in fact, sadly they weren't really attending, now some of the best attending students in the district. I've seen a trades-focused school, Busy Charter in central Auckland, which is supporting students into vocational education through work placements and apprenticeships. These are the kinds of options that New Zealand children have been thirsting for, but for too long the providers and the suppliers of education have had their interests advanced before the interests of students by successive government policies.
Supplementary. What other comments has he seen about charter schools?
Well, Mr Speaker, I've seen quite a number. For example, a little-known broadcaster from a radio station called 1ZB has said Northland College's possible conversion is, quote, driven by the realisation that what they're currently doing doesn't work for their kids, and that's the genesis of charter school thinking. The basic premise is one size does not fit all, and a lot of kids may well benefit from different styles and approaches to learning. What we have demonstrably doesn't work for everyone, and the union's, quote, myopic view that there can only be one way is a very large part of the overall handbrake that has prevented real change and achievement in education. Mr Speaker, it is a little idea that can, and whose idea has come and is making an enormous difference for children's success, that all of us in this House should want to celebrate. Ka pai.
That concludes oral questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
The House is resumed. Members, when we rose for the dinner break, we had finished debating part one. We now come to part two. Part two, this is the debate on clauses 15 to 32, consequential amendments and revocations, and Schedule 2. The question is that part two stand part. Nope. No one? Okay. The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Schedule 1. The question is that Schedule 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Schedule 2. The question is that Schedule 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to our final debate, clauses 1 and 2. This is the debate on clauses 1 and 2, title and commencement. The question is that clause 1... anyone taking a call on this? No. The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I will report this bill without amendment.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Adoption Amendment Bill and reports it without amendment. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down for third reading immediately.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Nicole McKee.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Adoption Amendment Bill now be read a third time. Madam Speaker, at its core, this bill is about preventing the risk of significant harm to children and young people. While most children and young people adopted overseas and brought to New Zealand are adopted by loving families, some are subjected to neglect, abuse, or exploitation by those who should be caring for them. That our adoption legislation can be used in this way is unacceptable, and I cannot allow it to continue. As I've noted, the bill amends the Adoption Act to immediately suspend recognition of unsafe overseas adoptions for citizenship and immigration purposes. This will prevent further harm while we develop a permanent solution to the problem. I'm pleased to inform the House that officials are already working on a permanent legislative solution. This temporary suspension will provide the time they need to ensure that this solution is thoroughly considered and that there is time for consultation and scrutiny. I want to thank my ministerial colleagues for their support and engagement on this issue, with particular thanks to the Ministers of Immigration, Internal Affairs, Foreign Affairs and Children, all of whom have been generous with their input. I also want to thank members for their time and focus during the early stages of this bill and for the keen debate during the Committee of the Whole House. I know urgency isn't always welcome, but in this case, it is entirely necessary. I thank members from all parties for working together to prevent the risk of future harm to children and young people. I particularly want to thank MPs from around the House who have spoken in support of this bill. Mr. Speaker, before I close, I want to thank officials from the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, and the Department of Internal Affairs, Oranga Tamariki, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade for their collaborative approach to this work. I also want to acknowledge the Parliamentary Council Office for their work on the bill. Mr. Speaker, all children and young people deserve to grow up in a safe and loving family environment. This bill reflects the government's commitment to the safety of children and young people in New Zealand. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Kia rana and kia ora te mana whakawā. We do support this bill, but I do want to just record a few reservations. First of all, in terms of process, I can understand why this bill is being done under urgency. It's one of those rare occasions where if you were to take a normal process with a select committee, there would be a rush for the court, and the very evil that you were trying to avoid would be compounded. Having said that, having looked at the bill and understood as best I can in this short time the work that has been done to consult on it, I think more could have been done. It doesn't appear the Children's Commissioner was consulted. It doesn't appear that communities were engaged, even without the detail of the bill being discussed, but in terms of how adoption works. I do think that this is a blunt tool. And I know the Minister's working on a more permanent fix, and this is a temporary fix. But I just want to recognise, really, that this will cause worse outcomes. It will protect a number of children and young people from genuine harm. Accept that, and I commend the Minister for that. But it will also lead to worse outcomes for other families who have been using this adoption process for entirely legitimate reasons, and they're now going to be shut out. So, as government, you've chosen that path, and I'm not sure we support the overall intention. I'm not sure we'd have done it that way. So I want to recognise that. I do think that the workability of this bill, at least in terms of New Zealand adoptions, sits on the fulcrum of exceptional circumstances. And it is my view that when the courts come to ask themselves whether there are exceptional circumstances, they should do that against the background of New Zealand law and our international obligations. And New Zealand law and international child and human rights make it clear that the centrepiece is the interest of the child. And I can understand why in committee stage the Minister didn't rise to my bait, so to speak, of whether this case or that case was exceptional. But I think that the courts need to recognise that a case in which a child is worse off by an adoption order in New Zealand not being made is an exceptional thing. That if we can save a child from harm in another country, or if we can put them in a family setting where their culture is recognised and they can be best nurtured, that is a good thing, and to not make an adoption order in those circumstances should be done only should only be done where it must. And so I think we need to look very carefully at that. The list in Schedule 1AAB is the other part of this legislation that really does the work. And the Minister has to be careful with her words because this has international impact. And there are countries which are not on that list, which we would perhaps expect to be on that list. Now, Tonga's on that list, and we're assured by the Minister that she is satisfied that the adoption procedures in Tonga are such that they can be relied upon. And yet there are other countries with very good rule of law, very good legal systems. Singapore's a good example, which has a Anglo-American style legal system. Japan has a civil legal system, but again, very robust, but not on that list. Now, it may be that there are international relation reasons for that, and the Minister didn't feel able to disclose those. And certainly in the Attorney General's report, there are redactions there which were on grounds that you don't see that often, which are based on protecting relationships with foreign countries and New Zealand defence and security. So I can accept that, but I do think we need to be very careful, and that we should be absolutely open, Minister, if I may say, to adding to that list where we can reach a conclusion that those countries do have robust adoption systems which would be consistent with looking after children and putting them in the best family setting that we possibly can. So we do look at this bill, and it is a little bit regrettable that we saw this bill in its final form, because the kind of things that were raised in good faith at committee stage, but look, I'll admit my amendment papers were cobbled together this afternoon because that's when I saw the bill. And had we had, either me as Justice spokesperson or another of our members as an appropriate spokesperson, perhaps for children, and engaged on it, that testing of ideas, the testing of ideas that happens here in this House and in Select Committee, might at least have been mimicked in some kind of exchange. And I accept that it requires a degree of trust. But I must say, I think that we can engage in those kind of conversations. And it's perhaps a little disappointing that we didn't. This bill, I don't want to criticise drafting too much, but this bill is complex. It's actually quite hard to follow the interplay between the Schedule 1 AAB, the Hague Convention countries, and I am a little concerned because, and thank you to the Minister for providing the flowchart, but I'm always a little, with respect to your officials who have clearly been working very hard, I'm always a little suspicious of materials provided by officials, which is kind of a shortcut to the legislation itself, because it's not always actually accurate. And I've seen that myself. And so we do need to be cautious and not take the flowchart as the final word. And I do have some suspicion that once we throw this to the lawyers, and lawyers will be involved in this, no doubt, that they will be looking at it and finding some inconsistencies, because even for myself, I still can't quite reconcile all of the provisions of the bill and the interplay between overseas adoptions, Hague Convention adoptions, and the provisions here and the way they're amended. So it is yet to be seen exactly if this bill falls as it is intended. But in closing, I do want to say this, that the adoptions that have led to this legislation are heinous. The suggestion that we should in any way tolerate adoptions which are intentionally exploitative of children and young people is to be abhorred. We absolutely oppose those, so I commend the Minister for taking action on it. We need to take every step in New Zealand, including in some senses reaching overseas where we can, and this is what this bill does in terms of reaching to non-recognition of overseas adoptions. To stop those exploitative practices is entirely appropriate. I do think that when we come to this and when we come to look at the further legislation that the Minister has prefaced, we must put children at the centre of the discussion. The only question is what is in the best interests of the child. And from that starting point, we can answer the question of how we weed out adoptions which are illegitimate, in bad faith, and exploitative. But at the same time, we need to promote relationships and adoptions which enhance the welfare of children. And that's what this doesn't do. It stops exploitative adoptions, but it doesn't actually promote and allow those adoptions which do promote the interest of the child. So there is work to be done. And I know the Minister said that the Children's Commissioner was supportive of this legislation, and I'm glad about that. That's a good thing. But I'm sure the Children's Commissioner will have much to say about how we can address this in a way which is both culturally sensitive and child-centric. So I look forward to this legislation being replaced with something that's even better. Kia ora.
Dr. Lawrence Zena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party supports this bill in its third reading, and I really appreciate the Minister for her engagement throughout the committee stage in clarifying a lot of the questions we had posed to the Minister during the first and second reading. I think it is important to sum up some of the clarifications that have been provided as a part of that process. And, understanding that this bill came to the House under urgency in order to address a loophole in our current system that have seen harm and suffering of our tamariki as a result of the system that we have created. So with that is an important loophole for us to address. But just going to some of the clarifications around the committee stage. In terms of the question that has been posed as a part of a lot of our contribution in the second reading was around the countries that were included as a part of this, particularly around what is considered country that has signed up to the Hague Convention and countries where some of the Hague Convention adoption works and some of our collaborations and agreement within that convention. I think the Minister has explained in terms of the reasons why some of the countries were excluded from that may be a part of the Hague Convention due to conversations and reports of potentially problematic adoption or concerns that's being addressed about those specific countries, and so that has been left out. At the same time, there are countries, and I think Tonga was the example that was given by the Minister, of a country that isn't part of the convention that has been included as a part of this. The big question that we've had during the second reading, and I think is something that was discussed at length in the committee stage, was around some of the other countries, and Samoa being a really good example of that, where the Minister has assured us of the ongoing conversations and work that's being done with those jurisdictions to ensure that the adoption process is robust on both ends to be included as a part of the list as a part of the list in the future, because again, in terms of the exemptions and the countries that are exempted under Schedule 1A, those countries can be added on, well, hopefully not removed, but countries can definitely be added on as a result of order in Council. The other key area I want to sort of draw attention to is something that we did discuss a fair bit, is around the definition of the terminology. And I think particularly when we're looking at the definition and specificity around habitually resident and ordinary resident, as well as national. And we are quite comfortable with the Minister's rationale and explanation for a lot of these terminologies, and I think particularly when we're looking at a definition of overseas adoption, I really appreciate the honesty of the Minister when it comes to that these are the terminologies that's being drawn from existing legislation. There is a bigger there's more work to be done in this area, but for the interim measures, those terminologies and definitions are taken from existing legislation. So, again, really grateful for that engagement with the Minister. The next thing that I think is worth mentioning in terms of the conversations is around Clause 17, the Section 17 replaced. and particularly around some of the changes to the Citizenship Act 1977 and the Immigration Act 2009. I think those kind of things in tangent with Schedule 1AA, does provide some clarification in terms of between the first commencement date and second commencement date, if the application is done before then, if the application is done during this period, and if the application is being processed after the second commencement date, i.e. as part of that bigger work that's going to be done. The Schedule 1AA does lay it out really nicely. However, I guess the encouragement now is, I understand there's the flow chart that the minister has helpfully provided for us, but how would that be communicated to the various communities and in a culturally and linguistically appropriate way to ensure that those communities actually understand some of those differences in terms of the setting between what is in the first commencement date and what is going to be in the second commencement date. I think particularly that period in between those two commencement dates, where the ability for a child to have citizenship by descent being removed regardless of the commencement date, but the child having access to a particular type of visa and what potentially immigration pathways there are going forward. That is something that we just have to wait and see how that's developed. But I think that is something definitely, if we're going to be looking at a bigger piece of work, to consider and flesh out. Now, there are definitely, in terms of the process, things that I would like to address and potentially recommendations as well. Noting that this bill has been presented to us in urgency, I mentioned in the committee stage that even though the consistency report with Bora was presented after the first reading, we nevertheless had a copy of it by the time we went to second reading, which again was something that we didn't get to see when we're looking at the outer space and high altitude amendment bill. That was a secret bill a few months ago. So for that, I am impressed by the fact that we're able to have something that's available for this House and for the public reasonably quickly, considering the bill was only introduced at 3 p.m. This afternoon. But one of the things that is interesting within that is, and I understand in terms of the magnitude and potentially legal implications, is the sections that were redacted as a part of that Bora report. And also, I think, if we're looking at that, I mentioned it's a great idea for us to be able to have access to the Bora report up front and particularly during the committee stage. What we haven't seen, particularly in the magnitude of a bill that is introduced under urgency that we're seeing for the first time, is the other reports and assessment that's been done as well. So in the future, if we do see a situation like this, that is an urgent bill and it's unavoidable, I would really like to see a regulatory impact statement that comes along with this. And also I would like to see particularly a bill when it affects the right of the child, that we have a child impact statement as well. I think that will just give the House more scope and better ability to be able to understand the full extent of the ramifications of this bill if we had access to those documents. But I guess the other thing is I would also like to commend the Minister on the transparency that has been provided as a part of this bill. I think the fact that we saw in the committee stage and the Minister was really open and honest about her contribution and responding to our questions diligently. Again, I want to thank the Minister for that, and also being able to proactively provide us these information, such as the flow chart that will be available on the website tomorrow. So I do appreciate the openness and transparency of the process. Last couple of things, I guess, in terms of recommendations, in terms of the process is, I did mention that this is something that has been alerted and the government has commented on it back in May. So if something like this that does happen, where we are expecting to see something coming coming to the House under urgency, it will be really good to know that more consultations have been done with the relevant stakeholders. Mana Mokopuna being one of the examples has been provided by the previous speaker, but also affected communities and also ministries that are potentially being affected by this. I know in the bill there were a number of ministries the number of ministers that have been named as ones that will be consulted on as part of the broader project. It will be really nice to see them being consulted on earlier on. And finally, while we are putting in this system in place, an interim thing in place that will hopefully stop any future or any further abusive or exploitative cases happening, we also must remember how we're monitoring existing cases as well. So I'm really looking forward to what's going to happen in that front in the next step. But with that, we do support the bill, and I do thank the House for their contributions.
Cole Bates.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the House for the pace at which you have worked this evening in order to get this piece of legislation through. And I thank the Minister and the officials in advance for the work that's going to happen in the next stage of this process. So I commend the bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Casey Costello.
I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak on this third and final reading of the Adoption Amendment Bill. I think that we have summed up the perfect words earlier in the contribution, which is what is in the best interests of the child. And I commend the Minister for doing exactly what was needed in the best interests of the child in the now, in the immediate, rather than commentating and navigating the perfect solution. We have taken immediate action, and that is what was needed to be done. We have been given clear assurance that not only work will be done, that work is being done to make that final position of where we need to be. But it is critical at this stage that we put the child first. That is exactly what has happened. We need to put a stop to this, and we've taken decisive action, and I am proud to commend this bill to the House.
I rise on behalf of the Green Party to speak the third reading of the Adoption Amendment Bill. Let me be clear. The protection of children to be free from exploitation and harm is paramount. This bill takes urgent action to close loopholes that have in the past allowed exploitation, trafficking and harm to occur. The Green Party continues to support this bill and raise concerns throughout the Committee of the Whole House stage. In good faith, we will continue to support this bill, and I commend the Minister for her mahi to halt these heinous crimes against children, and to everybody who participated fulsomely in the committee stage. Cases before the courts have shown that children can be brought to New Zealand through overseas and inter-country adoptions where proper safeguards are missing. And we know of instances where adoptive parents with prior convictions for violence or abuse were able to adopt children into New Zealand. And this bill immediately suspends those inter-country adoptions. However, urgency as a means to pass this legislation has its downfalls. This bill has moved through all the stages in a single day without select committee, public input or an independent child impact statement. This would have given us a greater depth of knowledge and understanding into this bill. Questions do remain about whether all relevant consultations have taken place. Have Pacific governments been properly consulted? Has MFAT been engaged regarding international and diplomatic implications? Have child protection experts and other agencies been able to advise on whether this is the most effective way to protect children? While the intent is absolutely correct, the method must be assessed carefully to ensure it does not unintentionally harm children or families acting in good faith. Making sure that kids that need a safe home in New Zealand are not left in crisis. Oranga Tamariki is already actively working with the Samoan officials through a cross-agency group to ensure that adoptions are in the children's best interest. And the Minister did answer those questions earnestly about how to work with Samoa to make sure that they can get onto this list and make sure that these kids do have pathways to these safe whānau here in Aotearoa. So this includes developing an information sharing system so that New Zealand courts can access relevant details on prospective adoptive parents, such as criminal histories. Mr. Speaker, we still remain concerned that the way this bill is being implemented may undermine the constructive work or the potential for safe, culturally grounded adoptions to continue where appropriate. So we must also recognise the cultural significance of inter-country adoptions for Pacific whānau. Many Samoan, Tongan, Tuvaluan, Kiribati communities have legitimate adoption practices that strengthen whānau, provide children with education and opportunity, and honour whakapapa, as the Ministry of Justice heard in 2022 during those public consultations. Stopping unsafe practices is critical, but we must be careful not to penalise families or children where safe and culturally aligned pathways exist. This bill is an interim measure. It buys time to implement comprehensive rights-based reform of the Adoption Act 1955. And the Green Party calls for and will continue to call for full replacement of outdated adoption laws centring children's rights, safety and well-being, strong, transparent safeguards against trafficking and exploitation, which I know the Minister is working on with her team, partnerships with Pacific nations, including robust consultation with governments and community leaders, and recognition of te tiriti or Waitangi and Māori practices, including whāngai. The Green Party supports this bill at its third reading while continuing to push for a system that keeps children safe, honours culture and ensure their rights and well-being are centred.
I rise to contribute to the third reading in the Adoption Amendment Bill. And Mr. Speaker, indeed there's a lot of parents that have adopted children that are the most beautiful parents one can hope for. But for those that are not, we need bills like this, anything and everything to protect children. I commend this bill to the House.
Venetia Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to take final call at the third reading of this bill, a bill which we are supporting. I might just go back to where I started at the first reading in terms of why this bill is here and addressing the very serious issues in front of us. A number of us in the House spoke to cases that had presented in the media of essentially adolescent young people who were in the most horrific of circumstances. And I think for me what comes to mind is that while through the diligent work of the police and others, those were cases that were identified, there may well be ones that haven't. And for me that is really what this bill is addressing. It is putting a pause on things so that we are able to get the settings right, because we recognise that once those young people are in the country, it is very, very difficult to identify who is at risk. I spent almost a decade as a lawyer and then manager at Youth Law Aotearoa, and our job was to provide legal advice to children and young people under 25. And one thing that was very clear through that time was that some of the most vulnerable young people who were subject to the most abuse were the least likely to contact us, and even if they did, even if they were interviewed, were the least likely to present their cases and raise issues with us. So if it's possible to take a preventative approach, which is what the Minister is doing in that case, then I absolutely support that. Colleagues have raised, as have I, issues of process and urgency, and I think those have all been raised in entirely good faith, because we do recognise that this is an important area for us to address. Like colleagues, I'd like to thank the Minister for her diligent answering of questions in the Chair earlier this evening, which was comprehensive, and no doubt there will be conversations to come. I appreciated her sharing that the Children's Commissioner had released the press release in favour of the proposed change, but also her indication that officials are already underway drafting legislation. So we look forward to seeing what those changes are. Just prior to the dinner break, the Minister also referenced this flow chart, which is 2 pages long, and I think what many of us on this side of the House were trying to get our heads around were the particular circumstances for people and whether they would be included or excluded. This is excellent, this is very good, and I understand it'll be on the Ministry of Justice website tomorrow. One thing I did notice just reading through it is, quite rightly so, at the end of many boxes it says seek expert legal advice. So I did just want to acknowledge the many families out there who are wonderful potential adoptive parents who are diligently going through the process, who will be faced with this tomorrow and just getting their heads around what their position is, and hopefully this will be somewhat of a support. I indicated in terms of the potential legislation that's being drafted, some of the gaps that I saw in Section 17 of the Citizenship Act, and Dr. Duncan Webb has referenced some of this as well. This is the best interests of the child test, so I hope that there's opportunity to include that in further legislation, along with an examination of the suitability of the parents and potential DNA testing where there is an assertion that the child is a blood relative of the potential adoptive family. Through committee stage, I also asked whether the principles of the Hague Convention, one in particular, would be involved when a family court judge or an associate makes a decision in terms of the exemptions. I would just suggest that there are other provisions that the New Zealand Central Authority is subject to under the Hague Act, the Hague Convention, that could also be useful either to weave directly into legislation or into policy and practice. Just looking at a few in particular, there's one around the exchange of reports from both sides where there isn't a central agency present, or perhaps one that's not quite well set up yet. There is the specific decision by the child's country to entrust a child to specific adoptive parents, so obviously quite a detailed agreement. There is assurances from both sides about permanent residence. There is the something I mentioned earlier, which is the obligation to continually keep countries informed about post-placement well-being. The reason I mention that one is that I think there's also an opportunity to bring some of these other countries who may not yet be signatories to the Hague Convention into best practice procedure, and this may be a way of doing that. The last one is when the child is placed with prospective adoptive parents in New Zealand before it's finalised, but it appears to OT that the continued placement of the child with those parents is not in the child's best interest. There's an obligation then on OT to take measures as well. And so having those sorts of agreements separately within legislation that nonetheless echo the methodology of the Hague Convention seems to me to be a best practice way to approach things, and potentially also just grow that best practice with countries that haven't yet been in that space. Over the dinner break, I did take a second look at the Bill of Rights Act vet, and I really appreciated looking at it a second time because it actually really did reassure me. I think in terms of identifying whether discrimination exists or not, the conclusion, although it could go either way, seems to be that it doesn't touch the grounds of race or nationality, that it doesn't touch the ground of familial connection, and I can understand the argument as to why. part of the benefit of reading it post-committee stage was I reflected on comments by Lawrence Zunan, who asked specific questions about the location of the child and to what extent that was important in decision making, and that it didn't appear to him to be a question of nationality. So I did think that was important. There's an interesting point in the Bill of Rights Act for those who are interested about whether the Act actually applies to a child who's outside of New Zealand, and this is probably a broader question, but certainly some commentary is stretched into the space to say it does in certain circumstances. For example, when our military are operating overseas. In my view, this would be a legitimate circumstance as well, because we would be recognising an overseas adoption of a child to New Zealand-based parents. So potentially there is some jurisdiction there, but I do think that those were fair conclusions for the Bora vet to draw. Probably the one comment I would have in terms of the vet is on page 7, where they look at the order and council provisions and suggest that that is part of that reasonable limitation, essentially, that you're asking for additional people to be consulted as part of that decision to alter the list, and for certain things to be considered. I had hoped that my colleague Dr. Duncan Webb's amendments would have made it through at committee stage, because I do think it would be useful to have the Children's Commissioner there, the Attorney General there as consultative, as well as an explicit reference to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. However, I do see that there are provisions there, and within the second point where regard must be had to international agreements, that the Children's Convention can of course sit within that, and it will be a matter of policy and procedure really to ensure it does. My last point, because I think we spent a lot of time on it at committee stage, was deciding when an exemption would be granted and the broad framing around that. I would just hope, and this possibly isn't for the Minister, but as a general comment, I do think it's an impossibly hard task to be in the role of making decisions where there is a lot of discretion. And so just to hope that those judges, but particularly the family court associates, will be given some training and support in terms of establishing what the parameters are, and also whether it's a high bar threshold or whether there is more flexibility than the two examples that are provided. But thank you again to the Minister for your hard work on this, and I commend the bill to the House.
Tom Rutherford.
I commend the bill to the House.
Honourable Jenny Salisa.
Kia ora e te pika ngā mihi te wiki o te reo Māori. Mr Speaker, I'm really honoured to be debating this third reading of the Adoption Amendment Bill, a really important bill, and as you know, Mr Speaker, it is not often that we have such agreement in the House, especially under urgency like this. But I think one of the reasons why we are mainly in agreement, Mr Speaker, is because of the issue that is being debated, and because at the heart of this bill is some of our most vulnerable in society, our tamariki, our children. And I'd like to begin, similarly to when I spoke earlier on, by commending and thanking the Minister, the Associate Minister of Justice, the Honourable Nicole McKee, for her work in ensuring that this bill is actually put before us in the House of Parliament. And as you rightly pointed out, Minister, this is an issue that all kinds of governments of all colours over the past, because the Adoption Act is really old. The Adoption Act is from the 1950s, and so there have been many chances in the past to address this issue. I'd also like to acknowledge the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Right Honourable Winston Peters, because I know behind the scenes he and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have actually worked really hard on this issue, and I know this because we as Pacific Caucus wrote to him. This is an issue that gets covered in the media when adoptions are not quite the ideal that we see. As we know, adoptions is something that is used by many families, and most of the time those adoptions are really good. We adopt our nieces or our nephews and they come overseas and they have a better life, better access to education. But as we know from some of the cases that is covered in the media, this is not always the case, which is why this legislation, the Adoption Amendment Bill, is so important to debate in the House. As you know, though, Minister, we do have some reservations which our spokesperson, the Honourable Duncan Webb, has already covered. One of those reservations is the fact that, it is coming through the House under urgency. And one of the things that you said earlier on, Minister, is the more comprehensive adoption bill is currently being worked on, and so we look forward to when that comes through. But the reason why we're having this debate and the reason why I believe we must have this debate is because behind every clause of this bill lies a child that deserves our protection, a child that deserves our advocacy as members of Parliament, a child that deserves our unwavering commitment, regardless of whatever political colours we wear, because all of these children, they need to be safe and their well-being is actually at risk when adoption laws are not as ideal as they should be. We support this bill because, unfortunately, children are being trafficked, children are being exploited, and children are being abused through the loopholes in our current adoption system. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I also wanted to cover is the fact that Labor, one of the things we value over many decades is the fact that people matter more to us than property, and children matter most. I'm not going to give the examples of how this has been central, but I do want to cover some of the cases, unfortunately, that have come through, and I'm not going to say the names because there have been many cases in the media. One of those adoptions that stands out for me is a case where a person with previous convictions for violence was actually able to adopt 3 boys from overseas and bring them to New Zealand. What followed was a year of horror. A 12-year-old boy withdrawn from school and held as a domestic servant, children forced to work in fields without proper medical care, and children who were so desperate they scaled tall fences at night to escape. But the question that we should answer as members of Parliament is, how did our New Zealand adoption system even allow this to happen in the first place? Which is why the answer in its devastating simplicity is that the current Adoption Act of 1995, which is older than many of us in this House, absolutely has to be amended. So I commend this bill to the House.
Tēnā koe, e te mangai o te whare, ka taku pire ki te whare. I commend this bill to the House.
Speaker, kia ora, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak and take some time to reflect on what this piece of legislation is about, to talk about how we got here, and talk about the implications and the impacts that it will have in terms of our society and as we move forward. And of course, legislation in society is always moving and changing. And when you look at legislation from 1955, obviously the world was different back then, and the way people even got around the Pacific, let alone around the world, was different back then in terms of boats and planes and that type of thing. And the connectivity and the connection that the world has now is very different to what it was back in 1955 when the law that's being amended tonight was put into place. And Mr. Speaker, as I was listening to some of the debate this evening, and as I participated in some of the committee stage, and as has been said to the Honourable Nicole McKee, thank you for engaging. It's in opposition. It's one of those spaces where when you actually get to eyeball a minister and actually really critique, to challenge, but also to help shape and ensure that that legislation is fit for purpose. It was appreciated from our side that you have participated all the way through. And as I was listening and understanding the arguments, and I was looking at what this legislation stands for, it reminded me of the early 1990s. And for those who remember, the Berlin Wall fell and communism and the Iron Curtain was lifted, and a whole lot happened at that time. And I remember very, very vividly in the news every other night, it seemed, stories about Romanian babies, stories about people travelling overseas to adopt children and bring them, whether it be to New Zealand, but all around the world. People were ending up in these spaces, and as much love as a whānau and a family have to give. As has been said by many speakers tonight, we've always got to centre ourselves on the child. So back in the early 1990s, there were provisions put in place and there were challenges to make sure that the children back then were protected. And so again tonight, as we move through all stages of this legislation, it becomes very clear that we have the child at the centre of the decision making and to protect them. Now, I'm sure most people know, but Gandhi spoke very clearly about that society will be judged on how we treat our most vulnerable, and a small baby, a small child, represents that most vulnerable. And so yes, there are questions, and yes, there are things that we've critiqued, and yes, we've pushed back on why we need to go through so quickly. But if it comes back again to how we treat our most vulnerable, that small child, then we on this side of the House have to step up and stand up and say, yes, we will support this legislation. But as the Honourable Duncan Webb, our Justice spokesperson, has said, there are things we want to, I guess, continue to discuss and to talk about. In the front page of the amendment bill, it says these are temporary amendments, and so we look forward to seeing how we move forward with them. Now, again, 1955 is a long time ago, and the world was different, as I've already said, but also families and whānau were very different back then as well. And the makeup of a family today can look quite different to what it was back in the 1950s. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to move and to come to a space where adoption is just a part of everyday life. In Aotearoa we talk about, often children are whangai to whānau, and there's foster care, and there's all sorts of types of family makeup and what they look like. And so in many ways this is no different, because it is looking at what it means for someone to adopt a child and bring them into their home, but also bring them into New Zealand, and how we make sure that they are protected, that it's not just that momentary moment of signing a piece of paper and allowing them access, but it actually is around how do we make sure once a child was adopted and is in Aotearoa, then they are protected and looked after. Now, Madam Speaker, I take my hat off to families who put themselves out there to adopt, and it's not easy. Within the New Zealand context, it's not easy, but then you bring in different cultures in different parts of the Pacific. It can be a challenge. And so therefore, as we support this legislation, and as it passes through all stages this afternoon and this evening, we want to make sure that the Minister is focused on making sure that this isn't the end. This is just the next step. I guess it's a stopgap measure right now to ensure that the legislation can continue to be shaped and moulded so that it has longevity and it keeps everyone safe. Now, Madam Speaker, having a look at the legislation, there's things that happen and things that go on in the everyday world and you don't realise, and so to see that there are around 1,000 overseas adoptions that are recognised in New Zealand each year under Section 17 of the Act. It's always fascinating to see what goes on, and the fact that there's all these people engaged in making sure that they build family and that they build connection. Now, as has been said, and as is in the explanatory statement and notes at the start of this bill, the aim of this is preventing the harm to children and young people adopted overseas and brought back to New Zealand to live. And again, I refer, because I'm a visual person, and so to have a look and spend some time going through the flowchart that has been put together around this legislation and that goes through the New Zealand Family Court is really helpful, just to look at the ways and means to make sure, again, that not only we protect the children, but we protect those who are making choices on behalf of them, and to see that there are different ways and different methods that need to be taken and flowcharts that need to be followed to make sure that it is done right. Madam Speaker, the Adoption Amendment Bill will pass tonight, and there are times when that politics do need to be put aside. As I said at the start, that we need to make sure that our children at the front and at the centre of that. So it is good to listen to the speeches, listen to the intent, and understand why it is we're doing what we're doing tonight. So for us, Madam Speaker, we want to make sure that children are front and centre. We want to make sure that the New Zealand law has checks and balances in place that will protect people. And as always, with any legislation, we often do things in this place not to celebrate our most able and wonderful people, but often we have to put laws and legislation in place for those who make choices that aren't right. And so this legislation is to make sure that there are protections. This legislation is put in place to make sure that those who do often want to rort or play the system, those who do want to abuse the system or others, that there is a stopgap measure, there is something to protect our young people. So, Madam Speaker, we support this bill and we commend it to the House.
Whare.
Greg Fleming.
Tuatahi, e mihi ana ki te reo takitaki, ki te reo te whare, ki te reo o te whenua, ki te reo o te rangi. Ia wā, ka reri te reo, ki au, ka piki te ora, ka ara ake te wairua. Tuarua, ko au te kaikorero whakamutunga o tēnei piri, e pāne ki te kia hei āwhina mō nā tamariki whangai, nā reira, nōku te mārenga nui, kia tuku iaia ki te whare.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Adoption Amendment Bill, third reading. Call on Government Order of the Day, number 1. Interrupted debate on the first reading of the Defence Workforce Amendment Bill. Members, we were up to call 8. That is the Labour Party call. I call Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is the first time that I've spoken on the Defence Workforce Amendment Bill. It's an interesting piece of legislation, one that cuts across a number of core principles of Parliament, across the Defence Force, and of course around the right to strike. And some may see this as a sensible thing, logical to those who might be involved in the Defence Force, but we're talking about civilian staff who are critical to the operation of the Defence Force. And I think most people, we talk about this in education and in healthcare, and in fact, part of the problem at the moment through government and its governance of this country is that they have dismissed the value and the views of those support staff in both health and education. In fact, many of them have been laid off. and we're starting to see the impacts of that, particularly across health. But in this area of defence, there's an acknowledgement that civilian staff are critical, as we would know. In fact, if it wasn't for them, then in fact the defence of the bases that the military staff are in would be at risk, and many other support systems that I'm sure others at the other side of the House will know better than I. What this does is effectively create a private army, because the Minister of Defence herself, or it might be himself, at the moment it's herself, would be able to authorise, in the event of strike action, their military personnel to step in. I think we've seen across the globe the dangers of the military stepping into what we would consider civilian operations, civilian responsibilities, in fact the everyday operations of a normal community. And when that occurs, it's often in tumultuous times, in times of internal conflict, which is pretty ugly. What we're talking about here is when we have civilian staff, and I would say most of those working in the defence area and defence force would be very, very responsible people. But if they get offered a 0% pay increase, and when the military personnel might have had probably a well-deserved increase, then what option do they have? And in fact, in the end of 2024, last year, they had to take strike action to get the government's attention. There is a process whereby the military could step in, where there's health and safety involved, to take over those roles and continue them. But the process is vetted by Parliament. And I put to you, Madam Speaker, that vetting system is appropriate for a country like ours that enjoys a very healthy democracy. And in fact, you know, we should fight very hard to ensure that those protections remain in place. This piece of legislation and the passage of it hands all that power over to the Minister of Defence. Madam Speaker, I'll read from the regulatory impact statement here that the Minister has reluctantly, Judith Collins has reluctantly divulged. OAA, I'm sure with some of it blacked out here. Can I quote? The preferred option, because in fact Ministry of Defence recommended a tighter constraint on the Minister's powers, or the changes that were to be made to the existing legislation that does allow this to happen, but with additional checks. The Ministry of Defence was more cautious, but what we had is the Minister and Cabinet overriding it. Quote, the preferred option, this is Cabinet's option, would reduce the bargaining power of NZDF civilian staff taking industrial action when compared to the status quo. This is just about union bashing. And on the West Coast, when we would have people step in over the union when a strike was occurred, they're called scabs. Scabs. I would never want to call any of our military personnel scabs. But that's in fact, this is what would occur here at the Minister's behest. I think if we were to ever create such terrible conflict, Parliament should authorise this, not the power of the Minister herself. This bill goes about 2 steps too far, and in my view, and in view of the Labor Party, is unnecessary.
Tim van der Molen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, happy to take a call on this, and I just wanted to pick up on some of the scaremongering we just heard there. This bill doesn't propose to allow the Minister of Defence to bring in military personnel to cover any striking action. And anyone who was listening to the last speaker might think that was what was happening. But I just want to be clear, this is in cases where NZDF civil staff are taking industrial action. Now, there's already power to do this existing legislation. This is expanding that to allow for situations not just of health and safety, as it is currently, but for national security and to ensure core defence outputs can continue to be maintained through periods of industrial activity by their civil staff. So that is what we are looking to achieve here. It fixes an anomaly where Parliament may not be sitting, and I think is a practical change, so we support this bill. Thank you.
Camilla Ballot.
Koe, te manga o te whare o tēnei te wiki o te reo Māori, ngā mihi hoki ki te whare tūnei. Tēnā koutou katoa. Madam Speaker, it is absolutely shameful that we are wasting our time by debating this totally unnecessary bill which takes rights away from New Zealand workers. Once again, Madam Speaker, a bill which limits the rights of New Zealand workers has been introduced by this government to the House. And in very interesting circumstances, I have to say, because we were questioning the Minister of Defence under her other hat, the Minister for Public Services, and we asked her, is she considering changing the right to strike for New Zealand workers? And she was very circumspect about that, Madam Speaker. She didn't confirm or deny the fact that she may be doing that. But then when we come back to Parliament, we see this bill, the Defence Workforce Amendment Bill, limiting the effectiveness of New Zealand workers' rights to strike. And these are not defence personnel. We are not talking about people in our military or people who have roles in our armed services taking strike action. No, this is when civilians take strike action. This is what's happening in the House today. Civilians taking strike action are being limited in the effectiveness of their work by this government. And for what end, Madam Speaker? This, as we just heard the previous speaker say, is a law that already exists. In fact, one that we traversed at length in December last year when the Defence Force offered civilian workers a 0% pay increase. Unsurprisingly, they decided to take industrial action because a 0% pay increase is not very satisfactory when you're going through a collective bargaining round. And what happened then? The Minister came to this House and she put this to the House and we debated it. And obviously that was a big imposition on her time, Madam Speaker, because this Minister has decided that spending that time justifying the use of defence personnel who could be doing other work that's important in the Pacific or around the world into civilian jobs was not a good use of her time. And instead of just allowing that to take place, we have this bill. And what does this bill essentially do? It extends the period of time that the Minister doesn't have to come to this House from 14 days to 30 days. What a petty little bill. A ridiculous thing to be spending time on that takes rights away from people, makes strike action less effective, means that any minister of any party in the future can essentially send defence personnel into civilian work. And my colleague on the other side said, oh, it's not any work, it has to be for these very strict criteria. Those criteria are so broad, it could basically cover anything. It's the operations of the Defence Force are under threat, then the Minister can deploy other workers into that position. And it is no surprise, Madam Speaker, that we're seeing this type of action by the Minister. We know the Minister is considering limiting the ability of workers in other areas to take strike action. She will not deny it. And until she denies it, I have zero faith that this is not something that is under consideration. And the fact that this bill is in this House tonight actually leads me to believe that that is something that the government is considering doing in other areas as well. So it's no surprise. It's no surprise when we see a government that has actually made it harder for people to take partial strikes, meaning it's more likely for them to take full strikes, meaning it's more likely for this piece of legislation to actually come into effect. The government is taking rights away from workers in every turn, every sitting block, every time we turn up to this House, another right is being eroded. And this time, it's for the good people who work in our civilian defence forces. So, Madam Speaker, this is not something we can support. And I really want the government to think about why they're here when their priorities seem to be bringing tiny pieces of legislation that extend a power for 2 weeks to the House, wasting our time and taking rights away from the very, very good people who work in our Defence Force, who have been acknowledged in this House a number of times. And I want to use my last few seconds to acknowledge the important work of the New Zealand Defence Force. They do a great job. They shouldn't be sent in to do work of striking workers by this government.
Deanna Kirkpatrick.
Well, wasn't that a good go? Look, Madam Speaker, this bill gives the Chief of Defence Force the authority to act swiftly while still respecting workers' rights. It's about readiness, resilience and putting people first. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, Madam Clerk. New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. Defence Workforce Amendment Bill, first reading. The question is that the Defence Workforce Amendment Bill be considered by the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Defence Workforce
Shane Retty.
Thank you. I move that the Defence Workforce Amendment Bill be reported to the House by 4 months and 1 day after the bill receives its first reading.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, Madam Clerk. New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. Call on Government Order of the Day number 2. Local Government, Auckland Council, Transport Governance Amendment Bill, first reading. Honourable Seymour Brown.
I present the legislative statement on the Local Government Auckland Council Transport Governance Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Local Government Auckland Council Transport Governance Amendment Bill be now read a first time, and I nominate the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to consider this bill. Madam Speaker, this bill is the most significant reform to transport governance in Auckland since Auckland Council was formed back in 2010. Sorry, what was that?
We won't have
we
the
remember
conversation
Auckland Light
across the
failed
House,
from the other
please.
side, don't we? How did that go? How did that go? Well, we're actually getting some stuff done on this side of the House. Auckland Light failed, Mr. Shannon Halbert. And I know he was also the campaign director for that by-election, remember that? Yeah.
Back to the bill.
Another fail. Anyway, this bill, of course, signals government's commitment to improving transport in Auckland, working closely with Auckland Council and ensuring stronger accountability to Aucklanders for decisions made on transport. The transport network in Auckland is struggling to efficiently and effectively move people and goods across the city. This undermines economic performance in our biggest and most important city. Some of my colleagues might disagree with that last line there, but it is the truth. Many of the transport functions ordinarily performed by local authorities are currently the responsibility of Auckland Transport, a council-controlled organisation governed by an unelected board. While a board can bring expertise to particular functions, Locally elected members in Auckland are removed from transport decision making. This is despite the fact that rates-funded transport expenditure is the largest component of the council budget. Public accountability is also a key element in transport decision making, providing strong incentives to undertake projects in a way that does not waste public funds and responds to public sentiment. Public trust and confidence in transport decision making in Auckland is low, with a survey showing just 32% of those surveyed believe Auckland Transport listens and responds to Aucklanders' needs. And so ensuring democratic accountability for decision making for transport in Auckland is a key element of these reforms. The other key element is to establish a system whereby government and Auckland Council can work together on a long-term direction for transport in Auckland and align priorities. A key impediment to progress currently is the fragmentation of Auckland's transport system. Governance, funding and delivery are spread across Auckland Council, Government, Auckland Transport, the New Zealand Transport Agency and KiwiRail. There are duplicative planning processes without a coherent direction. Auckland's importance to our national economic goals and government's significant investment in transport makes it essential to work with the Council on a shared longer-term direction. We need to work together to optimise our joint funding, maximise economic growth opportunities and develop a shared view on different funding and financing. This is the guy who wants to interject, saying we've cut funding in Auckland when we've released the biggest national land transport program in history, and actually we're actually delivering things unlike Auckland Light Fail. And of course, we remember just before the last election, I was scrapping around going, what do we do in Auckland, what do we do? Let's dream up a harbour bridge. Well, we've been talking about it and needing to get that done, and actually they forgot they needed to do the geotech under the harbour, which is what this government's actually doing. Anyway, Madam Speaker, back to the bill.
Back to the bill is a good idea.
Back to the bill. I just enjoy the members' interjections from the other side of the House, possibly a little bit too much. The whips are telling him to be quiet, and I know, Madam Speaker, you're telling me to stay focused on the bill. And so this bill is about making sure that we do work with the Council. That has happened in the past, but effectively what this bill does is it formalises what the last national government did, which is put in place the Auckland Transport Alignment Project, which was to bring the government and council together for long-term planning to make sure we have one single plan and a direction moving forward. And that's exactly what this piece of legislation does. And it does it through establishing the Auckland Regional Transport Committee. The new committee, called the Auckland Regional Transport Committee, will comprise of both ministerial appointments and Auckland Council appointments, and will have an independent chair, and it will be charged with aligning government and Auckland Council priorities and providing longer-term direction for transport in Auckland. The committee will develop a 30-year transport plan for Auckland for approval by the Minister of Transport and Auckland Council. The plan will focus on promoting productivity and economic growth, efficient asset management and maximising the value of public transport. The ARTC will also develop the Auckland Regional Land Transport Plan for approval by Auckland Council. The bill also transfers most transport functions from Auckland Transport to Auckland Council. This includes shifting policy and planning functions such as approval of the RLTP and the Regional Public Transport Plan to Auckland Council. For too long, Auckland Council has not been able to have the say it needs as one of the major funders over the policy and planning decisions made by Auckland Transport. Auckland Council will also be responsible for delivering the Transport Capital Program and for renewals and maintenance of transport infrastructure. Furthermore, Auckland Council will become the road controlling authority for Auckland. And some people say, why are we doing this piece of legislation for Auckland? Well, we're actually just aligning for Auckland what every other council up and down this country has.
That's good to know.
Every other council up and down the country is the road controlling authority. We are aligning that for Auckland. And furthermore, we are going to be delegating to local boards some specific transport powers by this piece of legislation. Of course, when local boards were set up under the last national government, the entire intention was for those decisions to be devolved down to local communities. So again, local people could hold their elected members to account for those decisions. Local boards will soon be able to make transport decisions on local and collective roads, including setting speed limits, closing roads for events, managing parking and creating cycleways. And of course, we've seen the infestation of speed bumps across Auckland. Hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent on speed bumps. And of course, the only way we've been able to stop them is if we get people like Sean O'Loughlin in my electorate who have to judicially review Auckland Transport to show that actually they haven't been following the law. Well, actually, we are going to be putting these decisions in the hands of elected members, and if you don't like the decisions they're making, you can vote them out. A philosophical approach to democracy, which has been around for hundreds of years, we're now applying back to these types of decisions. Decision-making on Aotearoa roads and all roads in the city centre will be the responsibility of the governing body of Auckland Council. The governing body will also make all remaining decisions not allocated to local boards. A greater role in transport decision-making by local boards will strengthen democratic accountability and ensure that decisions are made closer to the community where local voices and expertise can be heard. The bill transitions Auckland Transport into a smaller transport council-controlled organisation focused on public transport services, which is critically important to moving people efficiently around our city. Streamlining the Transport CCO will result in an organisation dedicated to providing high-quality public transport. The novel idea, making sure that buses turn up on time, making sure the train network maximises the investment that this government and Auckland Council have put into the CRL, making sure our ferries are operating to schedule. It is critically important that that is a singular focus of this new organisation to deliver the reduced congestion that is critically important in our biggest city. The bill contains transitional provisions that will guide the shift to the new arrangements while preserving the day-to-day flow of network operations and delivery of capital investment. The bill sets out that a 6-month transitional period will apply, signalling the need for a timely transition while outlining the actions that must be taken for a successful transition. During transition, the Transport CCO will continue with the existing operational functions of Auckland Transport until directed to stop by Auckland Council, enabling the current management of Auckland Transport to focus on delivering existing work until new arrangements are in place. Auckland Council will also appoint a transition director responsible for preparing and executing a transition plan. The transition plan will set out the transition approach and timeline, deal with employment matters and outline how assets, liabilities and contracts will be shifted to Auckland Council. So, Madam Speaker, the Local Government Auckland Council Transport Governance Amendment Bill is the fundamental reset that the transport system in Auckland needs, that the people of Auckland have been asking for many years, and will lay the foundations for a higher performing system. High performing transport is critical to our economic growth, critical to Auckland's economic growth, the productivity of our biggest city. I'm proud to be commending this bill to the House. I look forward to the submission process and the submissions from the public, from Aucklanders, around how it can be improved. But ultimately, this is the reset that this government has promised. Now we're delivering, and I commend the bill to the House.
Honourable Carmel.
Madam Speaker, such short memories. Some of us were here in 2009 when the Super City legislation went through. Some of us were fighting against the many changes that that government had put up, Madam Speaker, including the anti-democratic corporatisation of Auckland Transport that side of the House had supported at that time. Madam Speaker, we were here when Rodney Hyde brought his Auckland Super City agenda to the House, and that side of the House at the time were very supportive and voted us down on every single one of our amendments. I think there may have been a record number of amendments that were put up during committee stages at that time, and we were opposed to the anti-democratic establishment of the Auckland Transport CCO that was set up under their watch. And Madam Speaker, it's only taken them 16 years to come to this House and say that they were wrong. Madam Speaker, we do need to give a bouquet to the Mayor of Auckland, Wayne Brown, who has really led the charge on these changes. And fortunately, in this particular instance, and there aren't many of them, the government has chosen to listen. They've chosen to listen to someone that's not in their caucus or not making donations to them, perhaps. Madam Speaker, we did not support the way that Auckland Transport had been set up back in 2009, and now what you'll find is we will be supporting this legislation in the House. Every progressive, every Labour councillor in Auckland is also supportive of this move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've been watching this closely, and it's good to see that Mayor Wayne Brown has had such an influence on this government, and we give all the accolades to him, not to Minister Simeon Brown. We support it because it reflects a clear request from Auckland Council for greater control over local transport decisions. This is about restoring democratic accountability and ensuring Aucklanders have a stronger say in how this transport system is run. And the Minister himself said it in his speech. No other council in the country runs like this. Every other council in the country has control over what happens in this regard. But Auckland Council had that taken away from them in 2009 under a national-led government when they pushed through the super city legislation. There are some concerns that the current model has not delivered the outcomes Aucklanders deserve, and this bill really is a step towards fixing the mistake that was made back in 2009. We genuinely on this side of the House, Labor supports localism, where councils are empowered to lead, not sidelined by central government. And we will engage constructively at Select Committee to ensure the final legislation is fit for purpose and delivers better transport outcomes for Aucklanders, because that is what it is about. And over the course of the last 16 years, we have not seen that achieved as a result of a decision that was made by a national government back in 2009. I find it really interesting that Minister Simeon Brown forgot or chose to omit any of the history for how we got to this point, and the fact that he's having to make changes to a national government legislation, Mr. Speaker. Very convenient. But Mr. Speaker, there's not much else to say. We look forward to the Select Committee process, and we look forward to being constructive in that process. We give our accolades to Mayor Wayne Brown and all of the progressive and Labor councillors on Auckland City Council.
The Honourable Julianne Gento.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koutou e te whare. I have to agree with my colleague, the Honourable Carmel Sepulveda, who was previously speaking, in speaking to the history of Auckland Transport and how it was a product of a National Act government with a very ill-advised restructure of Auckland that did reduce democratic accountability. And at the time, I would have said, actually reducing elected representatives is not a way to make local government more accountable to the people. It just makes more large bureaucratic structures, which are harder to engage with for the average person. And when you go overseas to countries that have really great infrastructure that's working really well, usually there's more democratic oversight. And although often the narrative here in New Zealand is that we should somehow politicians are the problem, actually when you have really active engagement, both with more representatives, but representatives are the ones who are directly accountable to the people and who have the most incentive to go out and directly engage with people. What was ironic with Auckland Transport is they had this setup to be guided by expert opinion and to move ahead with things, but they almost never did. So even though they didn't have as much democratic oversight, they seemed less responsive in terms of delivering transport outcomes that might face some opposition initially, but eventually are actually the thing that work better. Like removing car parks on arterial lanes so that you can have more productive flow of people and goods as opposed to storing someone's private vehicles at an underpriced cost, usually. So we will support this bill, at least to Select Committee. I mean, I don't think it's perfect by a long shot, but well, look who's in government. Obviously, we're not going to agree with a lot of what they're doing. Ironically, we probably agree more with Wayne Brown on transport than anyone on the government benches. Wayne Brown was certainly a big supporter of the surface light rail that the Greens have always advocated for and could have seen delivered if it hadn't been sidetracked into a mega project. But of course, this government isn't doing any long-term planning for public transport in Auckland, which is our largest city and the one that is probably going to continue to grow quickly. And I was in Sydney not too long ago, and I was really blown away by how much progress they've made with their public transport system. They're probably the only Australasian city that has higher density of people than Auckland, but they have significantly higher public transport patronage, incredibly frequent joined-up services going right across the region. I mean, all the way to the Blue Mountains, you can get an electric train. And of course, that is a result of substantial investment in infrastructure that gives people real choices about how to move around. And when you do that and you have really, really frequent, affordable public transport, many more people will use it. And then you end up with somewhat less congestion, although they're still spending a truckload of money on some highways, which will inevitably not pay for themselves. But Auckland needs to have that vision. And back when I first moved to Auckland, there was the Auckland Regional Transport Authority who had shown a lot of leadership and long-term planning, and that's why we got Britomart. We had the renaissance of Auckland Rail. We had the campaign for electrification, which the Greens championed, and local mayors. And of course, Mike Lee at the time, who was the chair of the Auckland Regional Council. And of course, that electrification delivered, despite Stephen Joyce, national government, delaying it by several years. Simeon Brown did something similar with delaying, like the trains that they just purchased for the lower North Island. We would have had those a couple years earlier if he hadn't tried to distract and vice signal by forcing people to look for fossil fuel options, even though they're going to cost more. But look, one of my biggest concerns about this actually is why are we establishing an Auckland Regional Transport Committee where voting membership comprises ministerial appointees? Where else do we have that in the country? Nowhere. Already central government has far too much control over local transport decisions. And if we want good transport decision making and we don't want flip-flopping between governments, the solution to that is actually to give more power and more money and more autonomy to the regional level or the local level for communities to make those decisions, and stop having central government reach in and try and dictate what happens, like Simeon Brown did when he was the absolute micromanaging cars-only transport minister. Thank God he's no longer in that role. We have a much more sensible transport minister now, but not as good as when the Greens are in government.
Cameron Luxon.
Speaker, this is a bill that's about reforming governments and planning frameworks for our biggest city. It's going to be creating long-term plans between central and local government, who are, after all, the funders of our roads. Democratic oversight is something that has been put forward in speeches and contributions to this House, and that is an important core part of this bill. It's a practical step towards a 30-year transition plan, jointly agreed to by democratically elected governments and councils. Auckland Council will become the road controlling authority. This means voters will be able to judge for themselves whether the elected leaders are not just good at speeches and slogans, but also delivering roads which are smooth, buses and routes that make Aucklanders and visitors to that great city get where they need to go on time, and make sure money is spent well. Mr. Speaker, has been saying for years that councils need to stick to the basics: roads, rubbish, pipes. Ratepayers deserve our voice. Every dollar should count, not be wasted on slow zones, on raised crossings, cycleway vanity projects. They need to be focused on fixing what matters, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we're doing here tonight.
Andy Foster.
Speaker, I've been asked by our whip to take a short call, so I'm going to do that. There's been it's by our whip. Mr. Speaker, look, there's been long frustration with Auckland Transport as an organisation which I think the residents of Auckland feel does not listen to them and does not respond to their concerns. And this government doing exactly that, responding to their concerns. Transport, Mr. Speaker, is intensely political, and people want the decision makers to be accountable to them. Auckland Transport certainly did not feel like that. As a Wellingtonian, I can say that we are certainly looking forward to our council being accountable to us in a few weeks' time. This is a collaborative model between government, its agencies, it's our biggest council, and also its local board. So it is localism done very intensely. And to the Honourable Julianne Genter, talking about no long-term planning, this model which is being proposed specifically sets up the requirement to deliver a 30-year plan for transport. I think that is a very good thing. This has been a long-held desire, as we've heard, of Mayor Wayne Brown, so I'm sure he's going to be delighted by this. My New Zealand First colleague Jenny Marcroft had a bill in the House to do very similar last August, so we strongly support this as well. We strongly believe in responsible local democracy, and the local board empowerment, as I said, shows this localism. I look forward to submissions and to the select committee process. I commend this bill to the House.
Dan Bidwell.
Mr Speaker, it's a great day for restoring local democracy and accountability at Auckland Transport. And with that, I look forward to welcoming people in submissions. As part of the select committee process, I commend this bill to the House.
Mr Speaker.
Shannon Halbert.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There are benefits to this particular bill. It's been long-standing, the issues that we have had around Auckland Transport. And it is interesting, fascinating in fact in the House tonight that government members do have a short memory, that this structure and establishment of CCOs was introduced by the then National Government and ACT Party at that time. Mr Speaker, what's important is, if I go back to the 14th of May, I wrote to Minister Seymour Brown because at that time the Mayor was outraged at some of the issues of changing parking fines, which he wasn't able to do as our Mayor. I put that to the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee. Andy Foster was the chair, and all government members voted down the opportunity to have an inquiry on the future of Auckland Transport and to give Aucklanders their say. So tonight in this particular bill, and just to acknowledge in the shouting from the other side of the House, 18 months later, here we are introducing a bill. Mr Speaker, I want to acknowledge Wayne Brown because this piece of work wouldn't be in front of us in the House without him, that he's had to push so hard with this government to get any actions and outcomes from the Minister of Auckland and from this government. Instead, what this government has done is cut funding by the millions from public transport in our largest city. So they do need to take some ownership around that as well. Mr Speaker, I'm looking forward to the Select Committee process on this. Again, we've got more shouting from across the room when they're held accountable to their failures of the past. Mr Speaker, is that it is concerning in this bill, and I'll be taking particular interest that the Minister has the power to approve which functions the new CCO gets to delegate. Additionally, why the Minister's being given approval powers for classifications of roads. And if the goal of this bill is to return decision-making power to Auckland Council, then it doesn't make sense for the Minister to be given this level of authority. But it is typical of this government that they give with one hand and take with the other. I mean, we had another example around fuel excise that the Prime Minister will have to return to the House and explain himself, no doubt, tomorrow on. But the reality is that this bill is needed. It creates change from a structure that hasn't achieved everything that it's needed to, that's copped a lot of flack. But with that, can I acknowledge Dean Kimpton, the team of staff at Auckland Transport that over many years have done incredible work, really, thankless work across the city of Auckland. But it is realistic to say that there are challenges in front of Auckland Transport that need to be improved. So, Mr Speaker, this particular bill does achieve some of that. Labor is supporting it to go to Select Committee, it is important that Aucklanders have their say, and yes, it is important that there is more localism around our future transport network. It also does come with some caution, though, that as politicians we make decisions that get us elected. The caution there is not everything in transport is popular. And so how will that be managed, I'm really interested in. When those decisions about investment, about projects, about infrastructure aren't naturally popular with the public. Those are going to be difficult decisions for local boards to make and for councillors to make. So there's some consideration there, and no doubt that will be teased out in the Select Committee. So without further ado, Mr Speaker, we do support this local government bill. It is important. So tēnei te mihi, kia koe, kia koutou hoki.
Carlos Cham.
Credit to our Minister of Auckland, Simeon Brown, and Minister of Transport, Chris Bishop, for bringing this bill to the House. Because for people in my Moscow, this means having a real voice in shaping a transport system that works for us. One that is reliable, efficient, and future-focused. I commend this bill to the House.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Phil Twyford.
After a mere 16 years, this bill, thanks to the advocacy of Mayor Wayne Brown, has another go at establishing a workable structure for Auckland Transport. Rodney Hyde, back in 2009, backed by the key government of the day, insisted on what we characterised at the time as a highly undemocratic and corporatised structure for the new amalgamated Auckland City. And we spent days and days actually debating the super city legislation in this chamber, including the legislation that established Auckland Transport as a standalone entity. But it wasn't just Auckland Transport. The great majority of Auckland's assets and its operations were corporatised in so-called council-controlled organisations, ironically named CCOs, because they were not controlled and in fact were barely accountable. As Julianne Genter pointed out in her contribution, there was considerable progress on transport in Auckland before the establishment of the super city, and the electrification of the Western Line, the building of Britomart and a number of other projects showed that Auckland actually, when it needed to, was capable of lining up the ducks and making the investments to modernise the city's transport system. However, it was the creation of Auckland Transport in 2009 was a double-edged sword, I think. For the first time, there was a transport entity in Auckland with the scale, the professionalism, the specialist staff, that it could actually sit around the table with central government as equals, and that was really important. And I think one of the really great achievements that Auckland Transport made was the modernisation and integration of the public transport network, which was long overdue. It modernised the public transport system, it reduced a lot of inefficiency and duplication, and I don't think we would have seen that in the old days when you had multiple overlapping local government entities. But the sad thing is that under the model that Rodney Hyde and the national government set up, Auckland Transport developed a culture of arrogance. It was unaccountable to the people of Auckland as its ratepayers, as citizens of that city, and also completely unaccountable to the elected representatives at Auckland Council, its parent body. And it's fair to say that I think, for a large section of the population, central government is very unpopular. Well, councils, by and large, are much less popular even than central government, and Auckland Transport, I would say, is even less popular than most councils, including Auckland Council. It's not an exaggeration to say that a lot of people in the communities that I represent hated Auckland Transport, hate it, because it is so arrogant, so unaccountable and so high-handed, and huge level of antipathy has built up over the years. And so it is credit to Mayor Wayne Brown, who responded to that as good politicians should, and he's the person who has championed what this bill does, which is restore some democratic accountability and oversight for Aucklanders through their elected reps at Auckland Council. And the key provisions in this will bring the planning, funding and governance and policy functions of Auckland Transport back into Auckland Council under the purview of the elected councillors, and that's a good thing. I will finish with this, Mr. Speaker, and that is that Auckland is so important to the economy of this country. Its transport is so critically important to the success of the city and its economy, and for it to be a success, it needs a strong transport agency, but also a genuine partnership with central government. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Cameron Brewer.
Isn't it very interesting for the Labour Party to say how much Auckland Transport were hated, how arrogant they became, how heavy-handed they came, but they had 6 years, and I would argue an absolute majority, to work with their best friend Phil Goff as Mayor of Auckland and deliver this legislation that the National Party, ACT Party and New Zealand First are doing today. We are reforming Auckland Transport. We are giving power back to the people. They had their chance, they squandered it. We're fixing up the mess. I commend the bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Local Government Auckland Council Transport Governance Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Local Government Auckland Council Transport Governance Amendment Bill be considered by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Honourable Matt Ducey.
On behalf of the Minister of Commerce and, what's the second part of his title? Consumer Affairs, I present a legislative statement. Got to make sure I get that right, Mr. Speaker, it's important. On the Retail Payment System Ban on Merchant Surcharges Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
I move that the Retail Payment System Ban on Merchant Surcharges Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Finance and Expenditure Select Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I tend to move that the bill be reported to the House by the 17th of January 2026. The Retail Payment System Ban on Merchant Surcharges Amendment Bill introduces a prohibition on payment surcharges. In the short term, the focus is on addressing surcharges in retail store settings. Therefore, the bill imposes an initial ban on surcharges for all in-store EFTPOS, Visa and MasterCard payments. This will mean no surprises at the till for people who currently feel like they are being charged to use their own hard-earned money. It also means consumers will be able to make a purchase knowing exactly what they'll pay and how they'll pay it, regardless of whether they choose to swipe or tap. Surcharges are used by some retailers to recover the costs of merchant service fees from consumers. However, there can be harm to consumers if surcharges do not reflect the true cost to the retailer, and we know that this is extremely common in New Zealand. In fact, New Zealanders are paying up to $150 million in surcharges annually, including excessive surcharges that are ripping off Kiwi consumers by up to $65 million every single year. That's nonsense. It demonstrates how confusing the surcharging system is, not just for customers but for businesses too. In some cases, a retailer doesn't make it clear to consumers what the surcharge percentage is. It may be that they do not even know what they should be charging for different types of payment. It's just that confusing to work out. And even when the surcharge percentage is made clear, consumers find it frustrating. that the price on the shelf is not the price they end up paying. This makes it almost impossible for consumers to accurately compare retail prices and weakens competition between retailers. So what's been done about this to date, you may ask, Mr. Speaker? Back in 2022, the Retail Payment System Act gave the Commerce Commission powers to regulate New Zealand's retail payment system. The Act empowers the Commission to directly regulate surcharges, but its mandate is focused on cost reflectivity and preventing excessive surcharges. The Commission is yet to utilise its powers to limit surcharges, and overseas evidence has shown that it would face difficulties if it tried to do so. This is because accurately calculating a cost-reflective surcharge is highly merchant-specific and requires clear, up-to-date information about their acceptance, costs, setting, monitoring and enforcing regulated caps have proven to be difficult at scale. Jurisdictions like the United Kingdom and Australia, who initially sought to rein in excessive surcharges through regulated caps, have since shifted gears. Surcharges on debt and credit cards are now banned outright in the United Kingdom, the European Union and Malaysia, with a few very limited exceptions. The Reserve Bank of Australia is also proposing to allow the operators of the EFTPOS, Visa and MasterCard networks to impose no surcharge rules from the 1st of July 2026. The RBA would then monitor the industry response and consider whether legislative intervention is necessary to ensure consumers receive the full benefit of a surcharge-free retail payment system. It is time, Mr. Speaker. New Zealand followed overseas precedent. A ban on payment surcharges will remove hidden fees, improve retail price transparency and enhance consumers' shopping experience. The bill imposes an initial targeted ban on in-store EFTPOS, Visa and MasterCard debit and credit payments. It applies to all cards equally, be they personal or commercial, domestic or foreign, physical or digital. We have expanded the ban's coverage because we listened to feedback that businesses and consumers needed certainty. The ban is designed to be easy for retailers and consumers to understand and could be extended by regulations in future to cover online payments and other payment networks if we see that is appropriate. The bill extends the Commission's existing enforcement powers to cover the ban. It also explicitly states that consumers are entitled to a refund from the retailer for any breach of the ban. The ban will come into force shortly after the Commission's latest interchange fee reductions, which take effect from the 1st of December 2025. Businesses are expected to save up to $90 million a year in payment costs as a result of these cuts, and a surcharge ban is the best way to ensure these savings are passed on to Kiwi consumers. The new regime is simple, effective and flexible. It also supports the government's broader payments agenda. Open banking regulations are expected to be enforced later this year and will help fintechs enter the payment market to compete with Visa and MasterCard. In particular, open banking is expected to encourage the growth of new payment methods like QR codes. Together, these reforms will revamp New Zealand's retail payment system for the benefit of Kiwi consumers. I have also heard clearly that the current system is not working well for retailers who often receive complex or opaque billing information from their payments provider that does not clearly identify the fees associated with different card types. Retailers should be able to easily understand their payment costs. I expect the Commission to work on improving this so that retailers can shop around for better deals and further lower their costs. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, retail payments are central to the economy, but for too long Kiwi consumers have been subject to intransparent pricing and retailer over-recovery. We know that up to $65 million of Kiwis' hard-earned money should have been sitting in their back pockets, but instead have been lost to extra fees that do not reflect retailer costs. This bill will make life easier for New Zealand consumers who have been told us clearly that they want the pesky sticker at the till to be gone. It also sets up a flexible, responsive regulatory framework that learns from overseas experience. This bill is a step in the right direction towards a modern, convenient and internationally comparable retail payment system. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed. Arana Williams.
Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that Labor will be supporting to Select Committee because there are a range of things in here which are really important to New Zealand consumers. The Minister's right. It is frustrating for New Zealand consumers when they go to the till to be faced with a sticker that tells them that there will be a surcharge for their preferred method of payment that adds on costs that they weren't expecting to pay on the sticker price. The principle behind this is that when the price is advertised as something and then you go to pay and it's something else, that isn't fair to the ordinary person in a shop, and it certainly doesn't produce the kind of economy that we want for New Zealanders. Because the New Zealand economy is in a grip, Mr. Speaker, of an affordability crisis, where some industries are dominated by a few firms that are making excessive profits, and the Commerce Commission has been great at pointing out over the last few years just how much this is costing New Zealanders. And here they've done it again. They've said that consumers pay up to $150 million in payment surcharges each year, of which an estimated $45 million to $65 million is in excessive of merchants' reasonable costs. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we have a problem here going on of rent seeking by payments merchants, so the credit card companies, banks, that are charging far more than their reasonable costs and far more than the costs that it takes to administer these types of payments. And they are making that in profit at the expense of not only consumers, but of small businesses. And this is where the rubber hits the road, Mr. Speaker. This is where we have serious concerns about how this has been done. Because the Labor Party did deal with this in 2022 when we reformed the payment systems legislation and gave the Commerce Commission extra powers to be able to set what would be reasonable surcharges. And in fact, when the Commerce Commission did come up with its reasonable surcharges, they were lower than what this government has in fact opted for in the end. In other words, this government has been approached, it seems, in its consultation in the second round of regulatory impact statements by Visa and MasterCard, and they have essentially bought the argument that they need to leave some money in the system so that card merchants and banks can make a share of the profit that they are still making that is excess profit. And I will tell you about how that's being levied against small business in a second, and so that they can continue making that profit at the expense of small businesses and the consumers who buy from them, so that we can continue to have the system. But it won't be transparent anymore. That you and I, when we go to the till, if we're paying with the FBOS, we won't know that some of those charges have been spread around the goods that we are buying. And if we're paying with cash, perhaps we're an older person who doesn't use things like credit cards and FBOS but prefers to use cash, we will still be paying for the cost of those merchant fees that those businesses have to soak up. These are still costs on consumers, Mr. Speaker. This is still not an answer to the rising cost of living that National promised to prioritise at the election and keep telling us they are dealing with, whilst making legislative change which in fact makes it worse. Now, why then does the Labor Party think that this is something that should go to Select Committee? Well, as the Commerce spokesperson for the Labor Party, I want to hear from small businesses exactly what this will cost them. I was speaking to a small business owner today, and she told me that over the last few months, she has really been up against it, and so she charges a surcharge at the till. She hasn't actually before, it's only in the last 6 months, but it's important to charge that surcharge because she's paying up to $500 a month, and that's taking out of the profit that she makes about half of that in merchant fees. And so she not only discourages people at the till from using that payment method, which is not, I think, something that was a policy intent of this bill, but will in fact happen as more retailers see just how much this is costing them. But she's also having to charge that and now being told by the government that she's the problem, not Visa, not MasterCard, not the bank who is charging her for her small business for the privilege of eking out a living that she is trying to do in her community that is making a real difference there for a pretty minor profit, that she has to pay $500 a month for the privilege. And I think, we will hear as a Select Committee from a range of small businesses about just how much they are paying and how much it is taking out of their bottom line. And I really hope that the government is open to hearing that feedback, because the Commerce Commission has already suggested better fees and a better regime that can sit behind this, which will make it fairer.
It was that cabinet that rejected a fair regime for small business, and I hope that small businesses turn up and remind the national MPs on the committee that they are their voters and they can do better.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Lawrence Unan.
Thank you.
Now, the reason I want you need to seek the call so the people in the gallery, in the booth, can know who is going to get the call.
Yeah. Sometimes there's a little bit of delay. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Greens are opposed this bill. Now, there's a reason for that. Let's say when this was first announced, part of me is like, oh, actually, you know what? That's not too bad. You know, people are not going to be paying for surcharges instead of pay wave. And I thought, oh, maybe the minister is doing something right. And then here's the clincher. Then the Minister of Finance came out to say, you know what? Business should just pass that cost on to consumers. And then I felt, you know what? You ruined it. You could have had something good there, but instead you are making the cost of living crisis worse by making businesses pass it on to the customers and the consumers. Here's the thing. So at this stage, if you are in front of a till, if you're in front of an EFTPOS machine and there is a surcharge, you have a choice. You can choose not to use contactless payment, and you can choose to put your card in there and then do it the old-fashioned way, and you still get surcharged. But then with this new system, we're not going to be seeing any transparency in terms of where some of the surcharges will go. Instead, business will be made, and particularly small businesses like your cafes, like your retailers, like your dairies, will be made to increase their overall cost onto the customers. And we have heard small businesses opposed to this particular move. So it is a shame that we are seeing this bill addressing the issue but in an incorrect way. So yeah, the bill does amends the Retail Payment System Act 2022 to prohibit payment surcharges on certain in-store transactions. And that does include your contactless, includes your EFTPOS, your MasterCard, your Visa payment network in-store. And it allows for the Commerce Commission to enforce a ban. Yes, this does come on the back of the fact that the Commerce Commission estimates that consumers pay up to $150 million in payment surcharges each year. But then, if we do remove that, how then would the Commerce Commission know what additional surcharges businesses are charging now as a result of these fees, as a result of the surcharge fees? But Mr. Speaker, one of the things I think that we needed to address, and it's an unfortunate missed opportunity here that we're not addressing it, is where did these surcharge fees come from originally? What accountability measures do we have for the acquirer when they are negotiating in terms of payment and charges to businesses, and in most cases to small businesses, around these surcharges that make small businesses have no choice that in order to meet costs and rising costs and the rising cost of living, to pass it on to consumers. So what we want to see instead of something like this is if the government was really interested in tackling this issue and address this, I guess, nuisance for consumers, address this problem that has arisen for small businesses, the better way of doing this is to go after the acquirers and ban merchant service fee. That would have been the reasonable thing to do, and that would have been the more effective way of addressing the cost overall. So what we are seeing here is, rather than actually just attacking and addressing the bigger issues, where we are holding large companies, where we're holding banks accountable for something like this, because let's face it, banks are probably not making their money off merchant service fee. So we could have done something in the process of banning merchant services fee from acquirer, but instead, the government has decided to use a technical solution that bypass the core issue altogether and do a patch fix that essentially make it more expensive for consumers. So the Greens will not support this bill because we do not believe it addresses the real issue.
Parmjeet Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about transparency in price, because usually what happens, customers will see a price on the tag of the item that they are wanting to purchase, and when they go to the counter, they realize that there is a surcharge if they decide to make that payment using their card or digital wallet. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that nowadays people are very commonly using these modes of payment. And I was talking to a business association in the weekend, and I heard that it's only 10 to 15% of people, those who are using cash, and rest of the payments are coming through card. So, Mr. Speaker, it's an issue that needs addressing, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what submitters have to say in the Select Committee. Thank you.
Jamie Arbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support the Retail Payment System Ban on Merchant Surcharges Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, when you go to purchase something and you see something on the shelf, you take that to the checkout, that's what you should pay. And it's as simple as that. We're talking $150 million worth of savings here for consumers. I commend this bill to the House.
Cameron Brewer.
National is also delighted, Mr. Speaker, to be supporting the Retail Payments System Ban on Merchant Surcharges Amendment Bill. As the previous speaker said, consumers at present pay around $150 million annually in surcharges. Banning merchant surcharges is another great cost of living initiative by this government.
Reuben Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the good news is that I won't be shortchanging anybody on the time allotted for my contribution in the debate tonight. And I can see that that's lifted the spirits from the other side of the House immediately, which is great to hear. Because right now, New Zealanders are faced with a cost of living crisis. And this government backs big banks, not small businesses that are doing it tough. Because what this bill claims to do, and what we've heard in some of the very, very short, very, very truncated contributions from across the House, is that this bill amends the Retail Payment System Act 2022 to ban payment surcharges on certain in-store transactions, and that the Commerce Commission estimates that consumers pay up to $150 million $150 million in payment surcharges every year. So this bill proposes an initial targeted ban to address the consumer harm that surcharges cause in retail settings. That's from the general policy statement. But what does it actually do? What it actually does is it makes sure that everybody pays. It spreads that $150 million across the price of everything for everyone, because banks will still charge the small businesses those fees, and those small businesses will need to recoup those costs, so they will pass those costs on to consumers. And I'd like to use a term that my friends across the House are very familiar with. It's the up to term. So, for example, tonight, a pound of butter at New World costs $10.99. But if the surcharge is added at the shelf instead of at the till, that pound of butter will cost $11.49. And a kilo of mince will rise from $24 a kilo to up to $25.20 a kilo for mince. Even Minister Ducey looks unimpressed at that prospect. Now, I'd like to offer another example, because what we're talking about here is taking surcharges and tucking them away so that people don't see them. And this government has very, very good stead in this term in that space. Through the application of administered inflation, we've seen car regos rise $25 and a further $25 next year. It now costs $50 more to file an appeal at court. These are the kinds of surcharges that this government has inflicted on New Zealanders during a cost of living crisis. It does nothing for everyday Kiwis struggling to pay their bills. And perhaps the most shameful of all to single out in Te Wiki o Te Reo Māori, Māori Language Week, is that New Zealanders will now pay $30 more for a passport that this government have wasted time and money to deprioritise Aotearoa, to place New Zealand ahead of Aotearoa on the front of that passport, and to charge New Zealanders during a cost of living crisis a further $30 for the privilege. I find that one fairly hard to explain. Now, what you will be pleasantly surprised to hear is that I do support this bill proceeding to select committee, but only so that it can get the proper examination that it deserves, because a select committee will provide that level of scrutiny and the input from the small businesses that have had the buck passed to them. Because on this side of the House, we believe in fair competition, we believe in lower costs, and we believe in stronger small businesses. But most of all, what we also believe in is that there is a cost of living crisis and that it's the job of government to address that for New Zealanders, and that this government is falling short in doing that. All this bill risks doing is removing the sticker off the FPOS terminal rather than doing anything meaningful for the cost of living crisis.
Ryan,
I'm so pleased those interchange fees are coming down and we're going to tidy up pay wave and surcharge bills across the country. It's a good thing and I commend the bill to the House.
Oh, great. Yes.
Speaker. The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Well, you know, this could be a good idea, but what a dog's breakfast this government's made of it, right? I mean, let's have a look at it, right? We're going to actually support this to select committee. But by crikey, if this is what you do with a good idea, you know, my goodness gracious, it's how to make a good idea into an absolute mess. I loved it when the Minister stood up on the other side of the House and said, oh, this is a great idea in question time to Nancy Liu, and said, we've had overwhelmingly positive feedback. Did you hear about that? Yeah, and so I said, show me the feedback. Show me the feedback. He had 33 emails. 33 emails. Two of them, one was from Suze Redmayne saying good job. One was from, that was a text message. One was from his chief of staff talking about social media feedback. One was actually positive, and 30 were overwhelmingly negative. So this is what they said. And look, this is serious though, because in fact, this is going to be tough on small business. The Minister of Small Business thinks that his job is to make business smaller. And that's what's going on here. Because if you look at it, if you think about it, these small businesses, and I was in a small business on the weekend, it might have been a pub, and he griped no end about this government and the fact that he has to absorb the cost of this, or he has to put his prices up. And of course, if you put prices up, customers fall off. Walk down Lambton Quay, walk down any main street in any town and see what's happening with small businesses. They are struggling. And this government has just said to small business, we're stopping you passing on this cost. You should just suck it up. Look at a number of liquidations that are out there. But here, look, I'll tell you about, and this feedback, this is actually important because Select Committee needs to think about things like this. When it says the one piece of feedback, one of the 30 overwhelmingly negative pieces of feedback that the Minister got, said, what a disgrace, You're choosing to ban credit card surcharging rather than rein in those excessively abusing surcharging. I mean, it is interesting that this is about retail, not about Ticketek, not about the, I don't know, how much do they add to a Taylor Swift ticket? I don't know, $7 or $8? Or not about Air New Zealand, when you pay by credit card on Air New Zealand. Those transactions look like they're going to go untouched. That's big business. And the other thing to note here is that who asked for this change to be made? The credit card companies. A little red light should be flashing then. If the credit card companies want this, who's going to make the money on it? Now, the fact of the matter is that if it costs the same to pay by PayWave or by EFTPOS, you'll choose the easiest. And face it, PayWave is easier. PayWave is easier. Contactless is easier. But it's more costly. What you're actually doing is driving people to the most costly money handling system. Now, Matt Ducey talked about open banking and the idea that we might get some innovative payment systems coming through the open banking system. That might be good, but we're not there yet. But if we look at this, you know, another piece of feedback that went straight to Scott Simpson that he thought was overwhelmingly positive. Many of us are sick of this rubbish from your government. Honestly, I doubt we will continue to invest in the economic future of this country for much longer. My question, further feedback, how do you suggest from a retailer we recover this amount of money without it coming out of our own pockets and not putting prices up to cover this large sum of money? They're genuine concerns. And then there were the people who, a couple of retired people had some comments. And some of those retired people, Mr. Speaker, are, you know, a little bit parsimonious on those superannuitants. And they say, I've never used PayWave, said one. I don't think I have to pay an extra fee for paying when I can pay using my PIN. This is an option for everyone. And yet because people choose not to use it, we're all going to have to pay. They're the kind of concerns we need to address. Now, the fact of the matter is that the surcharges, the interbank charges on these PayWave fees are excessive. When we were in government, we worked on this. This government's continuing in that work, and that's good. I commend you for cracking down on that, and the Commerce Commission is at the forefront of that. But we need to address these concerns, and the Minister was not accurate when he said it was overwhelmingly positive feedback.
I support the Retail Payment System Ban on Merchant Surcharges Amendment Bill to Select Committee.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā pōti whakai.
The ayes are 107, the noes are 15. The question is agreed.
Retail Payment System Ban on Merchant Surcharges Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Retail Payment System Ban on Merchant Surcharges Amendment Bill will be considered by the Finance and Expenditure Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Matt Ducey, Honourable Matt Ducey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good to meet you too. I move that the Retail Payment System Ban on Merchant Surcharges Amendment Bill be reported to the House by the 17th of January 2026.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Honourable Nicola Willis.
Thank you. I present a legislative statement on the Income Tax Family Boost Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published on the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
I move that the Income Tax Family Boost Amendment Bill be now read a first time. Bottom line, Mr Speaker, those who vote against this bill are voting against up to 92,000 families with young children getting more cash into their bank accounts. And I dare members of this House to explain to me why families with young children in early childhood education, feeling the pressure of juggling their childcare responsibilities and their work and their cost of living, should be denied the relief that this bill promises. What this bill does is expand on the existing generosity of the government's current Family Boost scheme. In short, it means that families with children in early childhood education on a household income that is a combined income between two parents of $230,000 or less will be eligible for up to 40% of their childcare costs to be refunded each quarter. And what does that add up to, Mr Speaker? That means families can get up to $120 a week back in cash. So let me talk you through how this works. This short bill is making amendments to the Family Boost provisions which already exist in the Income Tax Act 2007. Family Boost, of course, started on the 1st of July last year and helps parents and caregivers meet the costs of early childhood education. It runs on a quarterly basis. Parents and caregivers submit invoices for the previous 3 months, then these are paid by Inland Revenue in a lump sum. Great news is, across the country, early childhood services have come to the party and are making it as easy as possible for the families that use their centres by printing 3 monthly invoices so that this can be done very simply. And currently, of course, households can get back 25% of the ECE fees they pay, but that's after the 20 hours ECE and the MSD childcare subsidy, which of course we have kept in place. So those are taken into account, and then parents get this refund on top of that, up to a maximum of $975 a quarter. So let me make it clear to members that to get that maximum payment, a household would have to have had ECE costs of at least $3,900 in the previous quarter. Most eligible households won't have had costs that high, so they won't get $975 back a quarter. That's because actually, Mr Speaker, most families don't spend $300 a week on early childhood education costs for a range of reasons, whether it's because both parents aren't working and so they only use childcare a certain number of hours a week, or whether it's that they attend cheaper early childhood education for parts of the week. For a number of reasons, it is not the case that most families are paying that much in fees. However, they will get exactly what they are eligible for under Family Boost, which is 25% of the fees they have paid. In other words, they get their full entitlement. Family Boost also appropriately has a household income cap. Currently, it is a maximum $975, gradually reduces for households with an annualised income of more than $140,000 and cuts out altogether when a household receives $180,000. So that's how Family Boost currently works. It's been very popular. To date, for this financial year, around 67,000 families have received payments. So that is tens of thousands of New Zealand families who have received direct cash into their bank accounts. That I dare that there are members in this House who say they should not have received that cash, which is what they would be doing if they voted against this bill. So the feedback that ministers and MPs have had directly from parents and through Inland Revenue is that actually Family Boost is pretty easy to apply for once you've got that clear invoice from your ECE service. It's all done online, and it has helped families at a time when the cost of living is front of mind. It also, of course, allows and encourages greater participation in the workforce, taking away one of the hurdles that can prevent people returning to work after a period of caregiving. This is good for economic growth. So what is the bill about? This bill adjusts a couple of key Family Boost settings and it will increase the number of households getting payments, and it will increase the payment amounts that households get. When the scheme was being developed, IRD modelled what they thought would be the likely take-up and cost of the original scheme. They've been upfront, they found the modelling challenging, they didn't have any data about, well, not reliable data, about how much parents were paying for ECE. IR assumed more families were paying higher childcare costs than turned out to be the case. And so for those reasons, it turns out that the initial conservative estimate of annual family boost costs was overstated. So there is room for us to give Family Boost a boost, and that is what we are doing. So we are increasing, and this bill does it, increasing the 25% rebate in Family Boost to 40%. Good news for families with ECE costs. Households will therefore, Julianne Genter, be able to get back 40% of their ECE fees up to a maximum of $1,560 a quarter. That's $1,560 up to that every 3 months in the bank account. That is up to $120 a week. Mr. Speaker, I wish to note for the record, because Hansard might not get it down, that Julianne Genter from the Green Party of New Zealand appears very, very dynamically opposed to the idea of parents with young children getting this relief. I haven't seen her this excited all day, not since I talked about the Mount Vic Tunnel a week or so ago. So Family Boost payments will increase, and this will be welcomed by working families with very young children who are a bit more pragmatic than Julianne Genter and believe that actually that cash is meaningful to them. Also, what this bill does is the rate at which the maximum payment reduces after a household reaches $140,000 of income will now be relaxed. So Family Boost payments will now cut out altogether at an annualised household income of just under $230,000 a year, rather than the $180,000 a year at present. I want to emphasise that that's household income. So that is not just an individual's income, it's the income collectively brought into a household by parents and caregivers. And so the higher cutout is partly because of the increase in payments and partly because this bill lowers the rate at which the maximum Family Boost payment reduces for higher incomes from 9.75 cents. Mr. Speaker, honestly, interjections are meant to be short and witty, and Julianne Genter hasn't been either for some time. Now, for
we'll just leave the Speaker to decide that, shall we, Ms.
honestly,
Willis?
it's a constant barrage.
From your legislative statements.
Yeah. From 9.57 cents to 7 cents for each additional dollar of income above the annualised 140K. Those are the technical details, members. What is important is that this scheme will be available to thousands more New Zealand households as a result of this bill. And these changes will apply to eligible early childhood education fees incurred on or after 1 July 2025. And this is the reason, Mr. Speaker, why this bill needs to be progressed at pace, because we want to ensure that parents can apply for this extra amount of cash from October. We want to make sure that the fees they've been paying since July, they can get up to 40% of that back. And that's the reason we are progressing this at pace. And because Family Boost is paid out every 3 months, the first increased payments to more families, and there'll be more families who just missed out in the past because they earn just a bit too much as a household, they will look upon this as a great move forward, because now they will be eligible for the scheme and they will find that their claims can be processed and paid by Inland Revenue in October this year. And Mr. Speaker, I have had families say to me, we just miss out on the scheme, but let me tell you, we would really like to be eligible for it. I've also had families say to me, it was actually really easy. I applied, the money went in my bank account, and man, oh man, did that make a difference when I had to go to buy the car seat, when I went to pay the electricity bill, when I had to ensure that my older preschooler had the kid out to start school. Inland Revenue has also updated its modelling to include new insights and data from Family Boost, which indicates that the changes will result in this Family Boost reaching 92,000 households based on an uptake rate of 71%. We still don't confidently say that every family will apply for the money that's due to them, but I urge them to do so. I want to see this policy working and money going out the door. The scheme will cost around $170 million a year, which is what we've already appropriated, so no new funding is required. These family boost changes will help many more families deal with the increased costs that come with having young children. I commend this bill to the House.
This debate is interrupted and set down for resumption next sitting day. The House is suspended until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Have a good evening.